The Obregon government. The revolution stabilized under Obregon. A fanatically pragmatic president, 130 Obregon pursued accommodation. 131 He adopted a cautious economic program and worked to improve relations with the United States, primarily through concessions to foreign oil interests. 132 In 1923, U.S. and Mexican officials negotiated the Bucareli Agreement, in which Mexico agreed not to apply Article 27 of the Constitution to pre-existing property titles. In exchange, the United States formally recognized the revolutionary government. 133. Yet Obregon also took steps to redistribute land. Carranza had abandoned his Civil War promise of land reform. 134 And, as a result, large landowners and their estates survived into the 1920s. 135 However, peasant mobilization made the status quo difficult to sustain. Having played a major role in the revolution, agrarian movements were a fact of revolutionary life that had to be reckoned with. 136 Radical peasant leagues, many of them armed, proliferated, terrifying landowners and local political bosses. 137 Convinced that peasant support was critical to regime survival. 138 Obregon forged alliances with Zapatista and other agrarian movements. 139 He brought Zapatista leaders into his government, placing them in charge of agrarian reform. 140 And reinitiated land redistribution, providing more than 1 million hectares, 9 times more than Carranza, to 133,000 peasant families. 141 The Obregon government also oversaw a peasant organizational boom, as peasant-based agrarian leagues, often led by revolutionary generals, emerged in states like Campeche, Jalisco, Michoacán, Puebla, Tabasco, Tamaulipas, Veracruz, and Yucatán. 142 A handful of states, including Veracruz, Tabasco, and Yucatán, became laboratories of revolution in the early 1920s. As local governments backed by agrarian movements experimented with far-reaching land reform and other radical measures. 143 Land reform triggered some counter-revolutionary violence. Many large landowners and their estates survived the Revolutionary War. 144 In parts of the country, they financed local paramilitary forces, called White Guards, which terrorized peasant leaders and agrarian activists. 145 However, the White Guards remained a localized phenomenon. Weakened by the Revolutionary War. 146 And without influence over the new army, landowners' capacity to organize violent resistance was limited. 147 Again, the primary threats to regime stability came from within. In 1923, Obregon's imposition of Calles as his successor triggered a rebellion led by Revolutionary General Adolfo de la Huerta, an erstwhile ally and presidential aspirant. 148 Backed by landowners and nearly half the army. 149 The de la Huerta rebellion literally split the revolutionary group in two. 150 Obregon was forced to rely on large-scale peasant mobilization to defeat it. 151 The Calles government. The Calles presidency was more radical than its predecessors. Calles boldly challenged both the Catholics and the Gringos. 152 A 1925 law requiring foreign oil companies to exchange their property titles for concessions triggered a hostile reaction from the United States. 153 Calles also actively opposed the 1926 U.S. military intervention in Nicaragua, sending arms to Cesar Augusto Sandino's guerrilla army. 154 American officials, viewing Calles's behavior as a challenge to the U.S. sphere of influence. 155 spoke darkly of Soviet Mexico and attacked Calles as the Stalin of Mexico. 156 Indeed, U.S. Ambassador James Sheffield, backed by oil companies and Catholic groups, lobbied the White House to overthrow him. 157 By early 1927, Mexican leaders feared a U.S. invasion. 158 With U.S. Marines mobilized off the coast, war seemed a real possibility. 159 Indeed, Calles told his top officials to prepare a retreat to the interior and ordered military commanders to be ready to set fire to the oil fields. 160 Ultimately, however, Calles reverted to accommodation. In 1927, the government backed off the petroleum law and U.S. Mexican relations subsequently thawed. 161 By 1928, Calles could declare that for the first time since the revolution, Mexico faced no external threat. 162. Calles' most radical policies came in the cultural sphere. Whereas his predecessors had largely ignored the Constitution's anti-clerical provisions. 163. Calles enforced them with religious zeal. 164. According to one biographer, Calles' hatred of the Church was so deep that it defied structuralist explanations. 165. Yet the Church also posed a threat. 166. With a network of educational, religious, and charitable agencies that extended into every corner of the country, the Church remained a powerful actor. 167. Catholic activism expanded in the early 1920s. As the Church began to organize workers and peasants, and lay organizations such as the Mexican Catholic Youth Association and the National League for the Defense of Religious Freedom built large activist bases and began to mobilize. 168. At the same time, Archbishops José Mora y del Rio and Francisco Orozco y Jiménez spoke out forcefully against the revolutionary regime. 169. When Calles took office in 1924, then the Church was the regime's principal opponent. 170. The Calles government mounted an extraordinary attack on the Church. After a failed effort to create a schismatic Mexican Apostolic Church. 171. Calles issued a series of decrees in 1926 aimed at enforcing the Constitution's anti-clerical provisions. 172. Under the so-called Calles laws, the government expelled 200 priests and closed more than 100 Catholic schools and dozens of churches and convents. 173. State governments, under orders to enforce the Constitution at all costs, imposed strict limits on the number of priests allowed in their territory, often arresting or expelling priests. 174. Calles' attacks triggered a strong Catholic reaction. In early 1925, Catholic activists created the 800,000-member National League for the Defense of Religious Freedom, which led a massive petition drive calling for constitutional reform. 175. In early 1926, Archbishop Mora y del Rio called on Mexicans to oppose the revolutionary government and the Constitution. 176. The government responded by expelling Mora y del Rio and 200 foreign priests and closing dozens of churches, monasteries, convents, and Catholic schools. 177. The July 1926 Calles laws brought a definitive rupture with the Church. 178. Perceiving its very survival to be at stake, the Church suspended religious services, effectively going on strike. 179. The League and other Catholic groups organized a general strike including a school and a tax boycott and a series of protests, which led to the arrest of many of their leaders. 180. The conflict soon escalated into violence. In late 1926 and early 1927, a massive peasant uprising erupted in Mexico's central lowlands, or Bajío region, plunging Mexico into a civil war known as the Cristero War. 181. An unambiguously counter-revolutionary movement. 182. The Cristeros posed the most serious challenge to the regime since the revolution. 183. Although the church hierarchy did not support the rebellion, many local priests collaborated with it. 184. And Catholic lay organizations such as the League and the Mexican Catholic Youth Association provided arms, money, and men. 185. By 1928, the Cristero rebellion had grown into a major insurgency, with 50,000 to 60,000 rebels operating in 12 states. 186. Mexico descended into a 3-year civil war that killed between 70,000 and 100,000 people. 187. The Cristero War decimated the army, killing 50,000 soldiers and triggering tens of thousands of desertions, and forced the government to mobilize 25,000 peasant militia members to defeat the rebels. 188. The war also consumed nearly half of Mexico's national budget. 189. And it triggered a regime-threatening crisis when President-elect Obregón was assassinated by a Catholic militant in July 1928. By the time the government and the church negotiated an accord in June 1929, under which the church would cease political activity but resume spiritual and cultural activities. 190. The regime stood on the brink of catastrophe. 191. The regime crisis was exacerbated by internal conflict. The 1928 presidential succession triggered yet another violent schism. Obregón, the revolution's most prominent living figure, orchestrated a constitutional reform to allow for his re-election in 1928. The move divided the regime elite, leading to an abortive rebellion led by revolutionary generals Francisco Serrano and Arnulfo Gómez in 1927.192. The government quelled the rebellion and Obregón was re-elected, unopposed in July 1928. Just 16 days after his re-election, however, he was assassinated. 193. Obregón's killing threw the regime into the deepest internal crisis that the ruling elite had suffered during the revolutionary period. 194. Revolutionary leaders feared a regime collapse or civil war. 195. Belated party building and the forging of elite cohesion. The crisis of the late 1920s, particularly the Cristero War, convinced the revolutionary elite to close ranks around a single party. 196. Fearing the mobilizational power of the church, and facing the prospect of civil war in the wake of Obregón's assassination, the revolutionary elite forged a Hobbesian consensus. 197. In September 1928, Calles convened a meeting of 30 revolutionary generals, in which he called on them to set aside their immediate presidential ambitions and cooperate in the formation of a new ruling party, the National Revolutionary Party. 198. The party's founding convention was held in March 1929. Led by an organizing committee composed of revolutionary generals. 199. The construction of Mexico's long ruling party is often characterized as an elite project, created by a far-sighted autocrat with the goal of reducing internal conflict. 200. That is only part of the story, however. Successful party building, as well as the strength of the party that emerged after 1929, was rooted in the revolution and the revolutionary reactive sequence. First, as Mariano S. Ange's Talancaire shows, a major impetus for party building was the Cristero War, a core component of the revolutionary reactive sequence. Intra-elite conflict alone was not sufficient to induce party building. The regime had been plagued by internal conflict since 1917, and there were numerous party-building initiatives in the 1920s, including Obregón's National Revolutionary Confederation in 1922, 201 Calles's effort to unite the PAM, the PNA, and smaller pro-regime parties into a single revolutionary bloc in 1924, 202 and Obregón supporters' 1926 effort to unite local parties and revolutionary bosses into an alliance of socialist parties. 203 All of these earlier initiatives came to naught. 204 The Cristero War provided a definitive impetus for party formation. 205 The war convinced the revolutionary elite that Catholic mobilization posed an existential threat and that a ruling party was therefore necessary to protect the revolution. 206 As Luis León, the PNR's first general secretary, put it during the founding party convention, "We have come here, to shout out to the reactionaries that we, are united a single front. And that all their efforts will shatter against our revolutionary unity." 207 Another revolutionary general, Gonzalo Santos, declared, "We don't want another drop of blood in our fatherland, but that's not what the clerical reaction wants. The moment of tolerance and ambiguity has passed. United we will combat the old Cristeros and the new Cristeros." In a clear reference to the Cristero War, Santos added that the PNR was being formed on the crater of a volcano. 208 Second, the PNR was not merely an elite party, but rather a mass party built upon local revolutionary organizations. Revolutionary forces engaged in local party-building activity throughout the 1920s, as revolutionary generals turned state governor or regional commander used alliances with unions and peasant leagues to build grassroots party machines. 209 An example is the Socialist Party of Yucatán, which became the Socialist Party of the Southeast. Revolutionary leader Felipe Carrillo, who served as governor of Yucatán between 1922 and 1924, organized dozens of peasant-based resistance leagues, with more than 60,000 members. 210 The leagues served as syndicates, mutual aid societies, and community-level branch offices, transforming the PSS into a mass party. 211 Likewise, Tabasco Governor Tomás Garrido built the Radical Socialist Party of Tabasco into a mass organization based on peasant, worker, and women's leagues and the paramilitary. Youth Bloc. 212 Using state resources to coerce workers and peasants into joining mass organizations, Garrido built a disciplined machine that allowed him to dominate Tabasco politics for 15 years. 213 In Tamaulipas, Revolutionary General turned Governor Emilio Portes Gil forged alliances with peasant agrarian leagues and transformed the Border Socialist Party into one of the best organized parties in the country. 214 Well-organized socialist parties also emerged in Campeche, Chiapas, and Tlaxcala. 215 Backed by Calles, the PNR's founders worked to unite these local revolutionary organizations into a single party. 216 PNR organizers traveled across the country, recruiting local revolutionary caciques and their parties to join the new ruling party. 217 Most of them did. 218 Thus, powerful state machines such as the PSS, the PRST, the Border Socialist Party of Tamaulipas, and the Confederation of Socialist Parties of Oaxaca affiliated with the PNR, becoming official party branches. 219 Overall, 148 revolutionary parties joined the new ruling party. 220 The PNR was thus born a federation of revolutionary generals, 221 most of whom maintained their own local machines and peasant bases. 222 This gave the party a mass character. The PNR was a political octopus that quickly managed to extend its tentacles into every municipality in the country. 223 By the November 1929 election campaign, it had branches in all 5,000 of the country's municipalities. 224 Calles and his allies did not, therefore, build a ruling party from scratch. Rather, the groundwork was already well established by a vast network of organizations that emerged out of the revolution. 225 Revolutionary legacies facilitated party building in two ways. First, the revolution provided the building blocks of the new organization. The PNR was built upon organizations born out of almost 2 decades of social mobilization. 226 The revolutionary generals who forged alliances with peasants during the Civil War and transformed them into grassroots organizations, whether socialist party organizations, agrarian leagues, or patronage-based machines in the 1920s, served as the pillars of the new party. Although these local machines were often personalistic, many of them were led by experienced cadres with large popular constituencies. 227 Second, a shared revolutionary identity enhanced ruling party cohesion. In creating the PNR, Calles promoted the notion of a single revolutionary family that encompassed everyone from Madero and Carranza to Villa and Zapata to Obregón and Calles. The revolutionary family was a revisionist artifact that ignored the fact that these leaders had fought and, in some cases, even killed one another. 228 Nevertheless, it tapped into a set of existing identities, symbols, and shared experiences that emerged out of the Revolutionary Wars. 229 Thus, the rhetoric and shared experience of the revolution became the foundation of the PNR. 230 Internal resistance to the PNR failed. In March 1929, during the PNR's founding convention, General José Escobar led what would be the regime's last major internal rebellion. With the PNR's future still uncertain, Escobar mobilized disgruntled Obregón supporters in the army and Congress in opposition to the new party. 231 About a third of the army joined the rebellion. 232 The regime elite closed ranks, however, and the rebels were easily defeated. 233 Ultimately, the 1929 rebellion strengthened the emerging party state because it allowed Calles to purge the army of officers who opposed the PNR. 234 And taught revolutionary politicians that the party was there to stay. 235 That lesson began to sink in during the 1929 presidential election. Calles's embrace of Pascual Ortiz Rubio as the PNR candidate triggered resistance among revolutionary generals, many of whom preferred Aaron Saenz. 236 Although Saenz and his allies reportedly planned to abandon the party, they ultimately concluded that defection was useless and then closed ranks amid the Escobar rebellion. 237 The only major defector in 1929 was José Vasconcelos, a prominent progressive intellectual who became the presidential candidate of the anti-re-electionist party. 238 Vasconcelos enjoyed urban middle-class support. 239 But with the revolutionary elite inside the PNR, he lacked a mass base. After Ortiz Rubio overwhelmingly won an unfair election, 240 Vasconcelos called for protest, but in the absence of party or army support, his calls fell on deaf ears. 241 Vasconcelos fled the country, anticipating an uprising that never came. 242. By the early 1930s, the PNR had established such a dominant position that no presidential candidacy seemed viable outside of it. 243 Various revolutionary generals sought the PNR's presidential nomination in 1934, but they closed ranks behind the eventual nominee, Lazaro Cárdenas, a testament to the incipient strength of the PNR machine. 244. Ruling party consolidation was completed under President Cárdenas. Although the PNR had built a strong territorial organization, its ties to unions and peasant movements were weak. 245 Cárdenas strengthened these ties. For one, he consolidated the party's peasant base. Under Cárdenas, the PNR sponsored the formation of peasant leagues across Mexico, using land distribution as an inducement for membership. 246 32 peasant leagues were formed, and in 1938, they were incorporated into the National Peasant Confederation, a mass peasant organization with close ties to the state. 247 Cárdenas also mobilized unions, sponsoring the Mexican Workers' Confederation. 248 In 1938, Cárdenas linked the ruling party to the CNC and the CTM through the creation of organized labor and peasant sectors. The party was renamed the Mexican Revolutionary Party and, later, the Institutional Revolutionary Party. The CNC and the CTM became central pillars of the party, co-opting peasant and labor movements and delivering members' votes during elections. 249 With the incorporation of the labor and the peasant sectors, ruling party membership more than quadrupled, from fewer than 1 million to more than 4 million. 250 In effect, the PRM grafted mass labor and peasant organizations onto the PNR's pre-existing territorial structure, transforming itself into a true mass party. 251. In sum, although Mexico's ruling party was built more than a decade after the seizure of power, its formation was intimately linked to the regime's revolutionary origins. The counter-revolutionary Cristero War encouraged a diverse array of revolutionary generals to support the creation of a single ruling party. In turn, the building blocks of the new ruling party were dozens of local organizations that emerged out of the Revolutionary War. Finally, party cohesion was enhanced by a broad revolutionary identity. The establishment of a single revolutionary party had important knock-on effects for the emerging party state. It enhanced state cohesion, particularly within the coercive apparatus. 252 Whereas intra-elite conflict had undermined military cohesion between 1917 and 1929, the emergence of a strong ruling party transformed the army into a cohesive and disciplined organization. 253 There were no more coup attempts after 1929. As Vicente Fuentes Diaz observed, it is not a coincidence that the last military rebellion was, at the same time that the party was born. 254 After 1929, then, the Mexican regime possessed a cohesive party state comparable to those in Russia and China. There was one major difference, however. Whereas existential military threats in Russia, China, and other revolutionary cases led to a dramatic expansion of the coercive apparatus, in Mexico, where the counter-revolution was more limited and the threat of internal rebellion greater, revolutionary governments worked to reduce the size of the military. The constitutionalist army had swelled to more than 150,000 troops between 1915 and 1920, and in 1921 it consumed more than half the national budget. 255 In the absence of a cohesive party, schisms among revolutionary generals posed a constant threat of rebellion. 256 Thus, Obregón, who led one rebellion in 1920 and confronted another in 1923, reduced the size of the army to around 70,000. 257 Military spending fell from 61% of the national budget to 35%. 258 Although military spending increased during the Cristero War, it declined steadily thereafter, falling to 21% of the budget in 1935. 259 By the mid-1930s, Mexico had one of the smallest armies, per capita, of any authoritarian regime in the world. 260. This outcome was almost certainly rooted in the fact that Mexico's revolutionary elite faced only modest counter-revolutionary threats and never fought an external war. Although U.S. Mexican relations were conflictual during the revolution's first decade, the United States did not pose a sustained existential military threat. With brief exceptions in 1918 to 1919 and 1927, the threat of war with the United States was remote. That threat, moreover, faded in the 1930s and disappeared entirely with the coming of World War II. 261. In the absence of sustained domestic or external military threat, Mexico's revolutionary elite had little incentive to build a garrison state. The weakening of independent power centers. Revolutionary war and counter-revolutionary conflict also weakened independent power centers, albeit to a lesser degree than in Russia and China. By 1920, the most powerful classes and institutions sustaining the old regime were either destroyed or incapacitated. The old federal army was eliminated and replaced by one that was more autonomous of traditional elites. 262. As Roderick A. Camp has shown, Revolutionary Army officers had few social ties to economic and other conservative elites. 263. The rural oligarchy was also destroyed. Large landowners were weakened by the Revolutionary War. 264, but they survived into the 1930s, resisting land reform through both the National Chamber of Agriculture and the paramilitary White Guards. 265. Without the army, however, the weakened landowning class could not defend itself. The Cárdenas government's land reform brought the quick destruction of both the CNA and the White Guards. 266. By 1940, the landed elite and the hacienda system had been eliminated. 267. A third pillar of the old regime, the church, was politically neutralized. The church took a beating during the 1920s and early 1930s, particularly during the 1926 to 1929 Cristero War. More than 90% of priests were displaced during the Cristero War, and dozens of priests were killed. 268. Under the 1929 accord that ended the war, the Church ceased all political activity in exchange for the freedom to carry out its spiritual and cultural work. 269. Not only did the Church abandon the political arena, but it also stifled opposition activities by local clergy and Catholic lay associations. 270. State repression persisted after the Cristero War. Government forces killed an estimated 5,000 former Cristeros, including most of their important leaders, during the early 1930s. 271. At the same time, state governments heavily restricted the number of priests allowed in their territory. 272. Some 264 churches were closed between 1932 and 1934. 273. By 1935, there were only 375 open churches and 305 legally registered priests in Mexico. 274. Only 5 of 34 bishops were still in their diocese, hundreds of priests had either fled or were in hiding. 275. Overall, the number of priests working in Mexico declined from 1 per 1,600 Catholic parishioners under Diaz to 1 per 5,000 in the 1930s. 276. Such a defeat and subjugation of the Church had few parallels in Latin American history. The destruction or sidelining of pre-revolutionary power centers, army, landed oligarchy, and Church had important consequences for the new regime. Without an army or police force, without control over land and peasants, and largely without the symbolic power of the Church, reactionary forces' ability to mobilize opposition to the revolution was dramatically reduced. Two other societal actors, labor and peasant movements, were co-opted by the revolutionary regime. Peasants, who were highly mobilized in the 1910s and 1920s, were co-opted into the CNC and the PRM/PRI during the 1930s. 277. Land reform dramatically increased peasants' dependence on the state, which rendered politically ineffective. 278. The labor movement was similarly co-opted. The Regional Confederation of Mexican Workers, the dominant labor confederation in the 1920s, was linked to the state from its founding until it divided and weakened in the late 1920s and the 1930s. 279 Ordonez mobilized the bulk of the labor movement into the CTM and incorporated it into the ruling party. 280 The unions grew dependent on state and party resources, which limited their capacity to challenge the regime. 281 Revolutionary legacies, the Mexican party state. The party-state complex that emerged in the 1930s was powerfully shaped by the segmented radicalism of the revolution's foundational period. The revolutionary reactive sequence bequeathed three legacies that contributed to durable authoritarianism: a cohesive ruling party, a loyal and disciplined coercive apparatus, and a weak opposition. At the same time, due to the more limited nature of the reactive sequence, and in particular the absence of a sustained existential threat, party cohesion never took on the quasi-religious character observed in Russia and China. The coercive apparatus remained small, and independent power centers never entirely disappeared. A cohesive ruling party. Mexico's ruling party, renamed the PRI in 1946, was highly cohesive. The creation of a single revolutionary party ended the Hobbesian war of all against all that had characterized the regime elite between 1917 and 1929. 282 The PNR established a monopoly over the revolutionary label, which helped to consolidate a single partisan identity and subculture. During its early decades, the PRI was marked by a distinct cohesion and esprit de corps. 283 As the notion of a single revolutionary family took hold during and immediately after the Cristero War, the us versus them distinction that had been muddied by fratricidal conflict during the 1920s came into sharper view. 284 After 1929, there was a clear line that separated those who fought in the revolution from those who did not, or from those who fought on the wrong side. 285 The PRI's monopoly over the revolutionary identity raised the cost of defection. Once the PRI became the sole legitimate representative of the revolution, politicians who opposed it could be tarred with the brush of political treason. 286 Party loyalty became analogous to patriotism. 287 And politicians who broke with the PRI were dismissed as traitors. 288 Appeals to revolutionary loyalty remained effective for decades. 289 Even revolutionary bigwigs were vulnerable to charges of betraying the revolution when they defected. 290 After 1929, then, Mexico's ruling party became a broad church outside of which there was no political salvation. 291 Losers in intra-elite power struggles learned that defection risked entering a political wasteland. 292 And that their most viable strategy was to bite their tongues and, however grudgingly, endorse the winner. 293 Although revolutionary generals broke away and ran as opposition presidential candidates in 1940 and 1952, these defections bore scant fruit, as few regime elites were willing to join them. 294 By 1952, then, it was clear that the costs of defecting and opposing the PRI were too high for any plausible candidate to bear. 295 Indeed, the party suffered no significant defections between 1952 and 1987. 296 At the same time, in the absence of a shared ideology or a persistent existential threat, PRI cadres lacked the kind of zealous devotion to unity observed in Russia and China. Instead, ruling party cohesion was reinforced by the PRI's electoral dominance and monopoly over patronage resources. 297 As well as a set of strong informal institutions to manage intra-party competition and succession. The most important of these was the dedazo, an informal mechanism by which presidents unilaterally chose their successor from among cabinet members, who could not publicly seek the nomination and then retired from political life. 298 Party-army fusion and military loyalty. The post-1929 regime was also characterized by a cohesive and disciplined coercive apparatus. 299 This cohesion was rooted in a fusion of political and military elites that emerged out of the revolution. 300 As noted above, the regime was founded by a loose collection of revolutionary generals, 301 or leaders who served as military commanders during the war and then straddled two careers, one in the army and another in politics. After 1917. 302 During the 1920s, revolutionary generals established themselves as de facto state and regional level power brokers across Mexico. 303. Although the absence of a party left the generals prone to internal conflict during the 1920s, the formation of the PNR gave rise to a cohesive party-army complex. Initially, party-army fusion was near total. 304 Revolutionary generals such as Calles, Cárdenas, Joque and Amaro, Juan Almazan, and Saturnino Cedillo dominated both the PNR and the government during the 1930s. 305 Every Mexican president elected during the 1920s and 1930s Obregón N., Calles, Ortiz Rubio, Cárdenas, and Manuel Avila Camacho was a revolutionary general. 306 In the early and mid-1930s, the PNR leadership, most important cabinet posts, and half the governorships were held by revolutionary generals. 307 Although military influence began to erode in the 1940s, revolutionary veterans controlled the presidency and at least 40% of governorships through 1946, held the PRI presidency through 1964, and served as defense secretary through 1976. 308 The military was, in turn, thoroughly revolutionary. The army was commanded and staffed by revolutionary veterans into the 1960s. 309 A revolutionary background was essential to promotion up the ranks. Revolutionary veterans ascended more quickly and monopolized the top command positions. 310 Through the early 1960s, all generalships were reserved exclusively for revolutionary veterans, and the powerful zone commanders were almost exclusively revolutionary veterans. 311 Party-army fusion produced a loyal and disciplined coercive apparatus. As Camp has argued, shared guerrilla roots generated a set of shared values between civilian and military leadership. 312 Military commanders viewed themselves as guardians of the revolution. 313 This revolutionary commitment was made manifest during the Cristero War. Rebel leaders tried to convince army commanders to turn on the unpopular Calles government, but the army, a creation of the revolution, had no sympathy for the Cristeros. 314 Party-army fusion generated a striking degree of military discipline. 315 The armed forces were fiercely loyal to the government after 1929. 316 In stark contrast to the rest of Latin America, Mexico became a model of civil-military tranquility. 317 Marked by the absence of any coups or even coup attempts. 318 The Mexican army became one of the most disciplined armies in the developing world. 319 Officers almost never spoke out against the government. 320 Only one active duty general was found to have worked for the opposition between 1952 and 2000, and the military brought him up on charges. 321 A modest coercive apparatus. Although Mexico's military cohesion rivaled that of other revolutionary regimes, its coercive apparatus was considerably smaller. Because revolutionary leaders faced only modest external and counter-revolutionary threats, their incentives to invest in domestic and external security were weaker than those in most of the cases examined in this book. Thus, early constitutionalist governments scaled back, rather than expanded, Mexico's security forces. 322 The army was reduced to a modest 50,000 troops after World War II. 323 Mexico became one of the most lightly armed nations in the world. 324 With only 0.1% of its population under arms in 1966. 325 Among Latin American states, only Costa Rica, which had no army, had a smaller percentage of its population under arms. 326 Likewise, defense spending fell from half the national budget in the early 1920s to a mere 8% in the mid-1950s. 327 As a percentage of GDP, Mexican defense spending was among the lowest in Latin America in the 1960s and 1970s. 328 In 1976, it was lower than in Costa Rica, which had no standing army. 329 The Mexican Revolution also failed to develop a police state. 330 Unlike Russia, early revolutionary governments did not invest in a powerful intelligence agency or political police. 331 The intelligence service, created in 1918, was weak and underfunded. 332 It initially had no office space, and as late as 1932, it had only 15 full-time agents. 333 Although the intelligence service expanded during the Cold War, 334 it nevertheless remained a small agency with few full-time spies and limited information processing capacity. 335 Overall, Mexico's small but disciplined security forces proved effective at quelling episodic strikes and student, peasant, and post-election protests, as well as embryonic guerrilla movements. 336 They also proved capable, on occasion, of high-intensity repression. 337 However, it is less clear whether the coercive apparatus had the capacity to suppress large-scale and sustained opposition mobilization of the kind that emerged in China in 1989 or Iran in 2009. 338 Due to the weakening of independent centers of societal power, however, this capacity was never seriously tested. A weakened civil society. Finally, Mexico's reactive sequence weakened independent power centers but did not eliminate them as in Russia and China. The destruction of the landed oligarchy and the political emasculation of the church, together with the co-optation of labor and peasant movements, weakened the basis for opposition. The pillars of political conservatism were decimated. Without the resources of landowners or the votes of peasants, the bases of conservative party building were absent. The church remained on the political sidelines for more than half a century. Church leaders rarely criticized the government, kept their distance from political parties, and clamped down on oppositionist Catholic lay associations. 339 This behavior stood in sharp contrast to other countries in Latin America, where the church played a decisive role in 20th century politics, supporting conservative coups, helping found Christian democratic parties, and, later in the century, sponsoring anti-authoritarian social movements. Business was also weak. The industrial sector was embryonic at the time of the revolution. It represented only 12.5% of Mexico's GDP in 1908 and declined during the war. 340 Industrialization brought a dramatic expansion of the business sector in the 1930s and 1940s. 341 Unlike labor and peasant movements, the private sector remained outside the ruling party coalition. 342 However, under Mexico's state-led industrialization model, many businesses depended on state concessions, licenses, subsidies, and other protections, which gave the PRI a plethora of tools with which to reward friendly businesses and punish unfriendly ones. Consequently, many business leaders readily cooperated with the government in exchange for particularistic benefits. 343 Thus, the bulk of the industrial sector maintained friendly relations with the government. 344 Indeed, after 1940, most industrialists adhered to an informal pact in which they could expect a friendly business climate and access to the state as long they stayed out of politics. 345 Simultaneously, the PRI's co-optation of labor and peasant organizations left little space for left-wing or populist movements. 346 Because the leading peasant and labor organizations were creatures of the state, 347 Popular sector groups had no effective intermediaries. 348 As a result, there were few organizations to represent the discontented. 349 Levels of peasant protest were relatively low after 1940. 350 And efforts to organize independent peasant organizations, such as that of the Independent Peasant Central in the early 1960s, failed. 351 The labor movement was similarly co-opted. 352 By the early 1950s, there was no hope left of creating a united, independent, combative labor movement. 353 Efforts to create independent labor confederations, such as that led by Vicente Lombardo in the late 1940s, were thwarted by the PRI state. 354 And levels of labor protest remained low through the 1980s. 355 At the same time, the destruction of independent power centers was less thoroughgoing than in Russia and China. Importantly, the revolutionary government maintained a capitalist economy that, though heavily regulated, permitted widespread private ownership. 356 Although large landowners were wiped out and key sectors of the economy including oil, railroads, electricity, telecommunications, and parts of the financial system were nationalized. 357 Much of the private sector, including the vast bulk of industry and commerce, was left intact. 358. Capitalists retained some autonomy. A prominent example is the Monterrey Group, which encompassed some 200 entrepreneurial families in the northern state of Nuevo León and controlled about a quarter of Mexico's industrial production. 359. The Monterrey Group emerged as an important center of conservative opposition. 360. In 1929, it created the Employers' Confederation of the Mexican Republic, which, unlike other Mexican business associations, was fiercely autonomous and often openly anti-government. 361. The Monterrey Group was a minority sector within the industrialist class, and prior to 1982, its efforts to mobilize business opposition were unsuccessful. 362. Through the early 1980s, then, the private sector was an economic giant and a political dwarf. 363. However, industrialists remained a latent source of opposition. As we shall see, Mexico's capitalist development produced a large private sector with considerable resources, which would eventually be used to challenge the PRI. The church also remained a potential source of opposition. Although it carefully avoided politics after 1929, the church maintained a vast network of priests, lay activists, and civic associations, which gave it considerable, if latent, mobilizational capacity. Whenever the church decided to flex its muscles in the political arena, it had the potential to be a formidable actor. More generally, Mexico's revolutionary regime never entirely closed off associational space. Thus, notwithstanding the PRI's extraordinary success in co-opting society, 364 associational life persisted. Among the largest associations were lay Catholic organizations such as the National Sinarquista Union, which had as many as 500,000 members in the late 1930s. 365. There were also pockets of middle-class activism, mostly notably among university students. As we shall see, the late 1960s saw the emergence of an independent and radical student movement that organized massive anti-government protests in 1968. 366. Even if the weakening of independent power centers was less complete than in Russia and China, however, it was nevertheless highly consequential. The revolution and its aftermath created an enduring power asymmetry between the PRI and its opponents. The PRI state acquired an exceptional degree of power relative to the rest of society, 367, whereas its opponents, devoid of organized constituencies and starved of resources, remained unorganized and silent. 368. Beginning in the 1940s, few, if any, socio-political actors could challenge the PRI. 369. Indeed, Mexican intelligence agencies recognized during the 1940s and 1950s that the regime faced no real threats. 370. The power asymmetries generated by the revolution were seen in the repeated failure of efforts to build viable right and left-wing opposition. With economic elites and the church on the political sidelines, and with peasants mobilized by the PRI, the bases for conservative opposition were weak. Numerous right-wing parties and movements emerged in the 1930s, including the Anti-Re-electionist Party, the Anti-Communist Revolutionary Party, and the Social Democratic Party, as well as quasi-fascist movements like the Sinarquistas and the Mexican Revolutionary Action. 371. Yet these movements proved numerically and financially weak. 372. And nearly all of them collapsed within a few years. 373. The only significant right-wing party to emerge was the National Action Party, which was founded by a coalition of Catholic activists and liberal professionals and businessmen in 1939. 374. Although the PAN survived throughout the 1940 to 1982 period, it was never more than a small party of notables. 375. Despite the PAN's Catholic activist base, the church hierarchy kept the party at arm's length. 376. And despite the PAN's pro-business platform, it received little support from industrialists. 377. The absence of church or business support left the PAN with a fragile organization and meager financing. 378. Prior to the 1980s, the party could rely on only a core of spirited and enthusiastic activists. 379. Unable to field candidates across the country. 380. The PAN was no more than a political gadfly. 381. Never winning more than 14% of the presidential vote between 1940 and 1982. At the other end of the ideological spectrum, the PRI's co-optation of peasants and unions locked up much of the left's natural base, leaving little space for left-of-center parties and social movements. 382 Left-wing parties failed repeatedly after 1917. 383 The Mexican Communist Party was pushed out of the labor movement in the 1930s, leaving it with a tiny base. 384 Never more than 30,000 members. 385 The PCM lost legal registration in 1946 and was on the brink of extinction by the 1950s. 386 The only other left party of significance during the 1940 to 1982 period was the Popular Party, which was created by prominent leftists Narciso Bassols and Vicente Lombardo in 1948. The PP gained little union support, however 387 and it managed to win only 2% of the vote in the 1952 election. 388 In sum, the Mexican Revolution and its aftermath produced a cohesive party state and weakened independent centers of societal power. However, the revolutionary elite neither developed a Soviet-style police state nor destroyed all independent power centers. Consequently, although the vast power asymmetry between the PRI state and society was a major source of regime durability, the regime was arguably less robust and more dependent on economic growth than those in Russia and China. Crisis and regime survival, 1929 to 1982. Mexico's revolutionary regime was one of the longest lived in modern history, surviving for 85 years. The party state that emerged out of the early revolutionary period proved sufficiently robust to survive the Great Depression, the intense polarization and conservative reaction triggered by the Cárdenas reforms of the late 1930s, and the Cold War polarization of the 1960s and early 1970s. In each of these periods, the party-army complex remained loyal and disciplined, helping the regime avoid the kind of coups or elitisms that undermined other Latin American regimes during these periods and permitting a high-intensity crackdown on a massive student protest movement in 1968. Regime stability was also rooted in the weakening of independent societal power centers. The destruction of the landowning elite, the sidelining of the church, and the co-optation of labor and peasant movements limited the basis for societal organization, which weakened opposition forces on both the right and the left for decades. As this chapter has shown, however, segmented radicalism gave rise to a weaker party-state complex than in Russia and China. As a result, revolutionary legacies alone are insufficient to explain the Mexican regime's extraordinary longevity. Arguably, the Mexican regime was less severely tested than those in Russia and China. Although this outcome was partly a product of the state-societal power asymmetries described above, it was also a product of economic growth. 389 Between 1933 and 1981, the Mexican economy grew at an average rate of more than 6% a year, one of the highest growth rates in Latin America. 390 At no point between 1940 and 1981 did the annual growth rate fall below 3.3%. 391 Steady growth helped to limit the societal challenges facing the Mexican regime, which, given its modest coercive capacity, may have been critical. Without a steady flow of resources to co-opt low-income constituencies and much of civil society. 392 It is likely that PRI governments would have faced greater opposition. It is not clear that the regime possessed the coercive capacity to thwart such challenges. Economic crisis, polarization, and regime survival in the 1930s. Mexico in the 1930s was marked by economic crisis, radical reform, and extreme polarization, conditions that led to military coups across much of Latin America. President Pascual Ortiz Rubio, the first president elected under the PRN, inherited a profound crisis. 393 Not only did the Cristero War and Obregon's assassination shake the foundations of the regime, but the economy was in a free fall. Mexico's GDP contracted by 31% between 1927 and 1932 and by 16% in 1932 alone. 394 The economic crisis eroded public support for the government and triggered a sharp increase in popular mobilization and protest. 395 The number of strikes increased by more than 20-fold in the early 1930s. 396 And with land reform stalled, Radical agrarian movements such as the National Peasant League emerged and began to mobilize against the government. 397. The economic crisis triggered a series of political crises for the embryonic PNR. Backed by Calles, who remained the power behind the throne, Ortiz-Rubio governed conservatively, resisting calls from PNR radicals for land reform and other redistributive measures. 398 Unpopular and isolated, Ortiz-Rubio was forced to resign the presidency in September 1932. 399 His successor, Abelardo Rodriguez, moved left, accelerating the agrarian reform, establishing Mexico's first minimum wage, and launching the radical socialist education program. 400. The PNR's radicalization continued during the presidency of Lázaro Cárdenas. A committed socialist, Cárdenas was far more ideological than his predecessors. 401 However, his radicalism was also driven by political imperatives. Cárdenas faced conservative opposition from Calles, who remained the dominant force in the PNR. 402 To overcome Calles's opposition, Cárdenas forged alliances with radical labor and agrarian movements, which demanded genuinely radical redistribution. 403 Thus, the Cárdenas government turned to the left, and the revolution briefly began to transcend bourgeois limits. 404 Cárdenas strengthened unions, dramatically raised workers' incomes, and carried out several major nationalizations, including the railroads in 1937 and the oil industry in 1938. 405 Cárdenas's most radical policies, however, came in the area of land reform. 406 The Cárdenas government distributed 18 million hectares of land, nearly double the amount of land distributed by all previous revolutionary governments combined. 407 More than 800,000 peasant families gained access to land. 408 Much of the land was organized into communal lands, or ejidos, which by law could not be bought or sold. By 1940, 47% of Mexico's farmland was organized into ejidos. 409 Thus, the government sought to reorder the life of rural society, turning the ejido into the primary mode of production in the countryside. 410 The Cárdenas period thus marked the culmination of an agrarian reform that was announced in 1915 and legalized in the 1917 Constitution, but which had been implemented slowly and intermittently before 1934. Ultimately, more than 50 million hectares of land were distributed to 2.2 million families between 1915 and 1965. 411 Covering more land and people than any other agrarian reform in Latin America except Cuba. 412 The reform completed the transformation of the rural class structure that began in 1910. The landowning class, already weakened by 2 decades of revolution, was wiped out, and the centuries-old hacienda system was finally put to rest. 413 Mexican revolutionaries also resumed their attacks on the church in the 1930s. In what has been called a veritable cultural revolution, 414 hundreds of churches were destroyed or closed, hundreds of priests were attacked, jailed, or deported, and Catholics were purged from public schools and bureaucracies between 1930 and 1936. 415 In 1932, laws restricting the number of priests were tightened, bringing a new wave of expulsions. 416 By 1935, all priests had been expelled from 16 states, and 5 or fewer remained in a half-dozen others. 417 State governments attacked the church with unprecedented zeal. 418 Launching dechristianization campaigns aimed at erasing Catholic traditions and symbols from society. 419 In some states, towns and streets named after Catholic saints were renamed, religious festivals were replaced with patriotic festivals and cultural Sundays, and religious holidays were removed from school calendars. 420 Tabasco Governor Tomas Garrido led a campaign against God in which books and songs mentioning God were banned, crosses were removed from graveyards. Use of the term adios was prohibited, and priests were encouraged to marry. 421 Some state governments sought to replace Sunday masses with red Sundays. 422 And to replace Catholic baptisms and wedding ceremonies with socialist ones. 423 In 1933 to 1934, the Rodriguez government launched a radical socialist education campaign. Article 3 of the Constitution, which mandated secular education, had not previously been enforced with rigor, but in 1931, Education Secretary Narciso Bassols, a Marxist, decided to put some teeth into the law. 424. A 1934 constitutional reform explicitly required that all education must be secular and socialist. 425 school textbooks were redesigned in line with these goals. Reading lists distributed by the Education Ministry included works by Marx, Engels, and Lenin. 426 schools were charged with transforming Mexican culture and creating new revolutionary citizens. 427. The radicalization of the revolution triggered a strong conservative reaction. The government's socialist education program triggered another armed Catholic rebellion in 1935. Although the Segunda Cruzada was far smaller than the first, as many as 300 teachers were killed by terrorists. 428. Cárdenas's redistributive reforms also triggered a fierce reaction. 429. Much of the economic elite, especially Monterrey industrialists, viewed Cárdenas as a dangerous threat. 430. And much of the middle class grew fearful that Cárdenas had placed their nation on the road to communism. 431. Moreover, Cárdenas's nationalization of the oil sector generated intense resistance from the United States and Britain. 432. By 1938, Cárdenas confronted a vast reservoir of opposition. 433. Including new counter-revolutionary movements such as the UNS, a quasi-fascist organization created in 1937. 434. Appealing to Catholic activists opposed to the socialist education program and peasants opposed to the ejido system. 435. The Sinarquistas grew rapidly in the late 1930s, mobilizing 500,000 members. 436. Such crises frequently led to coups in 20th-century Latin America. Indeed, the Great Depression and the rise of fascism triggered coups across Latin America in the 1930s. Outside of Mexico, 13 of 18 countries in the region experienced one or more military coups during the decade. 437. Moreover, nearly all of the governments that initiated redistributive reforms in mid-20th century Latin America were toppled by military coups, including Peru and Venezuela in 1948, Guatemala in 1954, Argentina in 1955, the Dominican Republic in 1963, Brazil in 1964, and Chile in 1973. Yet the Mexican regime avoided a coup. Party-army fusion was critical to this outcome. Unlike many other Latin American countries, where conservative forces held considerable sway over the military, the Mexican army was built and led by revolutionaries and thus beholden to the revolutionary state. 438. Indeed, Cárdenas himself was a leading revolutionary general. As Knight put it, army leaders might not care for Cardenist radicalism, but Cárdenas was one of their own. 439. Military cohesion could be seen during two critical moments. One was an abortive rebellion in 1938, led by revolutionary cacique Saturnino Cedillo. Cedillo became as a leading figure on the right during Cárdenas's presidency, and in 1938, he launched a rebellion backed by landowners, oil executives, and fascist gold shirts. 440. However, Cedillo found few supporters in the army or the ruling party. 441. Without military support, Cedillo had to rely on his own private militia. 442. Turning the uprising into more of a regional political rebellion than a serious military event. 443. The rebellion was easily quelled. 444. The 1940 presidential election also generated fear of rebellion. The ruling party faced a hostile electorate in 1940, 445, and its candidate, Manuel Ávila Camacho, was unpopular. 446. In this context, Revolutionary General Juan Almaza abandoned the party to run as a right-wing opposition candidate. Almaza was backed by Monterrey industrialists, landowners, parts of the church, the Sinarquistas, the PEN, and other right-wing parties, and much of the middle class. 447. As a prominent revolutionary general, moreover, he had numerous friends and sympathizers among the regime elite, including in the army. 448. Almaza's candidacy thus posed a serious threat. 449. According to former President Emilio Portes Gil, Even President THIRD-WORLDISM believed Almaz-an would win. 450 To prevent such an outcome, the government engaged in massive fraud. 451 Almaz-an supporters mobilized in protest. 452 Many called for armed rebellion, and Almaz-an reportedly considered such a move. 453 Despite considerable rank-and-file military discontent, however, the army closed ranks behind the government. 454 Without military allies, Almaz-an abandoned any plans for rebellion and left the country. 455 His political movement quickly collapsed. 456 Cohesion, coercion, and regime survival amid Cold War polarization. Between 1940 and 1982, a period in which Cold War polarization, popular mobilization, and conservative reaction led to at least one regime breakdown in every other country in Latin America, Mexico's authoritarian regime remained stable. The PRI won 13 consecutive national elections between 1940 and 1979, always capturing at least 70% of the vote. 457 Several factors contributed to regime stability after 1940. First, as noted above, steady economic growth allowed the PRI to co-opt potential rivals and finance an effective clientelist machine. 458 Second, PRI governments moderated, abandoning the radical policies of the THIRD-WORLDISM era, which blunted opposition from business and the church. 459 Third, World War II weakened extreme right-wing opposition and brought improved relations with the United States. 460 U.S. governments consistently supported the regime after 1940, reducing external pressure to a minimum. 461 However, regime stability was also a product of two revolutionary legacies, a cohesive party state and weak independent power centers. The party state proved remarkably cohesive. Whereas every other country in Latin America experienced at least one coup or successful armed uprising between 1940 and 1980, Mexico suffered no coups and no coup attempts. 462 As one scholar observed in the 1980s, nothing suggests that Mexico's military elites have offered any serious consideration to administering a military coup for 40 years. 463 Likewise, the PRI suffered few significant defections after 1940. 464 On the few occasions when leaders defected, they found few allies within the regime and wound up in the political wilderness. For example, when ex-Foreign Minister Ezequiel Padilla defected and challenged PRI candidate Miguel Alemán for the presidency in 1946, he gained almost no support from within the party. 465 Although Padilla denounced the election results as fraudulent, he was too politically isolated to challenge them. The PRI simply overwhelmed Padilla. No bloodshed, no threats of rebellion, no trouble. 466 The Alemán administration's conservative policies triggered some defections on the left. Most importantly, Miguel Henriquez, a revolutionary general with ties to the PRI's Airdenista wing. 467 challenged PRI candidate Adolfo Ruiz Cortines in the 1952 election. Henriquez ran as a true revolutionary, triggering fears that ex-President Airdenaz would endorse him. 468 However, Airdenaz and other party leaders closed ranks behind Ruiz Cortines. 469 Who won overwhelmingly. Although the results triggered protest and rumors of an armed rebellion. 470 The army remained loyal, no uprising occurred, and the Henriquista movement quickly collapsed. 471 The PRI suffered no further elite defections between 1952 and 1987, a remarkable record of cohesion. 472 Party discipline extended to the legislature, at times reaching Soviet levels. 473 In 1941, for example, 100% of the bills proposed by the president were approved unanimously by the ruling party in Congress. 474 Second, the regime confronted little societal opposition after 1940. In striking contrast to other industrializing countries in the region, such as Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay, opposition forces in Mexico were persistently weak throughout the mid and even late 20th century. With business and the church on the political sidelines and labor and peasant movements co-opted, opposition movements languished. Opposition parties never won more than 17% of the national vote between 1940 and 1979, failing to capture even a single governorship. 475 Although fraud and coercion contributed to these results, analyses of the Mexican regime highlight the centrality of PRI hegemony and opposition weakness. 476 In other words, the PRI's electoral dominance was rooted more in long-term power asymmetries than in fraud or repression. 477 Outside the electoral arena, the co-option of labor and peasant movements left little space for organized social movements. 478 Levels of strike activity and peasant protest were unusually low in the 1940 to 1982 period. 479 And opposition protest movements were small, episodic, and easily contained. 480 Likewise, whereas significant guerrilla movements emerged in Colombia and Venezuela in the early 1960s and in Argentina, Brazil, and Uruguay in the late 1960s and early 1970s, insurgencies consistently failed to take hold in Mexico. 481 According to Sergio Aguayo Quezada, 29 different guerrilla organizations emerged in the 1960s and early 1970s. 482 None of them established a mass base, however, and as a result, they never posed a threat to the regime. 483 When societal challenges did appear, the security forces could be relied upon to crack down on them. 484 When the army was periodically called upon to quell strikes, peasant protest, post-election protests, and embryonic guerrilla movements, it did so effectively, even when it required high-intensity coercion. 485 For example, when a railway workers' strike threatened to paralyze the country in 1958 to 1959, the army occupied the railroads and the railway workers' union halls, raided workers' homes, and forced them back to work, and launched a nationwide dragnet in which thousands of striking railway workers were jailed. 486 The strike was broken within 2 weeks. 487 The robustness of the Mexican regime was made manifest during the 1960s. When the Cuban Revolution inspired new radical movements and guerrilla organizations across Latin America. The 1960s and early 1970s were thus a period of heightened polarization and popular mobilization, which undermined regime stability across the region. 488 Indeed, a striking two-thirds of Latin American states experienced regime-ending coups between 1963 and 1973. 489 Although Mexico was not immune to polarization and crisis during this period, what is striking is that the regime survived those crises. 490 The Cuban Revolution threatened to divide the PRI. 491 For example, it inspired the formation of the National Liberation Movement, a left-wing PRI faction that gained the support of ex-President Cárdenas in the early 1960s. 492 The MNR's emergence triggered fears of a schism. 493 And, indeed, communist and other leftist groups encouraged the MNR to defect and compete against the PRI in the 1964 election. 494 Cárdenas and other left-leaning priistas refused to defect, however, and no schism occurred. 495 The PRI government responded to radical contention with effective repression. Prominent regime opponents were either imprisoned or killed. 496 Security forces quelled peasant protest in Coahuila, Guerrero, Oaxaca, and Veracruz, the 1964 milk riots in Puebla, student protests in Morelia and Hermosillo, and post-election protests in Mérida. 497 They also systematically crushed leftist guerrillas. 498 Guerrilla groups such as the Party of the Poor, the Revolutionary Action Movement, and the September 23 League were all repressed before they could gain a foothold. 499 The most serious challenge during the 1960s, however, was the radical student protest movement that erupted in July 1968 and culminated in the October 2, 1968, Tlatelolco massacre. The largest social movement to emerge outside of the PRI state since 1940, 500 The student protests mushroomed over the summer, threatening to embarrass the government as it hosted the 1968 Olympic Games in October. In August, between 300,000 and 500,000 protesters marched on the Zócalo, Mexico City's central plaza, shaking the system to its foundations. 501 Unlike other countries that experienced waves of popular mobilization during this period, including Argentina, Brazil, Chile, and Uruguay, there was no coup in Mexico. The PRI government responded to the protest with high-intensity repression. In September, President Gustavo Diaz Ordaz ordered the army to occupy the National Autonomous University, the principal hub of the student movement. 502 hundreds of students were arrested. 503 On October 2, 10 days before the Olympics began, more than 10,000 protesters gathered in the Plaza of Three Cultures in the Tlatelolco section of Mexico City, chanting slogans like "We don't want Olympics. We want revolution." The plaza was surrounded by security forces, who were ordered to open fire on the students. According to eyewitness reports, helicopters fired green flares into the air, after which members of the Army's Olympia Battalion moved on the crowd and began to fire as though somebody had pushed a button. 504 Between 200 and 325 people were killed and at least 2,000 arrested. 505 Although both the exact death toll and the responsibility for ordering the repression remain disputed. 506 One fact is clear: the security forces complied swiftly and effectively with civilian orders to engage in high-intensity repression. 507 Even though the repression would badly tarnish the Army's public image. 508 The Tlatelolco massacre was implemented with complete and unquestioning loyalty. 509 Moreover, with the exception of the writer Octavio Paz, who resigned as ambassador to India, no one in the PRI government criticized the repression or defected in response to it. 510 High-intensity repression continued into the early 1970s. In June 1971, Army and paramilitary agents launched another wave of repression against leftist student movements in June 1971, killing more than 100 people. 511 And in 1973, the Army launched a scorched earth campaign against guerrillas in Guerrero in which hundreds of people were killed. 512 The repression succeeded. The student movement collapsed after the Tlatelolco massacre. 513 And the radical left was effectively wiped out by the early 1970s. 514 Although the repression is said to have eroded the PRI's legitimacy. 515 The regime nevertheless stabilized and survived for 3 additional decades. Indeed, of the 14 non-democracies that existed in Latin America in 1968, only those in Mexico and Cuba, both revolutionary, survived through the end of the century. Regime weakening and breakdown, 1982 to 2000. The PRI regime weakened during the 1980s, gradually democratized during the 1990s, and finally ended in 2000 with the election of pan-presidential candidate Vicente Fox. Several factors account for the regime's eventual demise. First, the revolutionary generation passed from the scene. The influence of revolutionary veterans waned during the 1950s and 1960s. 516 Although President Lopez Mateus held regular revolutionary unity breakfasts with revolutionary veterans, the veterans, who were described by one scholar as spent cartridges of the revolution, 517 exerted little influence. 518 By the 1970s, the revolutionary generation was gone. It was replaced, at the top, by a technocratic elite. 519 The rest of the party, however, operated like a traditional machine. 520 The PRI had long functioned like a patronage-based machine, but through the 1950s and into the 1960s, cohesion had been reinforced by revolutionary identities and a group of powerful revolutionary generals. 521 Beginning in the 1970s, however, the PRI relied almost exclusively on the distribution of material benefits. 522 Which left the ruling party vulnerable to economic crisis. Economic crisis is the second factor that weakened the regime. After more than 4 decades of steady economic growth, the Mexican economy fell into crisis in 1982. Real GDP declined by 0.1% a year between 1982 and 1988, and real wages plummeted. 523 Moreover, the 1982 debt crisis compelled the government of Miguel de la Madrid to adopt painful austerity measures, which eroded public support, especially among the urban poor. 524 Eventually, the government launched a process of economic liberalization, which undermine the PRI's alliances with labor and peasants 525 and its patronage bases. 526 Thus, if government performance contributed to regime survival between 1940 and 1982, helping to compensate for a relatively modest party-state complex, after 1982 that substitute pillar was removed. A third factor that undermined the regime was the persistence of independent centers of societal power. Unlike in Russia and China, where such centers were largely wiped out, in Mexico, the church and the private sector, though politically sidelined, continued to function. Indeed, industrialization had given rise to a larger and wealthier bourgeoisie than had existed before the revolution. Business entered the political arena during the presidency of Luis Echeverría, creating the Business Coordinating Council to oppose Echeverría's statist economic policies. 527 The private sector's re-entry into politics was accelerated by President José López Portillo's 1982 bank nationalization. 528 which ruptured the long-established pact between the PRI and the private sector. 529 The CCE and Coparmex began to openly oppose the regime. 530 and for the first time, prominent business leaders began to invest in the PEN, joining the party, providing it with unprecedented finance, and often running as candidates. 531 As a result, what had long been a mere protest party evolved, over the course of the 1980s and 1990s, into a well-financed organization capable of competing with the PRI. 532 The church also re-entered politics, providing a platform for Mexicans to express discontent. 533 In the mid-1980s, for example, church leaders provided moral and logistical support to civic protests against fraudulent elections in Chihuahua and other northern states. 534 The church also lent resources and legitimacy to emerging indigenous movements in Chiapas, Oaxaca, Veracruz, and other states. 535 Finally, by the late 20th century, economic development had given rise to a vibrant civil society, including an extensive network of human rights and pro-democracy non-governmental organizations and vibrant urban social movements. 536 By the late 1980s, then, the regime faced more organized opposition than at any time since the 1920s. 537 Economic crisis and an emergent civil society conspired to weaken the regime in the 1980s. After decades in the political wilderness, the PEN emerged as a viable contender in the north. The PEN challenged the PRI in several state and local elections, and when the PRI resorted to fraud, the Panistas, backed by church, business, and other civic groups, often organized large-scale protest. 538 An even greater challenge came from within. The PRI's turn toward market-oriented economic policies gave rise to a dissenting center-left faction, the Democratic Current, which was led by Cuauhtémoc Cárdenas, son of former President Lázaro Cárdenas. 539 In 1987, when it was clear that the PRI would choose market-oriented economist Carlos Salinas as its candidate in the July 1988 presidential election, Cárdenas and his allies defected and formed what would become the Party of the Democratic Revolution. 540 Cárdenas emerged as a potent electoral challenger, attacking the PRI from a left-of-center and pro-democratic position. 541 The PRI was forced to engage in massive election day fraud. 542 When Salinas was declared the winner with 50.7% of the vote, Cárdenas led a series of massive protests, which continued, off and on, through September 1988. 543 Although Salinas survived the crisis for several reasons, including opposition division and strong U.S. support, his ability to ride out weeks of mass protest hinged crucially on military cohesion. 544 The army remained thoroughly aligned with the PRI. 545 And even at the peak of the protests, its support for the government never wavered. 546 Indeed, despite evidence of considerable rank-and-file military support for Cárdenas, not a single officer broke with the government. 547 Although the PRI remained in power for another 12 years, it never re-established the hegemony it exercised between 1929 and 1982. With the emergence of viable opposition parties on the left and the right, Mexico evolved from de facto single-party rule into competitive authoritarianism. 548 Under domestic pressure and growing international scrutiny as it pursued the North American Free Trade Agreement, the Salinas government undertook a series of reforms to clean up the electoral system. 549 Thus, the 1994 presidential election won by PRI candidate Ecobedo Zedillo was clean if not fair. 550 Yet the regime continued to weaken. In January 1994, an armed uprising led by the indigenous-based Zapatista National Liberation Army damaged the PRI's image at home and abroad. Although the rebellion was small and quickly neutralized by the army. 551 It called international attention to Mexico's democratic deficits and the PRI's increasingly anachronistic rule. 552 Later that year, a currency crisis plunged Mexico into recession, eroding public support and thus delivering the final blows to PRI hegemony. 553 In 1996, a weakened President Zedillo negotiated a set of electoral reforms that leveled the playing field, which paved the way for the PRI's defeat in 2000. 554 Conclusion. Mexico's regime trajectory was shaped by the fact that the revolution was less extreme than those in Russia and China. Although the revolutionary elite attacked landowners and the church, it often accommodated powerful foreign and domestic interests. Such segmented radicalism generated a more limited counter-revolutionary reaction than in Russia and China. The result was a regime with most, but not all, of the pillars of durable authoritarianism. Mexico's Revolutionary War and the counter-revolutionary Cristero War gave rise to a loyal army and a cohesive ruling party, but the regime never developed powerful coercive structures, and independent centers of power were weakened but not systematically destroyed. For this reason, the PRI was forced to cultivate public support to a greater degree than the Bolsheviks or the Chinese Communists. Thus, where Soviet and Chinese land reform programs were heavily shaped by ideology, Mexico's land reform was driven by the need to win peasant support. Moreover, long-term regime survival in Mexico hinged more on economic performance than it did in Russia or China. An expanding economy gave the PRI the resources to sustain a broad coalition that included organized labor, peasants, and many domestic industrialists. 555 It financed a robust patronage machine capable of buying off potential defectors. 556 Growth provided the mass support that, together with an effective clientelist machine, facilitated overwhelming electoral victories, which helped deter elite defection and raise the cost of opposition. 557 However, economic growth and redistribution alone cannot explain the longevity of the PRI regime. The regime survived several crises, including the Great Depression, the extreme polarization of the 1930s, the protest and repression of 1968, and the 1982 debt crisis. It was forced to commit massive electoral fraud in 1940 and 1988. Through all of this, the party state remained strikingly cohesive. Mexico was the only country in Latin America to not suffer a coup or a successful armed rebellion between 1929 and 2000. Not only did the army remain loyal during crises, but it carried out orders to engage in high-intensity repression. Thus, although economic growth undoubtedly contributed to regime stability, the foundations of regime durability, a cohesive party state and more than 60 years of opposition weakness were products of social revolution. Party institutions, which help to maintain elite cohesion and to mobilize popular support, provide an alternative explanation for regime survival. Indeed, cohesion increased substantially after the party was established in 1929. Yet party formation was itself endogenous to the revolution. It was created in response to counter-revolutionary violence and built upon grassroots organizations that emerged from the Revolutionary War. Party formation, by itself, cannot account for the absence of coups after 1920, nor can it explain why societal opposition was so weak for so long. These pillars of durable authoritarianism are best explained by the regime's revolutionary origins. Part 2. National Liberation Regimes. Chapter 5. Regime Origins and Diverging Paths in Vietnam, Algeria, and Ghana. The end of World War II gave rise to dozens of new states. The collapse of European empires, changing international norms, and the mobilization of vast numbers of colonial subjects during two world wars spurred powerful new nationalist challenges to colonial rule. 1 Between 1945 and 1965, the number of independent states nearly doubled, from 64 to 125. Many of the regimes that emerged out of colonial rule called themselves revolutionary. In countries as diverse as Algeria, Burma, Ghana, Guinea-Conakry, Guyana, Indonesia, Mali, Mozambique, Niger, South Yemen, Tanzania, Vietnam, and Zambia, the nationalist movements that led the anti-colonial struggle embraced the causes of socialism and Third World liberation. Many of them borrowed the institutional architecture of Leninism, including single-party rule. 2. Behind the Leninist architecture and revolutionary discourse, however, liberation regimes were quite diverse. Although most post-colonial governments were nationalist, few of them were revolutionary. Indeed, only 5 of 48 authoritarian regimes that emerged from colonial rule between 1945 and 1989 meet our criteria for social revolution: Algeria, Angola, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, and Vietnam. In most cases, independence was achieved via nonviolent means. Colonial states remained largely intact after independence, and new nationalist governments did not seek to radically transform their societies. 3. This variation had important consequences for regime stability. Consistent with our theory, all 5 liberation regimes born of social revolution survived for at least 25 years, and, as of 2021, all but one remained in power after 46 years or more. Non-revolutionary cases, by contrast, exhibit greater variation. Although a few non-revolutionary post-colonial autocracies endured for decades, a majority survived for fewer than 20 years, and 11 of them collapsed after less than a decade, nearly all due to military coups. Overall, the annual breakdown rate of revolutionary liberation regimes is 0.4%, compared to 2.6% for non-revolutionary liberation regimes. 4. This variation is rooted, to a significant extent, in regime origins. In most post-colonial revolutions, violent seizures of power and radical efforts at societal transformation triggered a reactive sequence that generated powerful party states and weakened independent power centers. By contrast, regimes that emerged out of non-revolutionary independence movements were less likely to develop cohesive parties and loyal militaries, which left them more vulnerable to breakdown. This chapter examines the impact of revolutionary origins through a comparison of 3 archetypical national liberation regimes: Vietnam, Algeria, and Ghana. The Vietnamese Communist Party, the National Liberation Front in Algeria, and the Convention People's Party in Ghana led anti-colonial struggles during the 1950s, earning impeccable nationalist credentials. Ho Chi Minh, Ahmed Ben Bella, and Kwame Nkrumah became internationally prominent anti-colonial leaders, and all 3 of them proclaimed their governments to be revolutionary and socialist. However, the 3 regimes followed markedly different trajectories. Vietnam closely approximates our ideal typical path of social revolution. The VCP came to power in 1954 after a brutal 8-year war against France. In power, the revolutionaries built a new state, including a new army, and launched a range of radical initiatives, including a bold effort to bring revolution to South Vietnam. Prolonged wars, first against France, then against the United States, gave rise to a cohesive ruling party and a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus. It also allowed the communists to wipe out political rivals and independent power centers, which limited the mobilization capacity of regime opponents. The result was a vast power asymmetry between the revolutionary party state and society, which provided the basis for more than 60 years of regime stability. Algeria is a case of revolutionary accommodation, which gave rise to a less stable regime. Like the Vietnamese communists, the FLN came to power in 1962 after a violent 8-year struggle against France. The revolutionary elite created its own army, which developed into a cohesive institution with a strong stake in the regime. Yet, Whereas the VCP was unambiguously radical, the FLN adopted an accommodationist strategy. The party oversaw a radical transformation of property relations, but because much of the property was taken from European settlers who had fled the country, these policies triggered little counter-revolutionary reaction. At the same time, the FLN government's cooperative relationship with France helped to prevent the emergence of an external threat. In the absence of counter-revolution, the FLN never closed ranks or destroyed independent power centers. This left the regime vulnerable to both internal conflict and societal opposition. Although army cohesion facilitated a successful crackdown on Islamist opposition in the 1990s, the regime remained considerably more vulnerable than its Vietnamese counterpart. The Ghanaian case, by contrast, was non-revolutionary. Ghana gained independence peacefully in 1957, and the CPP government accommodated British interests and retained much of the colonial state, including the army. In the absence of violent conflict, the regime never developed the kind of cohesive party state observed in revolutionary cases. As a result, the Nkrumah government was vulnerable to threats from within, especially from an army it neither created nor fully controlled. The regime fell prey to a coup after less than a decade. Vietnam. Vietnam is a case of a successful armed liberation movement that triggered prolonged military conflict, which lay the basis for durable authoritarian. The Viet Minh's liberation war against France gave rise to a powerful and cohesive party state. The communist government's pursuit of revolution in South Vietnam triggered a second war, this time against the United States, which reinforced elite cohesion and further developed the regime's coercive capacity. The wars also destroyed independent power centers, giving rise to a state-society power imbalance that endured for decades. These features enabled the revolutionary regime to survive a severe economic crisis, the loss of Soviet patronage, and the global crisis of communism. The revolutionary seizure of power, a two-stage revolution. Pre-revolutionary Vietnam possessed few conditions favorable to durable authoritarianism. The pre-colonial state was weak and decentralized, which facilitated the French conquest in the mid-19th century. 5 State institutions were further weakened by colonial rule. 6 The French broke Vietnam up into protectorates, dismantled pre-colonial administrative structures, and weakened the monarchy and traditional local authorities. 7 By the 1940s, the pre-colonial state had been dismembered to the point where, like Humpty Dumpty, it could not be put back together again. 8 As a result, much of Vietnam was effectively stateless during World War II. 9 It is difficult, then, to identify conditions in pre-revolutionary Vietnam that would predict durable authoritarianism in the absence of a social revolution. 10 The revolutionary seizure of power in Vietnam occurred in two stages, the short-lived August 1945 revolution and the protracted liberation struggle that culminated in the 1954 revolution. The events of 1945 constituted a political revolution, not a social one, but it nevertheless triggered a reactive sequence that gave rise to a powerful and cohesive party state by 1954. The 1945 Revolution. The August 1945 revolution was a historical accident. Vietnam's anti-colonial movement, led by the nationalist Vietnam QuocDan Dang and Ho Chi Minh's Indochinese Communist Party, had been badly weakened by French repression. 11 World War II created an opening, however, as Japan's occupation of Indochina loosened colonial controls and opened space for organizing in the countryside. 12 In 1941, ICP leaders created a nationalist front called the Viet Minh, which launched a guerrilla struggle in 1944. 13 Two events in 1945 catapulted the embryonic Viet Minh into power. First, in March, Japanese forces abolished the colonial state, disarmed and imprisoned French troops, and installed Nguyen dynasty heir Bao Dai as a puppet emperor. 14 The disappearance of French forces created a vacuum of authority in the countryside, which Japanese forces did not fill, allowing the Viet Minh to expand. 15 Second, Japan's August 1945 surrender in World War II threw Vietnam into anarchy. 16 Formal authority fell to Bao Dai, but his government had no army, no revenue, and no rural presence. 17 With French forces in disarray and allied US and British forces not yet on the scene, the Viet Minh was the only viable political organization in the country. 18 Seizing the moment, ICP leaders launched an uprising. 19 They met no resistance from Japanese troops or the hapless Bao Dai government. 20 On August 19, 1945, Viet Minh troops entered Hanoi, having fired only a few symbolic revolver shots. 21 Bao Dai abdicated shortly thereafter, and on September 2, Ho Chi Minh declared independence. The 1945 revolution was thus remarkably easy. Amid the collapse of the colonial state and the Japanese retreat, power simply fell into Viet Minh hands. 22. The Viet Minh government was weak. The ICP was small, with only 5,000 members. 23 And the new army was minuscule. 24 The new government had no military presence in the south, and it was so ill-equipped that cadets in the military academy used wooden rifles. 25 Finally, the Ho government was isolated internationally, failing to gain recognition or support from either the Allies or the USSR. 26. The Ho Chi Minh government responded to this vulnerability with accommodation. Although it abolished the 1,000-year-old monarchy. 27 It left much of the colonial bureaucracy intact and made no real effort to overturn the existing socio-economic order. 28 There were few expropriations, and the commanding heights of the economy, including the Bank of Indochina, remained in private, mostly foreign hands. 29 The government also eschewed agrarian reform, leaving landowners' power intact. 30 Finally, Ho adopted a pragmatic foreign policy, embracing the Allied cause and allowing France to maintain its investments and 15,000 troops in Vietnam. 31 Moderation achieved little, however. Vietnam was soon invaded on multiple fronts. British troops arrived in Saigon in September 1945, and British and French forces soon controlled most of South Vietnam. 32 French forces arrived in the north in November 1946 and forced the Viet Minh out of Hanoi by year's end. 33 France re-established de facto colonial rule, naming Emperor Bao Dai as head of a figurehead government. 34 Forced back into the countryside, the Viet Minh resumed its guerrilla war. The 1946–1954 Revolutionary War. The 1946–1954 Liberation War transformed the Viet Minh into a powerful party army. The war was brutal, an estimated 500,000 Vietnamese were killed, while French forces suffered 75,000 to 95,000 deaths. 35 Yet the war dramatically strengthened revolutionary forces. The ICP underwent a phenomenal expansion. 36 The party mobilized peasants on an unprecedented scale, expanding from 20,000 members in 1946 to more than 500,000 in the early 1950s. 37 The Viet Minh also built a powerful army. Military threats from China and France had forced the Viet Minh government to rapidly build up its military. 38 Under the leadership of Vien Nguyen Giap, the embryonic People's Army of Vietnam grew from 5,000 soldiers in August 1945 to 40,000 to 60,000 by late 1946. 39 The Viet Minh also organized tens of thousands of young men into self-defense patrols. 40 By the time the war began in earnest in December 1946, the PAVN had as many as 100,000 people under arms. 41 The Liberation War transformed the PAVN into a potent military force. 42 Within 2 years, Viet Minh forces had mobilized 250,000 troops and were fighting the French to a stalemate. 43 By 1949, the PAVN possessed a seasoned officer corps and battle-hardened battalions moving toward regiment and division-size formations. 44 China's 1949 revolution accelerated the PAVN's growth by providing safe territory, arms, and training. 45 The PAVN expanded from 32 regular battalions in 1948 to 117 in 1951. 46 The Viet Minh took on state-like functions, governing 7,000 villages, taxing landowners, and operating schools for nearly 1 million children in liberated zones. 47 By 1953, the Viet Minh had reached military parity with French forces. 48 According to French intelligence estimates, the PAVN had 125,000 well-trained soldiers in 1953, which, when added to 200,000 village militias and 75,000 regional troops, meant that the Viet Minh had as many as 400,000 combatants under arms. 49 The Viet Minh's May 1954 victory at Dien Bien Phu, which has been described as one of the greatest defeats ever suffered by a colonial power, 50 delivered the death blow to French rule. 51 Bao Dai's army disintegrated. 52 Paving the way for communist control of North Vietnam following the July 1954 Geneva Accords. The Revolutionary War also enabled the Viet Minh to destroy rival organizations that could have posed a threat to its rule. The ICP faced a plethora of rivals in 1945. In the north, it competed with nationalist groups like the VNQDD and Dong Minh Hoi. 53 In the south, it confronted the nationalist Dai Viet Party, a well-organized Trotskyite movement. 54 And, most importantly, three powerful political religious sects, the Cao Dai, a 500,000-member religious movement with a 7,000-man army and state-like ambitions. 55 The Hoa Hao, led by the mystic Hune Phu So, which built a 300,000-member following in western Cochin China. 56 And the Bin Shuyan, a mafia-like organization that controlled gambling operations and the local police in Saigon. 57 Collaboration with the Japanese enabled the sects to build powerful militias and carve out autonomous enclaves in several southern provinces. 58 The arrival of French troops in September 1945 provided a justification for the ICP to wage war on its political rivals. 59 The Viet Minh quickly set up traitor elimination committees and secret investigation squads 60 and launched a terror campaign in which an estimated 5,000 enemies of the revolution were killed. 61 Dozens of nationalist, Trotskyite, Catholic, and sect leaders were assassinated between 1945 and 1947. 62 In the south, the Trotskyites were wiped out. 63 More than 200 Hoa Hao cadres, including founding leader Hune Phu So, were assassinated. 64 In the north, Viet Minh forces waged a brutal campaign against the nationalist VNQDD, which retained a degree of popular support. 65 Hundreds and possibly thousands of VNQDD cadres were arrested or executed. And by late 1946, most nationalists had fled to China or were in hiding. 66 By 1947, all rival nationalist groups had been vanquished in the north. 67 Which allowed the communists to monopolize the resistance to French rule. 68 The reactive sequence, radicalism, war, and revolutionary state building. Vietnam's revolutionary regime was born out of the 1954 Geneva Accords, which partitioned the country into North and South. The Viet Minh had expected to rule all of Vietnam. 69 But Russia's and China's acquiescence to partition forced it to accept socialism in half a country. 70 Unlike the stillborn 1945 regime, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam was born strong. The Liberation War transformed the ICP, now the VCP, into a powerful mass organization, with 500,000 members and branches that reached into every corner of the country. 71 The VCP was also highly cohesive. The party's founding generation, which included Ho, Jip, Pham Van Dong, Truong Chin, Le Duan, Pham Hong, Nguyen Chi Tran, Le Ton Ghi, and Le Duc Tho, was a tight-knit group that was hardened by the struggle against French colonialism. 72 The Liberation War generated a deep sense of party solidarity. 73 And a formidable sense of discipline. 74 Among party leaders. 75 Cohesion was reinforced by Ho Chi Minh, whose prestige allowed him to serve as a kind of unique umpire, whose decisions were accepted by all factions. 76 The new regime also emerged from the Liberation War with a powerful coercive apparatus. 77 By the time the PAVN became North Vietnam's regular army in 1954, it was a prestigious and battle-tested institution with 350,000 to 400,000 experienced soldiers. 78 The PAVN was also highly disciplined. It was commanded exclusively by Viet Minh guerrilla veterans who, having fought together for decades, shared a common sense of psychological identification. 79 Moreover, the PAVN's extraordinary victory over the French endowed army commanders with considerable prestige, which brought unquestioned loyalty from the rank and file. 80. Party and army were fused. 81 All the PAVN's founding generals had been party members since the 1930s. 82 Thus, they were not military leaders so much as uniformed party leaders. 83 Party and military roles were blurred. 84 As army commanders shuttled back and forth between PAVN and civilian duties. 85 For example, Vuong Nguyen Giap, Vietnam's top military commander, was a high-ranking Politburo member and served as Deputy Prime Minister. 86. The VCP reinforced partisan control by establishing a dual command structure in which party agents were integrated into the military hierarchy down to the lowest echelon units. 87 The Central Military Party Committee, directly controlled by the Politburo, oversaw military decision-making, effectively fusing civilian and military commands. 88 Political commissars equipped with their own security forces operated within each brigade, battalion, platoon, and squadron. 89 Party cells operated in intelligence agencies, armaments plants, and military courts. 90. Finally, the VCP confronted few domestic rivals when it took power in 1954. The Viet Minh's campaign of demolition during the war had cleared the terrain of political challengers, so by the time communists returned to power, all opposing organizations were in ruins. 91. Independent power centers were weak. The monarchy had been emasculated by the French and abolished by the Viet Minh in 1945. 92 French domination of the colonial economy had crowded out Vietnamese capitalists, leaving behind an underdeveloped bourgeoisie. 93 Many landowners fled during the war, which diminished their collective power. 94. Religious institutions were also weak. Buddhist associations had little history of political activism and were enfeebled by the French. 95 The Catholic Church could have posed a more serious threat. Although it represented only 10% of the population, the church was well endowed and had boomed under French rule. 96 Most Catholic leaders were stridently anti-communist. 97 And a few powerful bishops had established armed enclaves during the Liberation War. 98 Nevertheless, the church was weakened by the massive exodus of Catholics in the aftermath of partition. Some 600,000 Catholics, nearly half the Catholic population, fled to South Vietnam in 1954. 99 A majority of bishops and two-thirds of the country's priests abandoned the country. 100 The exodus cleared a vast reservoir of potential anti-communist subversive elements from North Vietnam. 101 Overall, then, the balance of societal forces heavily favored the revolutionary elite. The destruction of independent power centers during the Liberation War left the VCP in a near-hegemonic position. By 1954, there was no organized force to give articulation to protests and demands in North Vietnam. 102. Early radicalism. The post-1954 government was radical. VCP leaders were ideologues. 103 They considered it a self-appointed duty to overturn the old social order and create a new Vietnamese man. 104 The communist government launched a series of measures aimed at overturning the social order. 105 One was a far-reaching land reform, which began in late 1953. 106 The reform redistributed more than 800,000 hectares of land to 2.1 million families, or more than half the peasant workforce. 107 The reform leveled the structure of land ownership, leaving poor peasants and landlords with nearly equivalent standards of living. 108 Landowners suffered a catastrophic loss, effectively disappearing as a class. 109 Agriculture was eventually collectivized. By 1968, 90% of peasant families were in cooperatives. 110 The VCP used land reform to provoke a class war in the countryside. 111 Land reform cadres, armed with ideological zeal and determined to build the brave new world, were sent to more than 15,000 villages with a mandate to overturn centuries-old power structures. 112 Cadres classified families by their class position, ranging from friends to enemies and traitors. 113 Those considered exploiters were purged from positions of authority and often imprisoned or killed. 114 At the same time, poor peasants were mobilized as khatkin and given positions of authority. 115 Landowners lost their land, power, and status, thousands of them were killed and tens of thousands imprisoned. 116 Land reform Qatars also attacked local party structures, declaring them infiltrated by landlords. 117 The process descended into a chaotic witch hunt, in which anyone who was not a poor peasant including party officials could be denounced as a landlord and purged. 118 Local party structures were ripped apart. 119 Estimates of the number of deaths range as high as 50,000, although most scholars place the figure between 5,000 and 15,000. 120 The brainchild of VCP General Secretary Truong Chin, a committed Maoist. 121 The land reform undermined regime legitimacy. 122 Decimated the party organization. 123 And triggered massive peasant resistance. In late 1956, a large-scale peasant uprising broke out in Nayan, a heavily Catholic province, where churches were stripped of their property, leaving many unable to function. 124 It took the army a month to restore order. 125 Between 1,000 and 5,000 peasants were killed, and thousands of others were deported or sent to re-education camps. 126 The crisis led to Truong Chin's removal as General Secretary, and Ho was forced to publicly apologize and launch a rectification campaign. 127 Nevertheless, the land reform achieved the VCP's goal of destroying the landowning class and eliminating potential sources of opposition. 128 The revolutionary government also radically restructured the economy. Inspired by China's Great Leap Forward, the VCP launched a radical socialist turn in 1958. 129 Private firms were expropriated and most peasants were forced from private farms onto cooperatives. 130 By 1965, private industry had been eliminated and the state controlled more than 90% of agriculture. 131 Although the rapid transition to socialism imposed heavy costs on both peasants and capitalists, neither group had the capacity to put up much resistance. The communists also dramatically transformed cultural life. Most religious associations, lineage halls, and spirit shrines were disbanded or placed under state control. 132 State officials took over the officiating of weddings, funerals, and death anniversaries. 133 Many traditional religious practices disappeared from public view. 134 The regime also stripped the Catholic Church of most of its property, closed parochial schools, and expelled non-Vietnamese clergy. 135 The crackdown generated some resistance, but by 1954 neither the Buddhists nor the Catholic Church had the capacity to mobilize much opposition. 136 The VCP's most radical initiative, however, was its pursuit of a revolutionary war in the South. The VCP had expected the regime in the South to collapse quickly. 137 When it did not, a faction led by Le Duan pushed the party to support revolutionary efforts to overthrow it. 138 Through 1957, North Vietnam was restrained by the Soviet Union, which was committed to peaceful coexistence with the West. 139 VCP leaders criticized the Soviet position. 140 However, and in January 1959, the party decided to launch a guerrilla war in the South, resulting in the creation of the NLF. 141 The initiative was extraordinarily bold, because it was opposed by the United States, the Soviet Union, and China. 142 Counter-revolutionary reaction, the American War. The NLF's early success. By 1962, it controlled roughly half of South Vietnam, ushered in a mounting U.S. military presence. 143 The U.S.-led counterinsurgency made it clear that promoting revolution in the South could bring a costly war against the world's leading military power. 144 Nevertheless, Le Duan and his allies advanced a go-for-broke strategy aimed at creating a bigger war. 145 They did so in the belief that Western capitalism and imperialism were in decline, and that Vietnam could accelerate that decline. 146 Several party leaders, including General Giap, resisted Le Duan's strategy in favor of a North-first approach aimed at consolidating the revolution at home. 147 However, Le Duan pursued the go-for-broke strategy with dogged persistence. 148. The go-for-broke strategy provoked a massive U.S. intervention. The Americanization of the war. The number of U.S. troops increased from 16,000 in 1963 to more than 500,000 in 1967, blunted the NLF advance, resulting in a costly stalemate. 149. A massive U.S. aerial bombing campaign killed more than 50,000 people, forced an evacuation of major cities, and destroyed much of North Vietnam's industry, dramatically setting back development. 150. Despite these costs, however, the VCP maintained the go-for-broke strategy. In January 1968, it launched the Tet Offensive, a risky strategy with little chance of success. 151. The offensive, which aimed to seize major cities across South Vietnam, was a military failure. 152. North Vietnamese forces suffered 40,000 deaths, and the NLF was decimated. 153. Nevertheless, the offensive demoralized the United States, ultimately contributing to its decision to pull out of Vietnam. 154. Following a third go-for-broke offensive in 1972, Vietnam and the United States negotiated the Paris Peace Accords. 155. South Vietnamese forces weakened dramatically following the U.S. exit, shifting the tide dramatically in the Communists' favor. 156. In early 1975, the South Vietnamese army disintegrated amid a final spring offensive. 157. And in April 1975, it dissolved, as soldiers dropped their weapons, shed their uniforms, and fled. 158. The South Vietnamese state collapsed, opening the door for a rapid communist-led reunification in 1976. 159. Party and state building. The American war was extraordinarily costly for Vietnam. More than 1 million North Vietnamese were killed. 160. And much of the country's industry and infrastructure was destroyed. 161. Yet the war also strengthened the regime in important ways. For one, it reinforced elite cohesion. The party remained on war footing for more than 3 decades. 162. The external threat generated a siege mentality and a strong sense of discipline. 163. Which compelled internal critics to close ranks rather than defect. 164. Thus, even though the VCP was racked with dissension over the 1964 Sino-Soviet split and the war in the South. 165. It suffered no schisms. Party leaders fell quickly into line once decisions were made. 166. And those who lost out in power struggles, including powerful figures like General Giap, remained in the leadership. Likewise, the death of founding leader Ho Chi Minh in 1969 did not trigger internal conflict or defection. 167. Unlike post-colonial Algeria, then, the VCP leadership remained remarkably stable. 168. There were no schisms or high-level defections between 1954 and 1975. 169. Indeed, save for 2 deaths, the entire 13-member Politburo of 1960 and nearly the entire 1951 Central Committee remained intact in 1975. 170. The war also facilitated state building. 171. When the VCP took power in 1954, the colonial state was disintegrating. 172. State capacity increased dramatically over the next 2 decades. Tax capacity increased significantly. 173. As did the state's capacity to penetrate, mobilize, and control society. During the 1950s and 1960s, the VCP institutionalized mass conscription, carried out large-scale population transfers, developed a national system of household registration, equipped the population with identification cards, and implemented an effective rationing system. 174. 3 decades of war also gave rise to a powerful garrison state. 175. Facing the threat of U.S. invasion, the government armed and trained village militias across the country, creating combat villages. 176. The PAVN grew from 250,000 troops in 1965 to 650,000 in 1975, as the entire population of young men was mobilized for war. 177. By the late 1960s, North Vietnam was spending a greater share of its GDP on the military than any other state in the world. 178. Army effectiveness also increased. 179. The PAVN emerged from the war numerically formidable and battle-hardened 180. The war also strengthened the internal security apparatus. The Public Security Agency developed a vast network of agents and informers that penetrated every corner of society. 181 These included neighborhood block captains, factory-level vigilance committees, and hardcore citizens in rural hamlets who served as eyes and ears for the government. 182. The war also reinforced military cohesion and loyalty. 183 Decades of existential threat generated a bunker mentality that muted dissent within the army's ranks. 184 Thus, although Jip and other generals opposed the strategy of ramping up the war in the South, they fell in line after Ho announced the party's decision. 185 And although the mounting costs of war fueled public discontent in the late 1960s and early 1970s, triggering fears of possible military unrest. 186 There were no hints of rebellion in the armed forces. 187 Indeed, studies carried out by the Rand Corporation during this period concluded that PAVN morale remained high. 188 Finally, the war accelerated the destruction of independent power centers. In the North, as noted above, the associational landscape was already barren before the war. In South Vietnam, where pluralism was initially greater, two developments undermined independent power centers. First, the Ngo Dinh Diem government attacked and weakened the SEX, the most powerful anti-communist organizations in the South. 189 Second, the war weakened South Vietnam's rural elite. Land reform first by Diem and later by NLF guerrillas drove most large landowners out of the country. 190 And NLF assassinations of as many as 20,000 local officials wiped out an entire class of village notables. 191 By the time the VCP gained control of South Vietnam, then, centers of societal opposition were weak. 192 The party-state complex. By unification in 1976, then, 3 decades of war had produced the regime legacies predicted by our theory, a powerful and cohesive party-state complex and the destruction of independent centers of societal power. First, unified Vietnam was governed by a strong ruling party. The VCP emerged from the war with a powerful grassroots organization. Party membership tripled, from 500,000 in 1954 to more than 1.5 million in 1976. 193 The number of party cells also tripled, and by the 1980s the VCP had 40,000 branches operating in every corner of the country. 194 The party was ubiquitous, its cadres and members found everywhere. 195 The VCP was also cohesive. Its leadership was still dominated by the generation of revolutionaries who created the party in the 1930s and led the liberation struggle against France. This founding generation was characterized by a high degree of cohesion. 196 One scholar described it as a cult of solidarity. 197 The wars against France and the United States gave rise to an enduring siege mentality. 198 Which discouraged defection even in the face of intense power struggles and policy disagreements. 199 Second, the regime had a powerful coercive apparatus. Vietnam emerged from the Revolutionary Wars with a military machine, of monstrous size 200 with more than 1 million regular soldiers and another 1.6 million paramilitary and regional force troops. 201 The Vietnamese armed forces were the third largest in the world in the 1980s. 202 The regime also boasted a vast internal security apparatus. Vietnam became a police state. 203 The Cong An emerged from the war as a highly effective instrument of control, with a vast capacity for low-intensity coercion. 204 With as many as 1 million agents, many of whom had extensive wartime experience. 205 The security services penetrated Vietnam down to the smallest alley. 206 Informants operated in workplaces, classrooms, and neighborhoods. 207 Every neighborhood was overseen by a state or party warden, who met regularly with each family. 208 Agents kept tabs on every active dissident in the country, monitoring mail, phones, and later email. 209 The security forces were remarkably cohesive. The PAVN was led by revolutionary veterans whose loyalty was never suspect. 210 Nearly all top military officers were lifelong party cadres and members of the party's Central Committee. 211 This fusion of party and army helped to coup-proof the regime. Because military commanders were proven revolutionaries and active party leaders, the party had little need to worry about the loyalties of the military leadership. 212. Third, the VCP faced a barren associational landscape after 1975. The landowning class was extinct in the north and nearly so in the south. 213 Industrial and commercial interests in the south were weakened by emigration and quickly succumbed to nationalization. 214 Old regime elements attempted armed resistance but failed to establish a foothold and were quickly reduced to the status of émigré opposition, seeking to orchestrate uprisings from abroad. 215 Religious organizations were also weak. 216 Buddhist organizations, which had long been politically feeble, were easily subordinated. 217 The Catholic Church remained staunchly anti-communist. 218 But due to Catholicism's minority status, it could not serve as a mobilizing structure for a broad opposition movement. 219 Indeed, the Church put up little resistance after unification, limiting itself to spiritual activities. 220 The sects, which had been weakened by the Diem government, were quickly shackled. 221 In the aftermath of unification, then, there existed few autonomous organizations or institutions that could serve as bases for opposition mobilization. 222 As a result, Vietnamese society was marked by remarkable placidity for decades. 223 Regime durability, 1975 to 2020. The Vietnamese regime proved extraordinarily durable after 1975. Despite a series of crises and periods of widespread public discontent, there were virtually no ruling party defections and no military rebellions. Moreover, despite a loosening of totalitarian controls and more than 3 decades of economic opening, persistent state-society power asymmetries limited anti-regime mobilization, confining opposition groups primarily to the Internet. The post-unification crisis. Vietnam fell into severe economic crisis soon after unification. Over-optimistic after its military victory in 1975, the VCP initiated a radical transformation in the South. 224 For example, it launched an ambitious effort to transform South Vietnamese culture and create a new man. 225 The school system was shut down until teachers could be re-educated, and cultural army units were set up in each neighborhood to wipe out neocolonial culture. 226 At least 300,000 people were sent to re-education camps, and hundreds of thousands of others were relocated or arrested. 227 The VCP also attempted a rapid transition to socialism. 228 In 1978, the government abolished private commerce, nationalized all industry, and began to force peasants into cooperatives. 229 Between 30,000 and 50,000 businesses, many of them Chinese-owned, were confiscated. 230 The government also attempted to relocate more than 1 million Southerners to new economic zones, mostly in the countryside, where they would work in state enterprises and cooperatives. 231 The results were disastrous. Hundreds of thousands of ethnic Chinese fled the country, badly disrupting the economy. 232 The new economic zones and the agricultural cooperatives were failures. 233 Production collapsed, plunging Vietnam into an unprecedented economic crisis. 234 Public discontent soared, throwing the regime's survival into question. 235 The crisis was exacerbated by renewed military conflict. Vietnam plunged back into war soon after reunification. Facing mounting aggression by the Chinese-backed Khmer Rouge, Vietnam sent 180,000 into Cambodia in December 1978, beginning an 11-year occupation. 236 Described by one scholar as Hanoi's Vietnam. 237 The war took 25,000 to 50,000 Vietnamese lives and further undermined the country's crisis-ridden economy. 238 The invasion of Cambodia triggered a brief war with China. Sino-Vietnamese relations had deteriorated rapidly after 1975, as China, concerned about the power of a unified Vietnam, withdrew its long-standing support, pushing Vietnam firmly into the Soviet orbit. 239 Seeking to teach Vietnam a lesson after the Cambodia invasion. 240 China sent 100,000 troops across the border in February 1979, advancing 40 miles into Vietnam before pulling back. 241 Although the PAVN successfully resisted the incursion, Vietnam suffered as many as 50,000 casualties and widespread destruction along the border. 242 The crises of the late 1970s and early 1980s posed a serious threat to the VCP. 243 Indeed, both the US and Chinese governments expected the regime to collapse. 244 It did not. Although this outcome can be explained, in part, by massive Soviet assistance. 245 Three revolutionary legacies of revolution were arguably critical to regime survival. First, party leaders remained united. 246 The regime suffered only one significant defection, pro-China Politburo member Huang Van-Hoen, who was removed from the leadership and later fled to China. 247 Second, military loyalty and discipline remained intact. 248 Despite considerable rank-and-file hardship, low pay, and plummeting morale in Cambodia, the PAVN experienced virtually no open dissent or insubordination in the late 1970s and early 1980s. 249 Third, widespread public discontent failed to generate organized opposition. 250 Although there were small outbreaks of religious and ethnic protest in the South, they never posed a serious threat to the regime. 251 The crisis of communism and the passing of the founding generation. The Vietnamese regime confronted three fundamental challenges during the 1980s and early 1990s. One was generational. The death of longtime VCP General Secretary Le Duan and Prime Minister Pham Hong marked the demise of the legendary Dien Bien Phu generation, which had led the struggle against France and founded the revolutionary regime. 252 The global collapse of communism posed another challenge. The demise of the Soviet Union, which provided more than $1 billion a year in military and economic assistance during the early 1980s, eliminated a vital source of external support. 253 The Soviet withdrawal and a mounting economic crisis convinced VCP leaders to abandon socialism for a market economy. 254 Following a period of limited reform in the early 1980s, new party leader Nguyen Van Linh launched a far-reaching economic reform program in 1986. Central planning was eliminated, prices were freed, small-scale private enterprise and individual land holdings were permitted, and the economy was open to foreign investment. 255 By 1989, Vietnam could be described as a market economy. 256 Finally, the wave of democratization in Eastern Europe generated pressure for political reform. The regime had begun to liberalize in 1986, releasing many political prisoners, loosening media restrictions. 257 Relaxing controls on religion, especially Buddhist spiritual activities. 258 And permitting independent associations as long as they steered clear of politics and did not criticize the government. 259 Beginning in 1989, however, the party faced unprecedented calls for democratization. Most prominently, Politburo member Tran Chien Bach, a rising star who was viewed as a possible future party leader, praised the process of democratization in Eastern Europe and called for similar reforms in Vietnam. 260 Bui Tin, a war hero and deputy editor of the party newspaper, also called for democratic reform. 261 Unwilling to abandon single-party rule, VCP leaders closed ranks in defense of the status quo. Tran Chien Bach was removed from the Politburo, Bui Tin was expelled from the party and exiled, prominent democracy advocates were arrested, and the government cracked down on emerging independent media. 262 By any measure, the VCP succeeded in navigating the transformations of the 1980s and 1990s. The party suffered no schisms or defections, and although market reforms reportedly triggered opposition among army officials. 263 There were no military rebellions. 264 Finally, unlike Eastern Europe and even China, the VCP faced no significant pro-democracy mobilization in the 1980s and 1990s. 265 The few dissident organizations that emerged, such as the Club of Former Resistance Fighters, a group of Southern Revolutionary veterans that tepidly pushed for political reform in the late 1980s, were easily silenced. 266 Ultimately, then, the third wave of democratization hit Vietnam without much force. 267. The regime survived for several reasons. First, the effects of generational change were mitigated by the fact that second-generation leaders were also Revolutionary War veterans, nearly all of whom had played prominent roles in the American War. 268 A second factor contributing to regime stability was persistence of a vast state-society power asymmetry. The regime maintained an extensive apparatus with a high capacity for low-intensity coercion. 269 Kong and agents continued to operate in every corner of the country, tracking, harassing, blacklisting, and occasionally arresting dissidents, which helped the government nip emerging protest movements in the bud. 270 At the same time, society's capacity to mobilize remained low. Although there is evidence of broad public discontent in the 1980s, 271 regime opponents lacked mobilizational structures. 272 Unlike in third-wave democratizers such as South Korea and Taiwan, no student protest movement or independent labor movement emerged, which limited dissidents' capacity to broaden their support bases. 273 Opposition was thus confined to isolated pockets and never threatened the regime. 274 A third reason why the regime survived was economic growth. Vietnam's economy grew at an annual rate of 7% between 1985 and 1995. 275 During the critical 1991 to 1995 period, when the Soviet Union collapsed and many of its client states fell into crisis, the economy expanded 8% a year. 276 Rapid economic growth helped to dampen public discontent and generated resources that could be used to buy off potential regime critics. The revolutionary regime in the 21st century. The Vietnamese regime underwent a far-reaching transformation in the early 21st century. Beginning in the late 1990s, the VCP's second-generation leadership was replaced by younger, more technocratic figures who had not played a leading role in the revolutionary wars. 277 By 2011, the country's leadership troika party General Secretary Nguyen Phu Trong, President Truong Tan Sang, and Prime Minister Nguyen Tan Dung were all too young to have fought in the Liberation War or to have held leadership positions in the American War. 278 Moreover, the middle ranks of the party and government were increasingly filled with Western-trained cadres who were born after the war. 279 Likewise, in the army, revolutionary veterans were replaced by younger Vietnamese who lacked the same commitment to the party and the revolution. 280 The final passing of the revolutionary generation was marked by the death of General Giap, aged 101, in 2013. By the early 21st century, then, VCP leaders were no longer bound together by revolutionary struggle or an existential military threat. 281 Instead, the VCP evolved into a more traditional ruling party machine, bound together by the spoils of office. 282 Rent-seeking replaced a siege mentality as the primary source of cohesion. 283 This transformation left the regime more vulnerable to elite schisms and likely weakened its capacity for high-intensity coercion. Nevertheless, the regime remained stable. Between 2012 and 2015, the party was ridden with factional conflict between Prime Minister Nguyen Tan Dung and a more conservative faction led by VCP General Secretary Nguyen Phu Trong, which culminated in Dung's removal from power. 284 Although several of Dung's allies lost their cabinet positions, his defeat did not trigger any ruling party defections. 285 Regime opposition remained weak. Notwithstanding a proliferation of civil society organizations. 286 Pro-democracy consistently failed to take hold. In 2006, a group of 118 dissidents known as Bloc 8406 launched a campaign for civil liberties and democratic elections. 287 By late 2006, the movement had 2,000 supporters and, modeling itself on Burma's opposition, worked with Buddhist groups to create the Alliance for Democracy and Human Rights. 288 In 2007, however, the government cracked down, arresting dozens of Bloc 8406 members and intimidating others through home raids, firings, and blacklisting. 289 Block 8406 was decimated and the Alliance for Democracy and Human Rights was stillborn. 290. Other pro-democracy initiatives emerged in the 2010s, as rapidly expanding internet access opened new avenues for opposition activity. 291 In 2013, a group of prominent ex-party officials, veterans, and intellectuals known as Group 72 organized an online petition signed by 15,000 people calling for the adoption of a Western-style constitution. 292 However, pro-democracy activities were confined to the digital space. 293 Party leaders ignored the petition. And over the next few years, dozens of bloggers were arrested, deported, or subjected to attacks by government-sponsored thugs. 294. The regime's continued stability was rooted, in part, in economic growth. Vietnam's GDP grew at an average annual rate of nearly 7% between 2000 and 2018. 295 The poverty rate, which had been 75% in the mid-1980s, fell to just 6% in 2014. 296 As democratization in South Korea and Taiwan made clear, however, economic growth is no guarantee of regime survival. In Vietnam, persistent state-society power asymmetries continued to favor regime stability. 297 Despite its upper-middle income status, Vietnam had a weaker civil society than Burundi, Gambia, Tajikistan, and Yemen in the early 21st century. 298 In the face of persistent low-intensity coercion. 299 Dissident groups remain small, compartmentalized, 300 and mostly confined to the Internet. 301 Leaving regime opponents without the unity, organization, or strength to challenge the party state. 302 In sum, Vietnam's post-colonial regime was revolutionary. The VCP ascended to power via armed struggle, built its own army, and launched a series of radical initiatives including support for revolution in South Vietnam that plunged it into a costly war with the United States. 3 decades of war gave rise to a powerful and cohesive party-state complex and destroyed all independent centers of social, economic, and cultural power. The result was a regime that has endured for nearly 70 years, despite a traumatic unification, the passing of the founding generation, and the global crisis of communism. Algeria. At first glance, the Algerian case parallels that of Vietnam. Like the Viet Minh, the FLN fought a bloody 8-year war against French rule and, upon seizing power, established an authoritarian regime that endured for decades. However, the Algerian regime was never as consolidated as its Vietnamese counterpart. It experienced debilitating internal conflict and societal opposition, and its survival likely hinged on conditions such as oil that were unrelated to its revolutionary origins. This diverging regime trajectory, we argue, was rooted in early accommodation. Because FLN policies did not threaten powerful domestic or international interests, they generated little counter-revolutionary reaction. In the absence of an existential military threat, the Algerian regime never developed the cohesion or coercive capacity observed in Vietnam, nor did it wipe out independent power centers. As a result, state-society power asymmetries were less pronounced, and the regime eventually confronted a massive Islamist opposition movement. Although a cohesive army managed to thwart the challenge, the regime remained more vulnerable and more dependent on favorable economic and geopolitical conditions than in Vietnam. The revolutionary seizure of power. Antecedent conditions for durable authoritarianism in Algeria were mixed. On the one hand, the FLN inherited a weak state. Pre-colonial Algeria lacked a centralized state. 303 and its traditional elites and institutions were largely wiped out by French rule. 304 The colonial state, which was built to serve European settlers. 305 largely collapsed at independence. On the other hand, Algeria possessed mineral resources, Oil and gas exports accounted for nearly half of Algeria's GDP in the 1980s. 306 Although the oil sector was still underdeveloped at independence 307 and although even peak mineral rents were probably not sufficient to ensure regime stability 308 oil provided Algerian governments with resources to co-opt rivals and finance the coercive apparatus that were not available to ruling elites in Vietnam and Ghana. Like Vietnam, Algeria is a case of a successful armed liberation movement against French rule. The 1954–1962 anti-colonial struggle, which was fiercely resisted by France, was one of the longest and bloodiest in history. 309 Estimates of the number of Algerians killed during the war range from 250,000 to more than a million. 310 French resistance to independence was rooted in Algeria's status as a settler colony. Nearly a million Europeans lived in the colony in 1954, occupying nearly 3 million hectares of land. 311 French governments thus maintained a strong stake in the colony, which made the independence struggle far more difficult. Algeria's nationalist movement emerged in the 1930s but took off after 1945, when brutal French repression convinced many activists that armed struggle was the only viable path to independence. 312 In the late 1940s, a group of young radical nationalists including Ahmed Ben Bella abandoned the nonviolent anti-colonial movement and founded what would become the FLN. 313 The FLN launched an armed insurgency in late 1954. It grew rapidly, earning broad support among the Muslim population. 314 Most rival organizations, including the Communist Party, the Liberal Democratic Union of the Algerian Manifesto, and the Association of Algerian Muslim Ulama, joined the FLN-led struggle. 315 By late 1956, the FLN had more than 20,000 fighters and had developed a mass organization with cells operating across Algeria. 316 Its armed wing, the National Liberation Army, was organized into 6 local military zones, or wilayas, each led by one of the FLN's founding chiefs. 317 FLN guerrilla activity peaked in 1956 to 1957, when the organization launched a large-scale urban terror campaign. 318 The FLN's trajectory diverged markedly from that of the Viet Minh, however. For one, the movement was far less cohesive. 319 Rather than a Leninist party with a coherent ideology, the FLN was a loose-jointed collection of Marxists, nationalists, liberals, and religious conservatives whose leaders never developed a shared ideology beyond nationalism. 320 Perhaps most importantly, whereas the Viet Minh fused its political and military leaderships, the contingencies of Algeria's liberation war divided the movement into an external delegation, led by Ahmed Ben Bella, which spent most of its time abroad, and the Wilaya leaders fighting in Algeria. 321 The lines of communication between the external leaders and the Wilayas were weak. 322 And they largely disintegrated after October 1956, when Ben Bella and other external leaders were arrested in Europe and imprisoned for the rest of the war. Efforts to rebuild a unified civil-military command were undercut by French repression. 323 The French launched a massive counterinsurgency in 1956, raising their troop presence from 50,000 to nearly 500,000 and unleashing a massive wave of killing, arrests, and forced relocation. 324 The crackdown culminated in the 1957 Battle of Algiers, which French forces won overwhelmingly. 325 The French counterinsurgency devastated the FLN. The movement's grassroots organization was destroyed and its underground cell network dismantled so completely that Algiers became free of terrorism for at least 2 years. 326 Many top FLN leaders were either killed or forced to flee Algeria. 327 By 1958, all top FLN leaders were outside the country. 328 With the FLN leadership decimated, power in the movement fell to the ALN and the Wilaya fighters. 329 Although exiled FLN leaders created the provisional government of the Algerian Republic, they exercised little influence on the ground. 330 By the late 1950s, real power lay in the hands of the ALN and its commander, Houari Boumediene. 331 France very nearly won the war. In late 1957, French forces completed a 200-mile electric fence between Algeria and Tunisia, called the Morris Line, which prevented ALN forces from operating across the border. 332 ALN commanders and the vast bulk of their troops were trapped in Tunisia for the remainder of the war, stranding about 15,000 poorly equipped Walia fighters in Algeria. 333 The Walias were decimated by French forces. 334 Ending any hope of a guerrilla victory. 335 If France won the military battles, however, it lost the political and diplomatic ones. 336 Reports of French brutality eroded support for the war at home and, crucially, undermined France's international standing. 337 By 1957, France was clearly losing the diplomatic argument. 338 FLN leaders thus focused on internationalizing the conflict. 339 In December 1960, the UN General Assembly voted to recognize Algeria's right to independence. 340 In March 1962, facing mounting domestic and external pressure, French President Charles de Gaulle signed the Evian Accords, under which Algeria would gain independence in July 1962 in exchange for assurances of a continued French economic and military presence and protection for European settlers. 341 Despite losing the war, the FLN had achieved a diplomatic revolution. 342 The Evian Accords set the stage for a chaotic seizure of power. The transition effectively began in late 1961, when the Secret Army Organization, a terrorist body created by European settlers, launched a violent campaign aimed at derailing independence and establishing a South Africa, like settler state. 343 In what was essentially a preemptive counter-revolutionary war, the OAS's Scorched Earth campaign included attacks on schools, public buildings, factories, and oil facilities, the assassination of French officials, and a truly mind-boggling number of killings of Algerian Muslims. 344 Although French authorities put down the rebellion by spring 1962, the OAS did considerable damage. 1,000 Europeans and an even larger number of Muslim Algerians were massacred. 345 The OAS's counter-revolutionary campaign accelerated another important development, the exodus of the settler population. Spooked by the 1961-1962 violence, Europeans fled Algeria en masse. 346 By late 1962, more than 800,000 Europeans, nearly 90% of the settler population, had left the country. 347 Because the settlers constituted the bulk of the capitalist class, including nearly all the leading industrialists and agricultural producers, the Algerian economy collapsed. 348 And because Europeans made up 90 to 95% of public administrators, their departure decimated the colonial state. 349 Public order evaporated, and tax collection and public service delivery virtually ceased. 350 The FLN would thus have to rebuild the state virtually from scratch. 351 Finally, whereas the Vietnamese Communists ascended to power in 1954 with a cohesive party-army complex, the FLN took power in a state of fragmentation and chaos. 352 The provisional government, led by Benioussef Benkheda, had negotiated the Evian Accords and expected to head the transition. However, the Tunisia-based ALN and Ben Bella's external delegation recently released from prison rejected both the pact and the provisional government's authority. 353 The Walia leaders in Algeria, who were cut off from both sides, became local warlord-like figures. 354 At independence, then, the liberation movement was fragmented into four distinct contenders for power: the provisional government, the FLN external delegation, the ALN, and the Walias. 355 The provisional government claimed to be the legitimate government. 356 However, Ben Bella created a parallel Politburo backed by the powerful ALN, which marched on Algiers from the Tunisian border. 357 Ultimately, the ALN imposed the Ben Bella led Politburo as the country's leadership. 358 When some of the Walias refused to accept the new leadership, the ALN moved against them, plunging the country into a 2-week civil war. 359 The Walia fighters were no match for the 130,000-strong army, and by September 1962, the ALN had established control over the national territory, allowing Ben Bella, their hand-picked ally, to become Algeria's founding leader. 360 In 1963, Ben Bella oversaw the promulgation of a new constitution enshrining the FLN as the only legal party, after which he was elected president. The Army Party complex. Algeria's post-colonial regime differed markedly from those in both Ghana and Vietnam. Like Vietnam, the regime rested on the foundation of an army that was founded by the revolutionary elite and was deeply committed to the revolutionary project. Yet, whereas Vietnam's party state was dominated by the VCP, Algeria's was dominated by the army. The ruling party was strikingly weak. 361 With its organization decimated by French repression, the FLN barely existed at independence. 362 The FLN also lacked cohesion. 363 The physical separation of FLN elites during the war with the external delegation imprisoned in Europe, the provisional government in exile, army commanders stuck in Tunisia, and the orphaned wilayas in Algeria gave rise to a segmented movement with no common authority, organizational structure, or decision-making. Rules. 364 Unlike the Vietnamese communists, then, FLN leaders shared no common wartime experience, identity, or ideology. The party also lacked a single leader like Ho or Mao whose authority spanned the entire movement. Thus, although the FLN had been loosely unified during the Liberation War 365, it entered independence with multiple and competing leaderships. 366 The Liberation Army, renamed the People's National Army after independence, was considerably stronger. Unlike in Ghana, the new army was an indigenous institution that was forged by guerrilla leaders amid violent struggle. Founded as a 2,500-man guerrilla army in 1954, the ALN evolved into a disciplined force with 20,000 soldiers by 1956. 367 Although the Morris Line forced the ALN to the sidelines beginning in 1957, Army Chief Houari Boumediene built it into a professionalized army, with an iron discipline enforced by shadowy secret police. 368 The ANP's guerrilla origins fostered a high level of cohesion and discipline. 369 Boumediene and other ANP commanders all fought in the Liberation War in Algeria between 1954 and 1957. 370 Shared revolutionary origins generated a strong esprit de corps and almost Spartan discipline. 371 They also endowed ANP commanders with considerable authority. 372 This cohesion generated a capacity for high-intensity coercion that would endure into the 21st century. 373 The army party complex that emerged in Algeria was, therefore, quite distinct from other revolutionary cases. The physical separation of ALN, Wilaya, and civilian FLN leaders during the war prevented the kind of party-army fusion observed in Vietnam. Although army commanders developed a strong revolutionary identity, most of them were not active in or deeply committed to the party. Army officers were nominal FLN members, but their partisan ties were superficial. In practice, the FLN's presence in the armed forces was minimal. Unlike most revolutionary regimes, moreover, the army was the dominant partner in Algeria. 374 Thus, whereas the Vietnamese army was tightly controlled by the VCP, in Algeria the army held the reins of power. 375 Army commanders acted as puppet masters. 376 They handpicked civilian governments and more or less directed them from behind the scenes. 377 Thus, although the FLN was formally constructed as a Leninist-style vanguard party, in reality it was a rearguard party whose responsibilities were largely ceremonial. 378 Notwithstanding these differences, the Algerian regime shared some important characteristics with its Vietnamese counterpart. Like Vietnam's Liberation War, Algeria's gave rise to a cohesive clique, or revolutionary family. 379 Participation in the liberation struggle became an essential prerequisite to assuming the highest offices of state. Indeed, every president and army chief was a revolutionary veteran. 380 The difference was that in Algeria, the army, not the party, was the principal representative of the revolutionary family. The FLN did not confront significant rivals or independent power centers in 1962. Most rival political organizations joined the FLN during the Liberation War. 381 The only remaining rival nationalist organization, the Algerian National Movement, was destroyed by FLN terror. 382 The FLN slaughtered hundreds of MNA Qatars between 1955 and 1957. 383 Using the dramatic exigencies of the national liberation struggle to justify its violence. 384 Independent power centers were also weak. The most powerful landowners and capitalists were European settlers, nearly all of whom fled the country. 385 Both the indigenous landowning class and the local bourgeoisie were minuscule. 386 The commanding heights of the economy, including the oil sector, were foreign-owned. Two cultural communities were politically marginal in the early 1960s but would eventually take on greater importance. One was the Berbers, a non-Arab, secular-leaning, and broadly Francophile minority that was concentrated in Kabylia. 387 The other community, Islam, was larger and potentially more influential. Islamist groups such as the Association of Algerian Muslim Ulama played only a secondary role in the independence struggle. 388 Most ulama leaders supported the post-colonial government, although their political influence was limited. 389 The revolutionary reactive sequence, accommodation and limited reaction. The FLN government was less radical than most of the revolutionary governments examined in this book. Although the Ben Bella government undertook some radical domestic and foreign initiatives, many of these initiatives did not threaten powerful actors. Moreover, in key areas, such as relations with France, the government adopted accommodationist positions. As a result, the FLN government did not confront a significant counter-revolutionary reaction. The FLN government, easy radicalism. The FLN was far less radical than the Vietnamese communists. A broad front that included Marxists, liberals, and religious conservatives, it never developed a coherent program beyond nationalism. 390 Ben Bella and his allies, who gained control of the party in 1962, represented the party's radical wing. 391 A romantic revolutionary who surrounded himself with Marxist advisors, Ben Bella sought to replicate the Cuban model. 392 He initially rejected the Evian Accords and declared his intention to drive European settlers out. 393 The FLN's 1962 Tripoli program, which was written by Ben Bella's allies, included commitments to land reform, widespread nationalization, and a planned economy. 394 As president, Ben Bella declared Algeria socialist and aspired to transform it into a revolutionary pilot state that other governments could replicate. 395 The revolutionary government oversaw a far-reaching redistribution of property and wealth. This redistribution was facilitated by the exodus of European settlers, who constituted the bulk of Algeria's large property owners before 1962. 396 In the wake of the settlers' departure, more than 1 million hectares of abandoned land and about 1,000 abandoned businesses were spontaneously occupied by Algerians. 397 Many farms and factories were occupied by their workers. 398 In March 1963, the government formalized the de facto property transfer with a decree expropriating 16,000 farms covering 800,000 hectares, as well as 200,000 private homes, 450 private industrial firms, and hundreds of commercial enterprises, nearly all of which had been European-owned. 399 Referring to the settlers, Ben Bella declared, "Out with them, and good riddance. If that's contrary to the Evian Accords, I don't give two hoots." 400 Later that year, all remaining French firms were nationalized. 401 This massive transfer of property, which prevented the settlers' return and removed much of the economy from the private sector, may have been the most revolutionary feature of the Algerian Revolution. 402 Equally ambitious, at least in principle, was the March 1963 decree creating a system of worker control of newly expropriated farms and enterprises. 403 Borrowing from socialist Yugoslavia, the Ben Bella government created a self-management sector that encompassed 1,000 industrial and commercial enterprises and between 1.2 million and 1.5 million hectares of farmland, or about 13% of Algeria's cultivable land. 404 Enterprises in this sector would be run by elected workers' councils, albeit with state oversight. 405 The system was designed by Ben Bella's leftist advisors. many of whom were committed to building socialism. 406 Authoritarianism became the centerpiece of Ben Bella's domestic program, positioning Algeria as a laboratory of Third World socialism. 407. Notwithstanding Ben Bella's socialist discourse, however, the Algerian reforms were far less radical than those in Cuba or Vietnam. Expropriations were limited mainly to farms and businesses that had been abandoned by fleeing settlers and thus did not threaten many powerful interests. 408 Beyond these easy expropriations, Ben Bella, who was wary of attacking Algerian landowners, undertook little land reform. 409 Although Ben Bella's successor, Boumediene, launched a land reform in the 1970s, seeking to eliminate large land holdings and reorganize rural society into cooperatives and socialist villages. 410 Most of the redistributed land was state-owned. 411 And many landowners successfully lobbied state officials to keep their properties. 412 Ultimately, only about 10% of private land was expropriated, and most indigenous landowners were untouched. 413 The authoritarian system also proved less radical in practice, as self-management committees quickly fell under the control of the Ministry of National Economy. 414 The FLN's foreign policy was also more bark than bite. On the one hand, the Ben Bella government adopted a radical policy of anti-imperialism and third-worldism. 415 Ben Bella sought to transform Algeria into a mecca of revolution. 416 Supporting armed liberation movements across Africa. 417 Algiers became an entrepot of subversion, hosting guerrillas from all over the world. 418 The Ben Bella government supported radical opposition groups in neighboring Morocco and Tunisia. 419 And it antagonized the United States by providing asylum for Black Panthers and publicly embracing the Cuban Revolution. 420 Ultimately, however, the FLN's foreign policy stopped short of provoking a serious conflict with the West. 421 Because the United States was a vital source of food aid and an important market for oil exports. 422 The Ben Bella government often put pragmatism before revolutionary principles in dealing with the Americans. 423 Indeed, behind the scenes, Ben Bella was often decidedly conciliatory toward the United States. 424 During the 1962 Cuban Missile Crisis, for example, he worked with the John F. Kennedy administration to prevent the Soviets from obtaining an African refueling stop for an air bridge to Cuba, even as Algeria's state media condemned the U.S. blockade. 425 The FLN government was even more accommodationist toward France. Algeria and France maintained cooperative relations after 1962. 426 France was Algeria's leading commercial partner in the 1960s, accounting for 70% of its trade and most of its foreign investment, as well as massive and critical economic assistance. 427 Many French nationals continued to work in the post-colonial state. 428 Although the nationalization of French properties generated occasional conflict. 429 The FLN was usually willing to make concessions in order to sustain French cooperation. 430 For example, after France reduced aid in the wake of the 1963 nationalizations, Ben Bella worked to salvage bilateral relations by ensuring continued French access to hydrocarbon resources and turning a blind eye to French nuclear tests in the desert. 431 In sum, although the FLN government oversaw a massive transfer of property and supported liberation movements abroad, it was far more accommodationist than the VCP. Ben Bella maintained a cooperative relationship with France, and property redistribution rarely threatened powerful interests. When policies generated resistance, as in the case of land reform, the government often backed off, avoiding the violence that accompanied land reform in Vietnam. For these reasons, Algeria has been described as a revolution of form without substance. 432 A limited counter-revolutionary reaction. A striking feature of the Algerian case is the near absence of a counter-revolutionary reaction. This outcome was due, in part, to the fact that the revolution's principal victims, European settlers, fled en masse before the FLN took power. Although the OAS's 1961-1962 terrorist campaign may be understood as a preemptive counter-revolutionary reaction, it paradoxically triggered a European exodus that wiped out the settler community. Because the bulk of the FLN's redistribution involved the transfer of abandoned properties, these measures triggered little reaction. Likewise, because the government was reluctant to forcibly expropriate indigenous landowners. 433 The 1971 land reform generated few upheavals. 434 The FLN also faced little resistance on the international front. Although Ben Bella's support for revolutionary movements abroad generated consternation in the West, Western governments made no serious effort to overthrow the regime. 435 As a result, the FLN faced no significant military threat. 436 Even at the height of Algerian foreign policy radicalism in 1963, U.S. trade and food assistance continued and bilateral relations were described as normal if not overly cordial. 437 Likewise, the FLN government faced no serious threat from France. Ben Bella's decision to maintain French advisors, military bases, and trade and investment ties facilitated a cooperative bilateral relationship. 438 Even when the FLN government threatened French interests, French governments responded with patience and moderation. 439 Cooperation never broke down, and at no point did Algeria face a threat of French aggression. 440 Algeria's relationship with France thus contrasts sharply with U.S. Cuban relations during the 1960s. Whereas U.S. governments responded to the Castro government's radical nationalism with hostility, generating an enduring existential threat, France's mild response to Ben Bella's nationalism, together with Ben Bella's pragmatic efforts to maintain bilateral cooperation, eliminated any potential external threat. Indeed, the Algerian regime grew highly dependent on France, which imposed constraints on its behavior. 441 As Arslan Humbarasi put it, close ties to France opened up various possibilities for Algeria. The one thing it could not lead to a socialist revolution. 442 Algerian radicalism may have contributed to an October 1963 border war with Morocco. 443 The Moroccan monarchy feared revolutionary diffusion from Algeria, and the FLN supported Morocco's leftist opposition. 444 However, the Moroccan invasion was driven primarily by a long-standing territorial dispute. 445 Moreover, Ben Bella resisted calls from leftist advisors to widen the war into an anti-imperialist war for the Greater Maghreb, which might have triggered external intervention. 446 Indeed, when Cuba sent troops as a gesture of revolutionary solidarity, Ben Bella, under pressure from Egypt, backed off and negotiated a ceasefire. 447 Again, then, when radicalism threatened violent conflict, the FLN government chose accommodation. The absence of counter-revolution had important regime consequences. Crucially, it meant that the ruling elite never developed the level of cohesion seen in Vietnam and other revolutionary regimes. The FLN had been held together by the imperatives of war between 1954 and 1962. 448 But in the absence of a counter-revolutionary threat, elite cohesion evaporated. 449 Whereas ruling parties in Vietnam, China, Russia, and elsewhere closed ranks amid early crises, Algeria's revolutionary government, lacking an external threat, began to consume its own. 450 Indeed, Ben Bella's presidency was destroyed by intra-elite conflict. Ben Bella excluded much of the revolutionary elite from positions of power. 451 Only 3 of the FLN's 6 surviving historical chiefs, Ben Bella, Mohammed Khidr, and Rababaidat, were included in the Politburo, which led the other 3 chiefs Hakan 8 Ahmed, Mohammed Boudieff, and Krim Belkacem to move into opposition. Boudieff was arrested, while Ahmed created the Front of Socialist Forces and launched an armed rebellion in Kabylia. 452 More schisms followed. Khidr ran afoul of Ben Bella in 1963 when, as FLN General Secretary, he sought to strengthen the ruling party. 453 By year's end, both he and Baidat were in exile. 454 By late 1963, then, nearly the entire founding leadership had defected. Of the FLN's 6 living historical chiefs, 3 were in exile, 1 was in prison, and 1 was leading armed resistance. 455 Only Ben Bella remained. In July 1964, Boudieff, Khidr, Ahmed, and prominent Wilayah leaders formed the National Committee for the Defense of the Revolution, which launched a failed uprising. 456. Eventually, Ben Bella turned on Army Chief Houari Boumediene, purging his allies from the cabinet and announcing the creation of a people's militia, which threatened the army's coercive monopoly. 457. The army could not be easily shoved aside, however, and in June 1965, it removed Ben Bella, replacing him with the Revolutionary Council, chaired by Boumediene. 458. Ben Bella's removal was a palace coup. Army leaders had placed Ben Bella in power in 1962 and viewed him as a figurehead. 459. Rather than alter the character of the regime, then, the 1965 coup simply removed the fig leaf of civilian rule. 460. The FLN remained in the governing coalition, and, crucially, the new government was dominated by revolutionary veterans. 461. All 26 members of the new Revolutionary Council participated in the liberation struggle, 24 of them as armed fighters. 462. Even if the 1965 coup did not constitute a regime change, however, it was a clear sign of crisis. Ben Bella's removal and the extraordinary partisan infighting that preceded it highlighted the FLN's lack of cohesion. Lacking an existential threat after independence, the ruling party quickly became a house divided against itself. 463. The absence of an existential military threat also inhibited the development of a powerful coercive apparatus. The army, which had grown to 125,000 soldiers in 1962, was reduced to a modest 50,000 to 60,000 by the mid-1960s. 464. Although the army developed an extensive intelligence system. 465. It languished in the absence of security threats. 466. Military spending generally below 3% of GDP was low by regional standards. 467. Thus, although the ANP was highly professionalized. 468. Algeria was not an especially militarized state. 469. Indeed, in terms of both size and budget, Algeria's military remained on par with that of neighboring Tunisia. 470. Finally, the absence of an existential threat weakened incentives to assault independent centers of societal power. Although the FLN had employed terror to destroy rival nationalists during the Liberation War. 471. It relied primarily on co-optation after independence. 472. Without a serious external threat, and without firm control over the military, the Ben Bella government had neither the will nor the capacity to launch a reign of terror. 473. Likewise, the Boumediene government went to great lengths to avoid the resort to physical coercion against rivals. 474. Seeking instead to co-opt them. 475. In the absence of repression, independent associations persisted in post-colonial Algeria. Though nominally aligned with the FLN, the General Union of Algerian Workers retained a degree of autonomy that was unthinkable in Vietnam. 476. Berber associations, such as the Berber Cultural Movement, operated above ground, despite the fact that some Berber leaders backed armed insurgencies in the early 1960s. 477. The most important center of societal power, however, was the Islamist movement. Islamists had backed the Liberation War, but opposition to Ben Bella's secular leftism led some Muslim leaders to form a conservative association called Al-Qiyam in 1964. 478. Although it focused primarily on cultural issues, Al-Qiyam served as a channel for the public opposition that Ben Bella was unable to suppress. 479. The subsequent Boumediene government exerted greater control over Islamist organizations, banning Al-Qiyam, regulating mosque construction, and granting itself the authority to appoint imams and even oversee the content of sermons. 480. However, these measures were only loosely enforced, and Islamist activism continued through Al-Qiyam's successor groups. 481. Islamists evaded state controls over mosque construction, establishing so-called free mosques, often in makeshift buildings. 482. During the 1970s, the government's reluctance to crack down on illicit mosques permitted the proliferation of free mosques, private mosques financed by local notables, and people's mosques built in shanty towns by grassroots religious groups. 483. These mosques would later serve as mobilizing structures for the Islamist opposition. 484. In sum, The FLN government's mix of easy radicalism and accommodation generated a limited counter-revolutionary reaction. In the absence of an existential domestic or external threat, elite cohesion remained low, the coercive apparatus remained modest in size and scope, and the government had little incentive to attack independent power centers. As a result, state-society power asymmetries never approached those observed in Vietnam, which left the regime vulnerable to societal opposition. Regime survival amid opposition contestation, 1965 to 2020. The 1965 coup ushered in 2 decades of regime stability, most of it under Houari Boumediene. Several things changed under Boumediene. Its cohesion increased, in part because formal and de facto power structures were now aligned. The army, which had operated behind the scenes, now took center stage, while the FLN was reduced to an empty shell, 485 operating out of a small office inside an army facility 486 unlike Ben Bella. Moreover, Boumediene filled the government with revolutionary veterans, particularly army and Wilaya commanders. 487 Thus, although the FLN's founding political leaders were marginalized, the post-1965 regime was dominated by a cohesive group of military officials. 488 At least partly as a result. Elite defection declined. 489 Outside of a failed military revolt in 1967, 490 the regime faced few internal challenges under Boumediene. 491 Yet Algeria's post-1965 regime stability also had economic roots. Oil and gas revenue enabled Boumediene to finance an ambitious state-led industrialization project, transforming Algeria into a semi-rentier state. 492 The economy boomed, growing 7% a year between 1967 and 1978. 493 Oil revenue allowed the government to co-opt potential opponents, particularly among Islamists and the private sector. 494 As a result, the regime faced little societal opposition prior to the 1980s. The only potential crisis during the Boumediene period emerged in the wake of his sudden death in 1978. The unexpected succession triggered a power struggle within the FLN, with leftists backing Mohamed Saleh Yahoui and conservatives backing Abdelaziz Bouteflika. 495 With the FLN deadlocked, military leaders imposed Chadli Benjedid, a longtime army officer and protégé of Boumediene. 496 Again, then, the military selected the president. 497 Although the Algerian regime survived for more than 4 decades after Boumediene's death, it was far less stable than that in Vietnam. The regime was challenged by a mass uprising in the late 1980s, armed Islamist insurgencies in the early 1990s, and large-scale pro-democracy protests in 2019. The army was sufficiently cohesive to thwart the Islamist challenge, but as the revolutionary generation departed in the late 2010s, the regime grew increasingly vulnerable. Crisis and regime survival amid civil war, 1988 to 1999. The Benjedid presidency was riddled with crisis. The regime faced mounting societal contention. In the late 1970s, for example, Berber associations began to mobilize against the government's Arab language policies. 498 In 1980, repression of protests led by Berber activists in Kabylia triggered a wave of opposition mobilization known as the Berber Spring. 499 Which ended nearly 2 decades of societal quiescence. 500 The Islamist movement posed a greater challenge. The regime's tenuous co-optation of Islam unraveled in the 1970s. 501 Independent mosques proliferated, emerging in every available space, in garages, apartments, schools, hospitals, and, of course, in shanty towns. 502 By the mid-1980s, there existed some 6,000 unofficial mosques, matching the number of official ones. 503 Islamist movements built upon this expanding mosque network. 504 The mosque campaign evolved into a grassroots movement with a strong presence in the universities and among the urban poor. 505 The Benjedid government, whose priority was economic reform, initially tolerated the growth of Islamism. 506 By the time it began to crack down on independent mosques in 1986, the genie was out of the bottle. 507 the Islamist challenge was exacerbated by economic crisis. Falling oil prices triggered a deep economic slump beginning in 1986. Declining oil revenue generated a fiscal crisis, which forced the government to adopt International Monetary Fund-backed austerity measures. 508 The economy contracted in 1987 and 1988, driving the unemployment rate up to 25%. 509 Strike and protest levels rose sharply. 510 In October 1988, massive riots broke out across Algeria, triggering the largest uprising since independence. 511 Although the so-called Black October riots began spontaneously and encompassed diverse groups, Islamist activists played a central role, seizing control of the streets in many neighborhoods. 512 The government responded with heavy repression, killing at least 200 people. 513 When repression failed to quell the uprising, Ben Jadid launched a surprise political opening. In 1989, the government ended single-party rule, legalized the dominant Islamist party, the Islamic Salvation Front, and called local and parliamentary elections for 1990 and 1991. 514 The opening backfired. The FIS won a stunning victory in the 1990 local elections, capturing 54% of the vote and more than half of Algeria's municipalities, including Algiers. 515 As the FLN fell into disarray. 516 The FIS began to impose a new moral order in the localities it governed, closing bars and movie theaters, enforcing sex segregation in schools, and harassing women in Western dress. 517 It called for an Islamic state, adopting the slogan "No constitution and no laws. The only rule is the Quran and the law of God." 518 With the June 1991 parliamentary elections on the horizon, regime elites clumsily fought back, seeking to tilt the playing field in the FLN's favor via heavy gerrymandering and a ban on campaigning in mosques. 519 The FIS responded with a general strike and a mass protest campaign aimed at toppling the regime. 520 Under pressure from military leaders, the government declared a state of emergency, postponed the election until December, and called in the army to quell protest. 521 The security forces jailed the FIS's top leaders, Abbasi Madani and Ali Belhaoui, and killed or arrested hundreds of Islamist activists. 522 However, Ben Jadid refused to ban the FIS or bar it from competing in the election. 523 The first round of the December 1991 parliamentary elections produced another stunning result. The FIS won nearly 50% of the vote and captured 188 of 430 districts, compared to 15 for the FLN. This put the Islamists on pace to win an overwhelming majority in the second round. 524 The FIS victory shook the army to the core. 525 And when Ben Jadid refused to cancel the election, military leaders forced him out. 526 On January 11, 1992, Ben Jadid handed power to a military-dominated High Council of State. Like the fall of Ben Bella, Ben Jadid's removal was a palace coup. Although the FLN was temporarily pushed aside, the military clique that founded the regime remained entrenched in power. 527 The new HCE was filled with revolutionary veterans, including Mohammed Boudieff, one of the FLN's historic chiefs, and Ali Kaifi, an underground resistance leader during the Liberation War. 528 The real power on the HCE, however, was Major General Khalid Nezar, a Liberation War veteran who was among the military's top commanders. 529 The military's primary goal was to destroy the FIS. 530 This was an extraordinarily risky venture. Built upon a network of 9,000 mosques and funded by Persian Gulf allies. 531 The FIS was now the largest political movement in Algeria, with several million members and a capacity to mobilize hundreds of thousands of people in the streets. 532 Moreover, having just won an electoral landslide, the FIS enjoyed far greater legitimacy than the military government. Thus, a crackdown appeared to be suicidal. 533 The FIS was simply too big to repress. 534 Observers such as Edward G. Shirley, comparing the regime to the Shah's Iran, declared it doomed. 535 Nevertheless, The army proved strikingly cohesive in the face of an existential threat. 536 In early 1992, it declared a state of siege and launched a nationwide crackdown aimed at demolishing the FIS. 537 The FIS was dissolved, top FIS leaders were imprisoned, and all Islamist political activities were banned. The army seized 8,000 FIS-controlled mosques, removing their imams. 538 The security forces launched a campaign of terror in which thousands of FIS supporters were arrested or killed. 539 During the first 2 months of 1992, between 6,000 and 10,000 suspected Islamist activists were rounded up and sent to remote prison camps in the Sahara. 540 By year's end, between 3,000 and 6,000 people had been killed. 541 Unlike in China in 1989 or Iran in 2009 or 2019, the repression did not silence opposition. Rather, it gave rise to multiple Islamist guerrilla movements, plunging Algeria into a bloody civil war. Almost immediately after the coup, Islamists launched the Islamic Armed Movement and the Movement for an Islamic State, both of which had ties to the FIS. 542 A third group, the more radical and violent armed Islamic group, broke with the FIS over the latter's willingness to negotiate with the state. 543 The FIS initially resisted armed struggle but later created the Islamic Salvation Army to avoid being outflanked by the GIA. 544 By the mid-1990s, the various insurgent groups had between 25,000 and 40,000 guerrillas. 545 The civil war raged on for more than 5 years, until the ACE negotiated a ceasefire in 1997 and the GIA was subsequently defeated. 546 The human cost was enormous, between 100,000 and 200,000 people were killed. 547 The government ultimately prevailed for several reasons. For one, it enjoyed strong support from Western powers, particularly France and the United States, which viewed Algeria as an ally in the fight against Islamic terrorism. 548 Thus, Western governments offered economic, military, and diplomatic support, while turning a blind eye to human rights violations. 549 More important, however, was military cohesion, which was rooted in the regime's revolutionary origins. The army's counterinsurgency strategy required sustained high-intensity coercion. 550 The security forces had to kill thousands of people and seize control of thousands of mosques, expelling their clerics. 551 Such repression undermined the army's public legitimacy. 552 Yet the army had shown repeatedly over the years it was both willing and able to use lethal force on a massive scale. 553 Indeed, despite rank-and-file sympathy for the FIS. 554 The army remained loyal and cohesive throughout the civil war. 555 The regime's capacity for high-intensity repression was rooted in the fact that the security forces were controlled by Liberation War veterans. 556 The group of generals that dominated the regime in the early and mid-1990s, including Khalid Nezar, Abdul Malik Gwenaizia, Mohamed Lamari, Liamin Zeroual, and Mohamed Medine, had fought hard, at great risk, for Algeria's independence. They viewed the Islamist challenge as a threat to all that they had fought for. 557 As William B. Quandt observed, this was not like the Shah's regime, where the generals ran for their Swiss bank accounts as soon as it was clear that Ayatollah Khomeini was going to return. The Algerian generals were prepared to fight. 558 revolutionary veterans such as Nezar and Lamari maintained a position of implacable opposition to the Islamists. 559 Although the regime elite divided over strategy, with some officials seeking a negotiated end to the war. 560 The army's top brass remained firmly in the hardline camp, which sought an all-out military victory over the Islamists. 561 The eradicators remained dominant throughout the war, which facilitated a cohesive military response. 562 In sum, the persistence of independent centers of societal power seriously threatened the Algerian regime in the 1980s and 1990s. The Islamist movement, whose growth was largely unchecked by the FLN government, provided the basis for a massive opposition challenge between 1988 and 1997. The level of societal contestation far exceeded anything seen in Vietnam. Regime survival hinged, in large part, on army cohesion. The army, which was still commanded by the revolutionary generation, united behind a brutal strategy of high-intensity coercion that allowed the government to prevail. The Algerian regime in the 21st century. The Algerian regime stabilized in the late 1990s, returning to nominally civilian rule. Multi-party elections continued, but the FIS was banned and Islamists heavily repressed. 563 in 1999, Abdelaziz Bouteflika, a revolutionary veteran who served as foreign minister under both Ben Bella and Boumediene, was elected president. For nearly 2 decades, the government faced few challenges, as Bouteflika was re-elected in 2004, 2009, and 2014, each time with more than 80% of the vote. This stability had at least 3 sources. One was the strength of the coercive apparatus. The security forces remained in the hands of the revolutionary generation. 564 and they expanded dramatically during the Civil War. 565 Security spending rose from 4% of total spending in 1990 to 13% in 1998 and remained above 10% throughout Bouteflika's presidency. 566 By 2012, Algeria's military budget was more than twice that of Morocco and Tunisia combined. 567 The army doubled in size, adding a well-trained 45,000-man counterinsurgency force. 568 The police force quadrupled. 569 And the state developed a larger and more effective intelligence apparatus. 570 By the early 2000s, then, Algerian state had about 500,000 people under arms. 571 The effectiveness of the security forces also increased as the civil war reinforced their cohesion and provided them with considerable experience in repression. 572 A second source of regime stability, which was not related to its revolutionary origins, was strong international support. Especially after the 2001 terrorist attacks in the United States. 573 Thus, whereas human rights abuses had triggered international rebuke in the 1990s, Algeria became a useful and welcome ally in the U.S.-led war on terrorism in the 2000s. 574 By linking Algeria's Islamist opposition to Al-Qaeda, Bouteflika insulated the regime from external pressure and expanded its access to Western military and economic assistance. 575 A third source of regime stability, also exogenous to revolutionary origins, was resource rents. 576 Thanks to soaring oil and gas prices, Algeria's hydrocarbon export revenues increased dramatically between 1999 and 2009, which provided the government with the resources to co-opt economic and military elites. 577 Dampen working-class militancy. 578 And finance a vast expansion of the coercive apparatus. 579 The Algerian regime had little difficulty riding out the Arab Spring. Algeria experienced a major wave of protest in January 2011. 580 Triggered by a hike in fuel prices, riots broke out in Oran and quickly spread to cities across the country. 581 The protests gave rise to the National Coordination for Democratic Change, which mobilized as many as 300,000 protesters in Algiers' May 1 square. 582 Although social and economic conditions in Algeria broadly mirrored those in Tunisia. 583 However, the Algerian protests quickly petered out. 584 Explanations for this outcome point to the strength of the coercive apparatus. 585 Increased social spending, financed by oil revenue. 586 And the demobilizing effects of the civil war. 587 The regime grew vulnerable again, however, during Bouteflika's 4th term. Bouteflika was in poor health, falling oil prices led to a mounting fiscal crisis. 588 And, crucially, the regime had to contend with generational change. The upper ranks of the army were increasingly occupied by officers who were too young to have fought in the Liberation War. 589 Which likely made high-intensity repression more difficult. The regime fell into crisis in February 2019, when the ailing Bouteflika's announcement that he would seek re-election triggered a massive protest movement known as the Hirak. By early March, between 2 and 3 million people were protesting in cities and towns across the country. 590 The army refused to engage in the kind of high-intensity repression needed to quell the protest. forcing Bouteflika to resign. 591 However, the military rejected demands for truly free and fair elections, and former Prime Minister Abdelmajid Tebboune, a longtime FLN leader with close ties to the army, won the presidency. 592. Although the regime survived Bouteflika's fall, the departure of the revolutionary generation may leave it vulnerable. Beginning in 2019, neither President Tebboune nor Army Chief of Staff Said Cheng Raiha was a revolutionary veteran. This fact is likely to weaken army cohesion, making the kind of high-intensity repression undertaken in the 1990s more difficult to carry out in the future. Algeria's revolutionary regime has survived for nearly as long as its counterpart in Vietnam. Unlike Vietnam, however, the Algerian regime has experienced two palace coups and considerable mass-based opposition. These diverging outcomes can be explained by early differences in the two countries' regime trajectories. Algeria is a borderline case of social revolution. The revolutionary government was more accommodationist than its counterpart in Vietnam. The result was a regime that was more robust than Ghana's but weaker than Vietnam's. The Liberation War generated a cohesive military that was founded and led by revolutionary veterans. Army cohesion helped avoid a regime-ending coup like that which brought down Kwame Nkrumah, and it enabled the government to deploy the sustained high-intensity coercion necessary to thwart mass opposition. However, Algeria's abortive reactive sequence reinforced ruling party weakness and permitted the survival of alternative power centers, particularly networks of independent mosques. Algeria thus never developed the vast state-society power asymmetries observed in Vietnam, which left the regime vulnerable to societal contestation. Ultimately, then, factors outside our theory, including oil rents and international support, may be necessary to explain regime longevity. Ghana. Ghana represents a stark contrast to both Vietnam and Algeria. Like the two previous cases, Ghana under Kwame Nkrumah was a national liberation regime that embraced the cause of Third World Revolution. However, the regime was not revolutionary. The struggle for independence and the 1957 transfer of power were peaceful. The Nkrumah government inherited the colonial army rather than build a new one, and, as a result, party-army ties were weak. Moreover, the Nkrumah government's relatively moderate policies triggered no serious reaction. Without an existential threat, the ruling convention People's Party never developed a cohesive organization. This left Nkrumah vulnerable to challenges from within. Military commanders maintained an autonomous identity and only weak ties to the CPP. Thus, when Nkrumah began to threaten the army's corporate interests, he triggered a regime-ending coup. A non-revolutionary transfer of power. Nkrumah came to power as the leader of the independence movement in Ghana. The independence movement began after World War II, when Ghana experienced a surge of mobilization for self-rule. African merchants and professionals created the United Gold Coast Convention to push for a greater role running the colony. 593 Nkrumah, a U.S. trained teacher and activist, was chosen to head the organization. 594 In 1949, however, Nkrumah abandoned the UGCC and formed the more radical CPP. Under the slogan of full self-government now, the CPP declared it would use all nonviolent means to achieve independence. 595 The CPP was a nationalist party, not a revolutionary one. Vague references to socialism notwithstanding, it lacked a clear ideology. 596 Nevertheless, British authorities feared communist infiltration. 597 And when Nkrumah attempted to organize a nationwide strike in early 1951, British authorities, believing the colony to be on the brink of revolution, 598 declared a state of emergency and arrested him. This moment represented a critical juncture. Had the British continued to crack down, as the French did in Vietnam and Algeria, the CPP might have radicalized and initiated a violent revolutionary struggle. 599 Instead, the British offered the CPP a constitutional path to power, legislative elections to choose an African government, to be held in 1951. 600 Although the new government would be subject to veto by British authorities, The election was widely seen as a stepping stone to independence. 601 Less than 2 years after its foundation, the CPP won nearly 90% of the vote and 34 of 38 seats in the 1951 parliamentary election. 602 Nkrumah was released from prison and appointed leader of government business for the territory. With the Queen's approval, he was designated Prime Minister of the colonial territory in 1952. 603. As colonial Prime Minister, Nkrumah cooperated extensively with British authorities. 604 For example, he used his authority to convince farmers to accept painful British policies to destroy cocoa plants in order to combat the swollen shoot disease that was ruining the cocoa economy. 605 Nkrumah also publicly distanced himself from Moscow, suspending the General Secretary of the CPP trade union in 1953 for making contacts with the Soviet-backed World Federation of Trade Unions. 606 In 1954, Nkrumah announced that anyone active in the Communist Party would be barred from the public administration. 607 Such behavior gained him the trust of British authorities. 608 Crucially, Nkrumah and the CPP pursued independence through constitutional means. 609 Independence was achieved via the British legislative process. After the House of Commons approved the Ghana Independence Act in December 1956 and the Queen approved the bill in February 1957, Ghana was granted independence effective March 6, 1957. 610 Hundreds of international dignitaries, including U.S. Vice President Richard Nixon, attended the ceremonies. 611 On the day of independence, Nkrumah declared, "We part from the former imperial power, Great Britain, with the warmest feelings of friendship and goodwill. Instead of that feeling of bitterness which is often born of a colonial struggle, we enter on our independence in association with Great Britain and with good relations unimpaired." 612. One consequence of the peaceful transfer of authority was that unlike Vietnam and Algeria, Ghana's colonial state remained largely unchanged. 613 The bureaucracy was dominated by officials without ties to the CPP. 614 The colonial army also remained intact. The Gold Coast Regiment of the Royal West African Frontier Force, which had been created and commanded by British authorities, became the Ghana Army. 615 Nkrumah retained the bulk of the colonial army's British officer corps through 1961. At independence, 184 of the Ghana Army's 211 commanding officers were British. 616. Accommodation and limited reaction. Notwithstanding Nkrumah's rhetorical embrace of socialism and anti-imperialism, the CPP government was strikingly accommodationist. Nkrumah did little to challenge powerful domestic or international interests. British cooperation embedded the new government in a web of Western commercial, military, and diplomatic interests, which gave the new government a stake in maintaining good relations with the West and thus encouraged moderation. 617 Thus, while Nkrumah declared his intention to build socialism. 618 He eschewed the nationalization of industry and imposed few restrictions on foreign economic activity. 619 To maintain the confidence of Western investors, Nkrumah retained numerous British advisors. Maintained conservative macroeconomic policies, kept Ghana's foreign reserves in London rather than Accra. Although the government nationalized some gold mines, it purchased only the least profitable ones. 620 In dealing with domestic interests, the CPP government's strategy was not conflict, but adaptation and accommodation. 621 Thus, although Nkrumah sidelined local chiefs who had been empowered under British rule. 622 He did so with the cooperation of British colonial authorities and, ultimately, with minimal coercion. 623 In 1960, Nkrumah initiated a high-profile lurch to the left. 624 He visited Eastern Bloc countries and reached agreements with the Soviet Union on trade and economic and technical cooperation. 625 Nkrumah also made a half-hearted effort to create a state ideology and opened the Nkrumah Ideological Institute, which was to be a communist bloc-style party school for the CPP. 626 However, these initiatives were soon abandoned. 627 Moreover, despite tepid attempts to promote the state-run sector of the economy, the private sector continued to dominate the economy and 90% of Ghana's trade continued to be with the West. 628 Ghana's foreign policy was accommodationist. Nkrumah was a prominent Pan-Africanist and anti-colonial leader who championed the cause of Third World liberation. He hosted the high-profile Conference of Independent African States in 1958 and provided African liberation movements with office space in Accra. 629 Nevertheless, Nkrumah was unwilling to seriously challenge Western interests for the sake of regional transformation. For example, Ghana resisted calls by the African National Congress to boycott South Africa. 630 Indeed, Nkrumah maintained cordial relations with the apartheid state, refusing to criticize South Africa at Commonwealth meetings. 631 Although Nkrumah eventually bowed to pressure and announced a boycott of South Africa in 1960, 632 the boycott was implemented in a limited and contradictory way. 633 Nkrumah's most significant regional intervention occurred in 1960 to 1961, when Ghana sent troops to defend Patrice Lumumba, the elected left-wing leader of independent Congo, against Belgian-backed separatists. 634 Although the move caused tension with the United States. 635 Nkrumah worked within Western-dominated international institutions. 636 Thus, Ghanaian troops operated under the auspices of the UN and ultimately stood aside as Lumumba was assassinated. 637 In sum, Nkrumah's Ghana was far from revolutionary. The CPP ascended to power peacefully and maintained, rather than transformed, the colonial state. In power, Nkrumah sought to remain in the good graces of Western powers and established economic interests. As a result, his government provoked no violent domestic or international reaction. A weak party-state complex. Ghana's post-colonial party-state was weak. Having cooperated with, rather than fought against, British authorities, the CPP was never forced to build a strong and cohesive organization during the anti-colonial struggle. 638 Indeed, the party suffered a series of defections in the run-up to independence. 639 The CPP's political dominance at independence was rooted less in its organizational strength than in the weakness of its political rivals. 640 Little changed after 1957. Without the bonds of trust forged during violent struggle or the siege mentality generated by military threat, the CPP evolved into a loosely organized machine that housed a diversity of competing interests. 641 In the absence of revolution, moreover, Nkrumah had neither the opportunity nor good reason to create a new partisan army. The army, inherited from colonial rule, was small and underfunded. 642 Spooked by recent coups in Pakistan, Burma, Thailand, and Iraq, Nkrumah initially maintained an arm's-length relationship to the military. 643 He retained the bulk of the British officer corps. 644 Expecting to gradually Africanize the army command over the course of a decade. Hence, CPP army ties were weak. Without party-army fusion or a revolutionary family binding the military to the CPP, army leaders had little stake in the regime's survival. Indeed, because the military pre-existed Nkrumah's ascent to power, it possessed an autonomous identity, which was reinforced by officers' education at Britain's Sandhurst and Eton Hall military academies. 645 Thus, whatever camaraderie, shared trust, or sense of common purpose existed among the Army Officer Corps, it was unconnected to the CPP. Such bonds would eventually facilitate efforts to orchestrate a coup. 646 At the same time, Nkrumah confronted only limited challenges from society. Post-colonial civil society was weak. Thus, notwithstanding periodic strikes by railway and mine workers, the government largely co-opted trade unions. 647 Opposition parties were easily quashed. The anti-CPP Northern People's Party and National Liberation Movement, which won seats in the 1954 and 1956 elections, quickly collapsed in the face of repression. In 1958, leaders of the last remaining opposition, the United Party, were arrested for allegedly plotting Nkrumah's assassination. 648 United Party leader Kofi Bizia went into exile. A 1964 referendum with 99.9% of the vote officially in favor abolished the opposition and established single-party rule. Regime collapse. Paradoxically, the transition to single-party rule weakened the regime. The CPP was left without a purpose, rusted, 649, and in a state of sad confusion 650 party committees stopped meeting, and the party structure began to disappear across the country. 651 CPP discipline remained low, as some members maintained ties to the opposition. 652 This weakness left the regime vulnerable to internal challenges. 653 The greatest threat was posed by the army. Nkrumah began to intervene more actively in military affairs in the early 1960s. Embarrassed that Africa's first independent military was dominated by white officers, Nkrumah abruptly dismissed British officers in September 1961, replacing them with Ghanaian officials. 654 However, the CPP's dearth of ties to military officials including African ones limited his ability to monitor or control the armed forces. 655 Efforts to infiltrate the army with informers failed. 656 And Nkrumah suffered assassination and coup attempts in 1962 and 1965. 657 Threatened by the military, Nkrumah tried to politicize it. He circulated plans to introduce political commissars into the army, and beginning in 1963, officers were invited to join the CPP. 658 The government also sought to introduce ideological training for military officers. 659 However, these measures were quickly abandoned in the face of intense opposition by military leaders. 660 Nkrumah next tried to protect himself by creating parallel armed forces directly subordinate to him. With Soviet assistance, he created the Presidential Guard in the wake of an August 1962 assassination attempt. 661 Within 3 years, the 1,100-man Guard was better armed than the Army. 662 And many observers expected it to displace the Army. 663 At the same time, Nkrumah fired leading Army officials such as Major General Stephen J. Aotu and Lieutenant General Joseph Arthur Ankara who criticized the Guard or were suspected of disloyalty. 664 The creation of the Presidential Guard and the firing of Aotu and Ankara generated intense hostility within the Army. 665 Military officials grew fearful that the Army would be replaced by pro-Nkrumah militia. 666 Which generated support for a coup. 667 Paradoxically, then, measures aimed at thwarting a military coup ended up encouraging one. 668 On the night of February 23, 1966, while Nkrumah was in Asia seeking to negotiate peace between the United States and Vietnam, a group of officers led by Lieutenant Colonel Emmanuel K. Kodoka, who had joined the Colonial Army in 1947 and attended Eaton Hall Military Academy, seized power. The coup was backed by the vast bulk of the military elite. 669 Pro-regime organizations dissolved, seemingly into thin air. 670 And the Presidential Guard, showing little desire to fight, was quickly immobilized. 671 Guard leaders may have been CPP members, but party membership meant little. 672 The CPP suffered sudden and large-scale defection. 673 Even those traveling with Nkrumah in Asia distanced themselves from the president. 674 The coup was precipitated by a range of proximate causes, including economic crisis. 675 Military underfunding. 676 The use of the army to put down domestic unrest. 677 Officers' fear of dismissal. 678 And inspiration from recent coups in Africa and the Middle East. 679 Yet such factors were present in most of the cases covered in this book. That they triggered a regime-changing coup in Ghana may be attributed to the fact that the Ghanaian military was wholly autonomous of the ruling party. Army commanders were socialized in British military institutions. 680 And weak party penetration deprived the government of information about military officers' loyalties to the coup. 681 Finally, the absence of the kind of polarization and external military threat seen in most revolutionary cases lowered the stakes of regime change. Few actors in the army had much to lose if Nkrumah fell. 682 Conclusion This chapter has highlighted how the distinct origins of post-colonial liberation regimes shaped their durability. In Vietnam, violent revolutionary conflict destroyed alternative power centers and gave rise to a powerful and cohesive party state. At the other extreme, Nkrumah's peaceful, non-revolutionary ascent to power in Ghana deprived the post-colonial regime of a cohesive party and a loyal military. Algeria is a mixed case. Although the regime emerged out of violent struggle, and although revolutionary leaders built their own army, the FLN government was more accommodationist than its counterpart in Vietnam, which resulted in a limited counter-revolutionary reaction and a weaker party state. Although the Algerian regime survived for decades, it experienced considerable instability. Part 3. Explaining variation in revolutionary outcomes. This book focuses principally on the question of why most revolutionary regimes are so durable. As Chapter 5 showed, however, revolutionary autocracies vary in their durability. The next 3 chapters explore the sources of this variation. Our theoretical framework, presented in Chapter 1, is summarized in Figure 3.1. We argue that early choices about how much to challenge powerful domestic and foreign interests placed revolutionary regimes on diverging trajectories. In all cases, the power vacuum created by the collapse of pre-existing state structures opens up a rare window for revolutionaries to seize power and initiate radical change. Nevertheless, developments during this window vary, producing 3 distinct paths. In the ideal typical path, which is illustrated by 2 classic Third World revolutions, Cuba and Iran, early radicalism triggered a violent counter-revolutionary reaction, often backed by foreign powers. The resulting conflict posed an existential military threat, which embryonic revolutionary regimes survived. Conflict, in turn, reinforced elite cohesion, encouraged the development of a powerful coercive apparatus, and facilitated the destruction of rival organizations and societal power centers. This process of state building laid the foundation for durable authoritarian rule. A second path, examined in Chapter 7, is early death. In Hungary, Cambodia, and Afghanistan, revolutionary elites initiated radical projects, which triggered violent conflict. However, in part because they had seized power in relatively small and geopolitically vulnerable states, revolutionaries provoked wars that quickly destroyed their nascent regimes. In Cambodia, the Khmer Rouge's ethnic cleansing and attacks on Vietnam triggered a regime-ending foreign invasion. Likewise, aggressive behavior by the Hungarian Soviet Republic in 1919 and the Taliban in 2001 contributed to external intervention, military defeat, and regime collapse. Figure 3.1, 3 revolutionary regime paths. A third path, examined in Chapter 8, is accommodation. In Bolivia, Nicaragua, and Guinea-Bissau, revolutionary elites launched ambitious efforts to transform society. Unlike most revolutionary cases, however, the revolutionary nationalist movement, the Sandinista National Liberation Front, and the African Independence Party of Guinea and Cape Verde tempered radical initiatives in an effort to limit the scope or intensity of the counter-revolutionary reaction. These are, in effect, borderline cases. Early policy measures were sufficiently radical to meet our criteria for revolution, but those measures were later accompanied by steps to limit conflict with powerful domestic or external interests. By averting or ending counter-revolutionary conflict, all 3 regimes avoided the early death observed in Afghanistan and Cambodia. However, accommodation inhibited the kind of state building that lay a foundation for durable authoritarianism in Cuba and Iran. Thus, regimes in Bolivia, Nicaragua, and Guinea-Bissau built weaker party states and remained more prone to internal conflict and societal opposition. All 3 regimes broke down within 25 years. Chapter 6. Radicalism and Durability. Cuba and Iran. Cuba and Iran were among the most consequential revolutions of the second half of the 20th century. They produced starkly different regimes. One was communist, with a Leninist one-party system, while the other was a conservative theocracy. Yet both cases closely approximate the ideal typical reactive sequence presented in this book. Both revolutions took place amid the collapse of neo-patrimonial or sultanistic regimes. 1 In both cases, revolutionary governments radically transformed their societies at home while seeking to promote revolution abroad. These challenges to domestic and geopolitical power structures provoked violent counter-revolutionary movements, which resulted in prolonged existential military threats. In the face of these threats, revolutionary elites in both countries closed ranks in defense of the regime, built powerful and loyal security forces, and wiped out alternative centers of societal power, creating a state-society power asymmetry that endured for decades. Cuba. Cuba conforms closely to the ideal typical path of revolutionary regime consolidation. Under the leadership of Fidel Castro, the revolutionary government launched an audacious strategy of societal transformation and internationalism, which triggered a powerful counter-revolutionary reaction, including domestic insurgencies and a U.S.-backed invasion. Having built its own army, the regime survived. Moreover, the prolonged counter-revolutionary threat reinforced elite cohesion, led to a dramatic expansion of the coercive apparatus, and accelerated the destruction of independent power centers. As a result, a regime that was born weak developed into one of the most robust in the hemisphere, one capable of surviving the collapse of the Soviet Union, severe economic crisis, and the death of Castro. The revolutionary seizure of power. Antecedent conditions in Cuba did not favor durable authoritarianism. The country had been plagued by state weakness and regime instability since independence in 1902. Early government's reliance on U.S. intervention to maintain order inhibited the development of an effective coercive apparatus, which resulted in frequent armed insurrections. 2 State weakness was a persistent source of regime instability. All of Cuba's pre-revolutionary autocracies collapsed in less than a decade, and on 3 occasions, they broke down because the security forces either collapsed or refused to combat an opposition uprising. 3 Overall, 6 Cuban governments fell prey to insurrections or coups between 1902 and 1959. Absent a social revolution, then, there was little reason to expect the emergence of a durable authoritarian regime in 1959. The Cuban Revolution occurred in a context of state weakness. The dictatorship of Fulgencio Batista, which emerged out of a 1952 military coup, was a classic neo-patrimonial regime. 4 Batista plundered the state and packed the armed forces with cronies and loyalists, leaving them poorly trained, ill-equipped, and plagued by conspiracies. 5 Led by a demoralized gaggle of corrupt, cruel, and lazy officers, 6 Cuba's security forces had little stomach for combat. 7 Several insurgent groups emerged to challenge Batista in the 1950s. The most successful of these was the July 26 movement, which was led by Fidel Castro and his brother Raúl. Fidel Castro rose to prominence when he led a failed assault on the Moncada military barracks on July 26, 1953. He later created the July 26 movement, and in December 1956, the group launched an insurrection. 82 rebels sailed from Mexico to Cuba by boat, the 60-foot-long Granma, hoping to time their landing with a planned urban insurrection. The insurrection never materialized, and the rebels were nearly wiped out. 18 survivors, including Fidel and Raúl Castro and Ecobedo Che Guevara, regrouped in the Sierra Maestra and launched an improvised guerrilla campaign, carrying out a series of hit-and-run attacks on security forces in early 1957. 9 The government's heavy-handed response boosted the rebels' public image and established Castro as a larger-than-life figure. 11 Despite numbering fewer than 300, the rebels gained control of most of the Sierra Maestra and Orient province in 1957 and early 1958. 12 Castro pursued a maximalist strategy. In October 1957, when a broad coalition of opposition parties came together to sign the Pact of Miami, which called for Batista's resignation, the formation of a provisional government, and a return to Cuba's liberal democratic 1940 constitution, Castro rejected the pact, preferring to go it alone. 13 A strategy of going it alone with 300 ill-equipped fighters faced daunting odds. However, 3 factors worked in Castro's favor. First, opposition efforts to negotiate a peaceful transition failed, as Batista stubbornly clung to power. 14 The closure of reform alternatives undermined the moderate opposition and led a growing number of politicians, professionals, and business leaders to throw their support to the armed opposition. 15 It also cost Batista the support of the U.S. government, which suspended arms shipments in March 1958. 16 Second, two rivals for leadership of the revolutionary movement, the Revolutionary Directorate and the urban underground resistance led by Frank Paes, both of which were larger and better organized than Castro's guerrillas. 17 were weakened by repression. 18 The DR's failed March 1957 attack on the presidential palace triggered a wave of repression that wiped out its leadership, including founder José Antonio Echeverría. 19 The urban resistance was weakened by the death of its talented leader, Paes, in July 1957, and by a failed general strike in April 1958. 20 Thus, whereas Castro's leadership of Cuba's revolutionary movement was initially contested by two urban rivals, by 1958, the July 26 movement was dominant. 21 Third, the guerrillas benefited from the ineffectiveness of the armed forces. In May 1958, the Batista government launched a major military offensive, sending 14 army divisions, with 10,000 troops, into the mountains to combat the rebels. 22 The offensive failed badly, as the army suffered a series of humiliating defeats. 23 In 10 weeks, the army lost 10% of its troops to desertion, death, and capture. 24 Entire units deserted or disintegrated. 25 By late July, the offensive had collapsed, as the army simply ceased to fight. 26 In the end, 400 guerrillas held off 10,000 government troops. 27 Revealing the rot in Batista's neo-patrimonial state. The failed summer offensive marked the beginning of the end for Batista. As the economy deteriorated and the dictatorship weakened, politicians and businessmen flocked to the rebel side. 28 In July 1958, opposition leaders from across the political spectrum gathered in Caracas and recognized Castro as the commander-in-chief of the revolutionary forces and the July 26 movement as the main arm of the revolution. 29 Castro's seizure of power on January 1, 1959, was not really a military victory. 30 Numbering only 2,000 to 3,000 guerrillas in December 1958, just before Batista's fall. 31 The July 26 movement fought few significant battles. 32 Rather, Batista's forces simply collapsed, as small rebel victories triggered an avalanche of desertions. 33 The army refused, unit by unit, to fight the guerrillas, 34 allowing the rebels to occupy towns without firing a shot. 35 By December, Batista's forces had all but dissolved. Demoralized army detachments had begun to lay down their arms, stay in their barracks, or join the swelling ranks of the rebels. 36 Batista fled Cuba on December 31, 1958. Top army and police officials left with him. 37 Across the country, local commanders abandoned their posts, allowing advancing rebel troops to seize cities, towns, and command posts without resistance. Police officers disappeared from the streets, plunging Cuba into anarchy. 38 Rebel militias quickly filled the power vacuum, seizing army barracks, police stations, government offices, and television and radio stations. 39 When General Eulogio Cantillo attempted to form a provisional junta on January 1, 1959-40, he discovered that he had no one left to command. All police precincts had surrendered, and the remaining soldiers in Cuba's largest military base, Camp Columbia, had stopped fighting. 41 In desperation, Cantillo handed the army command to General Ramon M. Barcan, a dissident officer who had been jailed under Batista. 42 Barcan sought to orchestrate a transition that preserved the armed forces. 43 But Castro insisted on total surrender. 44 With revolutionary militia seizing police stations and government offices across the country, Barcan, lamenting that he had inherited a dead army, 45 turned Camp Columbia over to rebel commander Camilo Cienfuegos. 46 The revolutionaries initially installed a moderate government composed mainly of liberal professionals. Provisional President Manuel Urrutia was a prominent judge, Prime Minister José Miro Cardona was president of the Havana Bar Association, and Finance Minister Rufo López Fresque was a mainstream economist. 47 Real power, however, lay in the hands of Castro and the rebel army. 48 Although he would not become president until 1976, Castro was head of everything from the beginning. 49 He established a personal hold over the Cuban masses such as no Latin American leader had ever had. Not even Perón at his peak had been so obviously and so universally loved. 50. Castro completed the destruction of the old state, disbanding the old army, the police, and the intelligence services. 51 At least 550 army and police officers were executed, and thousands of others were jailed or exiled. 52 The new Revolutionary Armed Forces was created out of the guerrilla army and staffed entirely by revolutionaries. 53 Pre-revolutionary army officers were barred, and the new army's national, provincial, and even local commands were filled by trusted guerrilla veterans. 54 The National Revolutionary Police was also created from scratch. 55 And it, too, was commanded exclusively by members of the July 26 movement. 56 The revolutionaries also purged the state bureaucracy and the judiciary, and many judicial functions were taken over by revolutionary tribunals. 57 The revolutionary reactive sequence. Cuba's revolutionary regime was born weak. Unlike in China and Vietnam, where the communists built powerful armies and won prolonged revolutionary wars, the July 26 movement was a ragtag guerrilla group that had seized power amid the collapse of the Batista state. The FARC had only 5,000 troops in early 1959, barely a tenth the size of Batista's army. 58 The revolutionaries also lacked a party. The July 26 movement was a tiny group of heroic youths, 59 with no real organization. 60 Castro discouraged efforts to transform the guerrilla movement into a ruling party, preferring to rely on charismatic authority. 61 And, as a result, it soon disappeared. 62 Although the new regime was institutionally weak, it was undergirded by a cohesive revolutionary elite. Nearly all the leaders who built and directed the revolutionary state were July 26 movement members with roots in the guerrilla struggle. 63 Many of them participated in the 1956 Granma expedition and nearly all of them fought in the Sierra Maestra. These founding revolutionaries became what Jorge I. Dominguez called civic soldiers, or revolutionaries whose civilian and military roles were fused. 64 Their shared guerrilla experience gave rise to a remarkable esprit de corps and intense loyalty to Castro and the revolution. 65 Civic soldiers occupied all top positions in the state. Fidel Castro was the undisputed leader, Raúl Castro commanded the armed forces, Ramiro Valdez ran the intelligence agency, and Ifigênio Amigeiras led the National Revolutionary Police. The revolutionary elite faced multiple rivals and threats in 1959. 66 On the left, although Fidel Castro quickly subordinated the DR-67, he had to contend with the well-organized and Soviet-backed Popular Socialist Party. The PSP was a latecomer to the insurgency and contributed little to Batista's overthrow. 68 But it was the strongest left-wing party in Cuba. 69 Although most pre-revolutionary parties, interest groups, and media outlets weakened under Batista or in the wake of his fall, 70 a few influential actors remained. One was the Catholic Church. The Cuban Church was a primarily middle and upper-middle class institution, with fewer than 700 priests and little presence in the countryside or the Afro-Cuban community. 71 Nevertheless, it remained Cuba's most important social institution. 72 It ran hundreds of parishes and schools and sponsored trade unions and important student associations. 73 The new government also confronted a large private sector that included cattle ranchers, sugar and tobacco planters, sugar mill owners, and industrialists. The power of Cuban capitalists was limited by the extensive penetration of U.S. capital, and it was further eroded by emigration in 1959. 74 However, economic elites were well connected to the United States. 75 And the existence of well-endowed associations such as the National Association of Cattle Ranchers, the National Mill Owners Association, the Colonos Association, the National Association of Industrialists, and the Chamber of Commerce gave them a capacity for collective action that few other societal actors possessed. 76 The greatest counter-revolutionary threat, however, came from abroad. In 1958, U.S. private investment in Cuba amounted to about $1 billion, the highest level per capita in Latin America. 77 Americans owned more than 90% of Cuba's electricity and telecommunications sectors, most of the hotel and casino industries, about a third of the sugar industry, much of the financial sector, half the railroads, 2 of 3 oil refineries, the entire mining sector, and more than 3 million acres of the best farmland. 78 This meant that any effort to expropriate or redistribute wealth would directly affect American economic interests, which was almost certain to trigger a strong reaction by the United States. 79 Early radicalism. The Cuban regime was strikingly radical. The Castro government undertook a massive restructuring of the social and political order, and it did so with astonishing speed. 81 As Richard R. Fagan observed, few nations have ever undergone such massive transformations in so short a time. 82 Although Castro had never been very ideological. 83 And although the July 26 movement's original program was humanist, rather than socialist. 84 Several factors radicalized the government. First, given Cuba's extensive economic ties to the United States, even modest redistribution or economic nationalism was likely to trigger U.S. hostility. 85 This tendency was exacerbated by the Cold War. Indeed, the U.S.-backed overthrow of the reformist Arbenz government in Guatemala 5 years before the Cuban Revolution appears to have taught Castro that a moderate reform strategy was futile. 86 In addition, the availability of Soviet support enhanced the viability of a radical strategy. Massive Soviet assistance allowed the regime to survive a U.S. trade embargo and help deter U.S. aggression. Beginning in 1960, then, Soviet protection allowed the Castro government to pursue high-risk strategies that would otherwise have brought almost certain collapse. Finally, Castro had a radical mindset. As one biographer put it, he was determined to make radical, structural social and economic changes in Cuba. 87 Moreover, he was willing to engage in risk-accepting behavior to achieve them. 88 The Castro government's radical turn began with a May 1959 land reform law. The law subjected all farms over 1,343 hectares and most farms over 403 hectares to expropriation and prohibited foreign ownership of sugar plantations. 89 Expropriated land would be distributed to the tenants who worked it. 90 More than 6 million acres of land, many of them owned by Americans, were seized by early 1960. 91 The May 1959 land reform marked a turning point in the regime's relationship with moderates, the private sector, and the United States. 92 Half the cabinet resigned, and in July, President Urrutia resigned and was replaced by leftist Osvaldo Dorticos. 93 The land reform was a bombshell for landowners. 94 One shocked sugar planter called it a dagger in the heart. 95 The conservative Diario de la Marina, considered a mouthpiece of the sugar industry, launched a campaign against communism. 96 The Church also opposed the reform. 97 Bishops began to warn against Soviet communism, and in November 1959, church leaders mobilized more than 1 million Catholics in downtown Havana in a show of strength. 98 Finally, the U.S. government, which had initially adopted a conciliatory position toward Castro. 99 Reacted to the land reform with hostility. 100 By late 1959, the Eisenhower administration had drawn up covert plans to overthrow Castro and was aiding counter-revolutionary groups in the Escambray Mountains. 101 In March 1960, Eisenhower authorized the CIA to organize and train Cuban exiles for an invasion. 102 Castro appears to have learned of these activities in May. 103 By early 1960, then, Castro faced a dilemma. The hostile domestic and international response to the 1959 reforms made it clear that radicalism would trigger a confrontation with the United States. 104 Because the United States was Cuba's leading trade partner, accounting for 2/3 of its exports. 105 A rupture with the United States would have devastating economic consequences. To avoid a costly conflict with the world's leading military and economic power, the revolutionary government would have to moderate. But Castro doubled down. Taking a bold risk, 106 The government radicalized in early 1960, canceling elections and closing independent media. 107 In June, the government nationalized Cuba's oil refineries, expropriating Texaco, Shell, and Standard Oil. 108 In August, Castro announced the expropriation of about $2 billion in U.S. owned properties, including 36 sugar mills, the Cuban Telephone Company, and the Cuban Electric Power Company. 109 In October, the government nationalized 382 industrial and commercial enterprises, including banks, sugar mills, textile mills, rum distilleries, department stores, and cinemas. 110 Later that month, it nationalized 166 U.S. owned companies, including remaining hotels and insurance companies and properties owned by Coca-Cola, General Electric, International Harvester, Sears Roebuck, and Woolworth. 111 By late 1960, all but very small businesses had been nationalized. More than 80% of industry was in state hands. And the state's share of agricultural production exceeded that in Bulgaria, Hungary, and Poland. 112 Cuba thus underwent an extraordinarily rapid transition to socialism, doing in 18 months what the Chinese did in 7 years. 113. The Castro government also aggressively pursued an alliance with the Soviet Union, a bold move in the United States' geopolitical backyard. 114 At first, the Soviets did not take the Cuban Revolution seriously, establishing diplomatic relations, followed by agreements on sugar purchases and petroleum shipments. Only in early 1960. 116 As conflict with the United States escalated, however, Castro desperately sought out Soviet protection. In April 1961, he declared Cuba to be socialist. 117 Although Americans viewed Castro's declaration as an act of provocation, in reality it was addressed to the Soviet Union, in an effort to secure its protection. 118 Finally, the Castro government adopted a radical foreign policy. 119 Viewing Cuba as the new Mecca of revolution in the Americas, Castro promoted insurgencies across the region and beyond. 120 In 1959, Cuba backed unsuccessful uprisings in the Dominican Republic, Nicaragua, and Panama, and by the early 1960s, it was supporting guerrillas in Argentina, Colombia, Guatemala, Nicaragua, Peru, Venezuela, and elsewhere. 121 Thus, Castro gave Cuba not only a national revolution but an international civil war. 122. Castro's efforts to export revolution were costly, as they antagonized the United States, generated tension with the Soviet Union, and destroyed Cuba's relations with other Latin American governments. 123 Although these initiatives were almost certainly rooted in Castro's radicalism or revolutionary messianism, 124 they were ultimately made possible by Soviet support. 125 Without the Soviet Union's protective umbrella, Castro's messianic foreign policy might have had ruinous consequences for the new regime. Counter-revolutionary reaction. The radicalization of the Cuban Revolution triggered a violent counter-revolutionary reaction. The first armed rebellions, led mainly by members of Batista's security forces, appeared in 1959. 126 Several larger rebellions broke out in 1960, principally in the Escambray Mountains. 127 Led by farmers who had lost land or feared losing it. 128 Groups such as the National Liberation Army, the Second Front of Escambray, and the White Rose mobilized hundreds of combatants, transforming Escambray into a center of serious conflict. 129 Backed by Catholic groups and the CIA. 130 Insurgencies spread across Cuba in 1960 and 1961. 131 Plunging the country into civil war. 132 As many as 179 counter-revolutionary groups operated in Cuba between 1959 and 1965, with somewhere between 1,000 and 8,000 individuals under arms. 133 Even if we take lower-end estimates, the number of rebels exceeded that of Castro's guerrillas in late 1958. Likewise, even conservative estimates of 2,000 to 2,500 combat deaths between 1959 and 1965 match the number of people killed during the anti-Batista uprising. 134 The counter-revolution did an estimated $1 billion in damage. 135 Between October 1960 and April 1961, rebels carried out 110 bombings, destroyed 300,000 tons of sugar, burned 42 tobacco warehouses, and derailed 6 trains. 136. The United States posed an even greater threat. The expropriation of American property generated intense U.S. hostility. 137. In July 1960, the Eisenhower administration suspended Cuban sugar imports, and in October, it imposed a full-scale trade embargo. 138. At the same time, U.S. officials began to plot Castro's overthrow. 139. As early as the spring of 1960, the CIA was organizing and training Cuban exiles for an armed invasion. 140. U.S. counter-revolutionary efforts peaked with the Bay of Pigs invasion. On April 17, 1961, 1,400 Cuban exiles, organized, trained, armed, and supplied by the U.S. government and accompanied by U.S. supplied B-26 bombers, invaded Cuba. 141. The Castro government reacted quickly, mobilizing 20,000 troops, as well as militia forces, to repel the invasion. 142. Within 72 hours, the Revolutionary Army had surrounded and defeated the invading force, capturing or killing nearly all of them. 143. Unwilling to deploy U.S. forces, the Kennedy administration cut bait. 144. Handing Castro a total, dizzying triumph. 145. As Kennedy later put it, Castro ought to be grateful to us. He gave us a kick in the ass and it made him stronger than ever. 146. The Bay of Pigs invasion helped consolidate the regime. 147. The revolutionary elite closed ranks and moved swiftly to wipe out domestic opposition. 148. Police detained everyone remotely suspected of hostility to the government, to smash all chances that the opposition might have to assist the invasion. 149. As many as 100,000 people were arrested. 150. When the jails filled up, detainees were herded into sports arenas, theaters, stables and corrals, and other makeshift prisons. 151. The vast majority of underground activists were arrested. 152. Effectively liquidating any remaining potential for counter-revolutionary activity. 153. The Bay of Pigs fiasco did not end U.S. efforts to topple the regime. In November 1961, the Kennedy administration launched Operation Mongoose, which authorized U.S. agencies to covertly sponsor acts of sabotage, violence, and even assassination in Cuba. 154. Thus, the Kennedy administration armed and financed dozens of Florida-based terrorist groups that attacked oil refineries, electricity plants, sugar mills, industrial plants, maritime facilities, railroads, and other targets. 155. U.S. officials were also behind numerous efforts to assassinate Castro. 156. Although these efforts failed, they convinced the revolutionary elite that the regime was in grave danger. Cuban leaders lived in constant fear of a U.S. invasion in the aftermath of the Bay of Pigs fiasco. 157. The threat led Castro to aggressively seek Soviet military protection, even declaring himself a Marxist-Leninist in November 1961. 158. Indeed, Soviet military support increased markedly after the Bay of Pigs invasion. 159. This support included massive conventional military assistance, the deployment of Soviet troops and advisors, and, most controversially, the installation of nuclear missiles on the island. 160. The introduction of Soviet missiles was an extraordinary gamble for Castro. 161. Indeed, the October 1962 missile crisis almost brought about the destruction of his country. 162. The crisis forced the government to mobilize the entire population to prepare for an invasion. 163. Yet Castro maintained a hardline position, revealing a greater willingness than his Soviet allies to risk a nuclear conflict. 164. The counter-revolutionary threat diminished after the missile crisis. The United States abandoned invasion plans. 165. And although CIA operations and support for exile activities continued. 166. They slowed after Kennedy's death and sputtered to a halt as the U.S. attention turned to Vietnam. 167. By 1965, all domestic insurgencies had been defeated. 168. Although exile-based terrorist attacks continued through the 1970s. 169. They posed little threat to the regime. The 1959 to 1965 counter-revolutionary war strengthened the regime in several ways. For one, it reinforced elite cohesion. The regime confronted a clear existential threat. A U.S. invasion was daily expected in the early 1960s, 170 generating a paranoid fear among the revolutionary elite. 171 Operating in this quasi-war status, 172 the revolutionaries felt compelled to close ranks. 173 Internal critics were effectively trapped, as any opposition was seen as tantamount to inviting intervention by the United States, which transformed dissidents into tactical allies of the counter-revolution. 174 According to Carlos Franchi, a July 26 movement activist who later went into exile, the great struggle of the day was between the revolution and the USA. In such a context, opposition was unthinkable. 175. It merits note that the revolutionary elite remained cohesive without a ruling party. Between 1959 and 1961, Castro ruled without a party, governing with a group of trusted veterans from the Sierra Maestra. 176 In July 1961, under pressure from the Soviet Union. 177 Castro announced that the July 26 movement and the pro-Soviet PSP would be fused into the Integrated Revolutionary Organization, and he appointed PSP leader Aníbal Escalante to organize the party. 178 Escalante took his job seriously, 179 building a Soviet-style ruling party and packing its leadership with PSP cadres. 180 When the party asserted some independence, however, Castro turned on it, complaining that Ori leaders had created a straitjacket, a yoke, and dismissing the new party as a pile of garbage. 181 In March 1962, Castro tore the lid off the organization, purging its entire leadership. 182 Castro replaced the Ori with the Unified Party of the Socialist Revolution, which his biographer described as his own, special, Castroite Communist Party. 183 But the PURS existed only on paper. And in 1965 it was replaced by the Cuban Communist Party. The counter-revolutionary war also strengthened Cuba's coercive apparatus. The Revolutionary Army had at most 3,000 soldiers in early 1959, 184 and Castro initially planned for a small army of about 16,000. 185 However, the mounting counter-revolutionary threat forced Castro to change course. 186 By 1960, the revolutionary government was fighting for its life. 187 Which convinced Castro and his allies that arming to the teeth necessary if the revolution and its leaders were going to survive. 188. The government responded by building a garrison state. 189 With armed forces that were sufficiently large to contemplate real deterrence of a superpower. 190 By early 1961, the army had 32,000 troops, with an additional 300,000 people in armed militias. 191 The expansion of the security forces accelerated after the Bay of Pigs invasion, as Castro could now more than justify the deployment of major resources to an internal and external threat that had finally shown its teeth. 192 The army more than quadrupled in size, reaching 130,000 by late 1961 and 300,000 in 1964. 193 Military spending increased from 2% of GDP under Batista to 8% in 1962. 194 Cuba became the most heavily armed country in Latin America. 195. The regime also built a vast intelligence apparatus. 196 The government began to develop its intelligence capacity in 1960 in response to proliferating counter-revolutionary groups. 197 And by the time of the Bay of Pigs invasion, the Interior Ministry's embryonic intelligence network was able to thoroughly dismantle the underground opposition. 198 The government also created committees for the defense of the revolution, a neighborhood-level surveillance system that served as an adjunct to the internal security apparatus. 199 The CDR's chief purpose was surveillance and repression. 200 Founded under the slogan "Sweep the worms from the cities," CDRs rounded up tens of thousands of suspects during the Bay of Pigs invasion. 201 The CDRs expanded dramatically after the invasion. By 1962, there were 100,000 of them. 202 According to counter-revolutionary leader Rafael Quintero, the CDRs were everywhere, all over the place, became very strong. In fact, they totally destroyed the underground. 203. Finally, the counter-revolutionary war accelerated the destruction of independent power centers. The counter-revolutionary threat, particularly the Bay of Pigs invasion, allowed the government to cast a wide net for enemies. 2041 Such enemy was the Church. With 200 churches and 212 religious schools, radio and television stations, and allied lay associations such as the Catholic University Group, the Young Catholic Students, and the Young Catholic Workers. 205 The Church was the only national institution that remained outside the government's control. 206 Given its strong upper-class ties. 207 The Church inevitably became an institutional base for conservatives seeking to resist the revolutionary onslaught. 208 Indeed, church leaders were at the forefront of opposition. In November 1959, church leaders mobilized more than 1 million Catholics in downtown Havana for the National Catholic Conference, which, though nominally apolitical, took an oppositional tone, with participants chanting "Down with Communism." 209 In 1960, church leaders launched a national campaign against communism. 210 They threatened to suspend services, as the Mexican Church had done in the 1920s. 211 At the same time, the Catholic University became a center of opposition and conspiracy. 212 And students from the Catholic University Group actively collaborated with the armed counter-revolutionary movement. 213 The government began to repress the Church in late 1960, closing Catholic television and radio programs. 214 However, the crackdown escalated after the Bay of Pigs invasion, with which many Catholic activists collaborated. 215 When the invasion began, militias occupied churches, often suspending masses. 216 All bishops and most priests were arrested, and Cardinal Manuel Artiega y Betancourt was forced to take refuge in the Argentine embassy for more than a year. 217 The government used the April 1961 invasion to justify an all-out assault on the Church. Attacking the Catholic hierarchy as the fifth column of the counter-revolution, 218 Castro expropriated church properties, shut down the Catholic University, dissolved Catholic organizations, and closed all Catholic schools. 219 In July, more than 100 priests, including Archbishop Enrique Pérez Cerrons, were arrested, and following a September 1961 protest led by Bishop Eduardo Boza, 335 priests, including Boza, were expelled from the country. 220 The repression broke the back of church resistance. 221 Destroying its counter-revolutionary potential. 222 With the departure of more than 450 priests, the number of clergy in Cuba fell by more than 70%. 223 The number of inhabitants per priest increased from 6,601 in 1959 to 35,400 in 1968, by far the highest ratio in Latin America. 224 Decimated by repression, the Church surrendered. 225 Abandoning opposition for a modus vivendi in which it could engage in limited spiritual activities so long as it avoided politics or criticism of the government. 226 The Church was thus reduced to liturgical practices. 227 By 1963, it had ceased to be a threat. 228 The counter-revolutionary war also wiped out the landowning class. The 1959 land reform eliminated only large estates, and remaining middle farmers and ranchers provided a base for counter-revolutionary movements in the early 1960s. 229 Amid these persistent counter-revolutionary threats, the government launched another, more far-reaching land reform in 1963. The second reform expropriated all private holdings over 167 hectares. 230 Which effectively eliminated landowners as a class. 231 Likewise, the urban industrialist class was eliminated in less than 3 years. 232 Because Cuban industry was so closely tied to the United States, the U.S. military threat encouraged a rapid socialization of the economy in order to prevent the Cuban private sector from collaborating with the United States. 233 Thus, most large and medium-sized businesses were nationalized in the late 1960s and early 1961. 234 By late 1961, the urban bourgeoisie had been destroyed. 235 Counter-revolutionary forces were also weakened by mass emigration. Much of Cuba's socio-economic and political elite fled to the United States after 1959. More than 200,000 Cubans left the country between 1960 and 1963, with most of them settling in Miami. 236 By the 1970s, more than 500,000 Cubans, nearly 10% of the population, had emigrated. 237 The exodus of much of the pre-revolutionary elite thinned the ranks of the opposition, limiting its capacity to challenge the regime. 238 Although the exile-based opposition remained active into the 1980s, transforming Miami into the capital of the counter-revolution, 239 it did not seriously threaten the regime. 240 The revolution thus exported its political opposition, leaving behind a more politically pliable population. 241 By 1965, then, the revolution had consolidated. Counter-revolutionary movements had been defeated, U.S. invasion plans had been shelved, and the organizational basis for opposition had been destroyed. By the mid-1960s, there were no truly associational interest groups left in Cuba. 242 Regime consolidation could be attributed, in large part, to the Bay of Pigs invasion. As ex-counter-revolutionary leader Rafael Quintero put it, the revolution started with the Bay of Pigs, because that's when Castro consolidated his power, that's when he was able to eliminate the underground resistance, that's when the Soviets started arriving. 243 In sum, Castro's early radicalism triggered a powerful U.S.-backed counter-revolutionary reaction. The revolutionary elite responded to the counter-revolutionary threat by closing ranks, building a powerful security apparatus, assaulting independent power centers, and forging a close alliance with the Soviet Union, steps that would prove critical to the regime's long-run survival. Revolutionary legacies: a durable party state. The regime that emerged from the counter-revolutionary conflict was considerably stronger than it had been in 1959. The regime rested upon a powerful party-state complex. Although the PCC was largely inactive until 1975, Cuba was nevertheless governed by a cohesive group of revolutionary veterans, most of whom had fought in the Sierra Maestra. The PCC was wedded to a powerful and disciplined coercive apparatus. At the same time, potential centers of societal resistance were virtually non-existent. Elite cohesion amid belated party building. Cuba's revolutionary elite was highly cohesive after 1965. Although this cohesion permitted the construction of a powerful ruling party, it was not generated by that party. Two distinctive characteristics of Cuba's revolutionary elite merit note. First, it was dominated by Castro. Revolutionary Cuba was a near-ideal typical case of charismatic leadership. 244 Castro was the regime's primary source of legitimacy and popular support. He, not the PCC, was the linchpin holding the elite together. 245 Castro overwhelmed the party state. Once he made a decision, neither the FAR nor the PCC could stop him. 246 A second related characteristic was ruling party weakness. Although the PCC was founded in 1965, it barely functioned until 1975. 247 It lacked a program, its central committee rarely met, and it never held a Congress. 248 Castro ignored it, instead ruling in an institutional void. 249 As of the late 1960s, there was no evidence that the party's Central Committee made any decisions on its own. 250 The PCC strengthened in the 1970s. 251 Adopting features of the Soviet Leninist model such as regular party congresses, a functioning Central Committee, a mass organization with cells in every corner of the country, and a slightly more collective leadership. 252 Nevertheless, Castro's unquestioned dominance over the party would persist until he retired in 2008. 253 Notwithstanding the ruling party's weakness, Cuba's revolutionary elite remained highly cohesive. Nearly all top party positions were filled by loyal guerrilla veterans. 254 The PCC's founding leadership in 1965 was, in effect, a reincarnation of the July 26 movement. 255 Six of the 8 members of the new Politburo were commanders during the guerrilla war, and 70 of the 100 Central Committee members belonged to the July 26 movement or fought in the rebel army. 256 These leaders were imbued with a guerrilla mentality. 257 and a remarkable esprit de corps. 258. The PCC leadership would prove highly cohesive. 259 All 8 original 1965 Politburo members and more than three-quarters of the original Central Committee members retained their posts in 1975. 260 As Herbert L. Matthews observed, nearly all the July 26 movement's founding members were with Castro 2 decades later, serving as leaders of his revolution, members of his government, his Communist Party, and his armed forces. 261. A powerful and disciplined coercive apparatus. The regime also had a powerful coercive apparatus. By the mid-1960s, Cuba had developed a more sophisticated range of security services than had been seen in probably any Latin American government to date. 262 As noted above, the counter-revolutionary threat and the specter of U.S. invasion led the Castro government to invest heavily in domestic and external security. 263 Military spending about 10% of government expenditures in the 1960s and 1970s exceeded that of every other country in Latin America. 264 The army expanded to 300,000, 10 times larger than Batista's army. 265 Thanks to Soviet assistance, moreover, the army was well trained, armed, and equipped. 266 By the mid-1960s, then, the U.S. State Department had concluded that Cuba had the most powerful military establishment in Latin America. 267. Ronald Reagan's presidency triggered further militarization in the 1980s. 268 Fearing that Cuba could not rely on the Soviet Union in the event of a U.S. attack, the government created the 800,000-strong territorial militia troops. A Vietnam-style program aimed at raising the cost of a U.S. invasion. 269 By the mid-1980s, Cuba was one of the most militarized societies on Earth, able to mobilize as many as 2 million people, 20% of the population, for national defense. 270. The FAR was also effective. Cuban security forces defeated counter-revolutionary insurgencies between 1959 and 1965. 271 Thwarted the Bay of Pigs invasion, and were probably sufficient to deter an invasion in the 1970s. 272 In 1976, 20,000 Cuban troops confronted and pushed back the South African military in Angola. 273 By the 1970s, then, Cuba had one of the most developed armed forces in the world, with a professional combat capacity that far exceeded what might be expected of a relatively small island nation. 274. The regime also developed an omnipresent internal security apparatus. 275 At the heart of which was the General Direction of Intelligence. A highly effective secret police. 276 The DGI operated a vast network of trained agents, supplemented by as many as 3 million informants. 277 At the same time, neighborhood CDRs functioned as a street-by-street spy system. 278 By 1965, there were 102,000 CDRs with more than 2 million members operating across Cuba. 279 Widespread surveillance and an extensive rationing system allowed the Cuban state to establish unprecedented societal control, which facilitated low-intensity coercion. 280 By the 1980s, Cuba had one of the most effective intelligence systems on Earth. Former CIA analyst Brian Ladle rated the Cuban intelligence system one of the 5 or 6 best in the world. 281. Party-army fusion and military cohesion. The revolutionary security forces were tightly wedded to the ruling party. The Cuban regime was characterized by near-total party-army fusion. 282 Cuba's civilian and military elites were inextricably linked. 283 The FAR emerged directly out of the guerrilla army, and nearly all its leaders were veterans of the Sierra Maestra. 284 The commanders of the army and the domestic security apparatus were members of the original Granma expedition. 285 Indeed, revolutionary veterans permeated the entire military hierarchy. In 1968, all Cuban army captains were ex-guerrillas. 286 This fusion persisted into the 1980s. 287 As Rafael Fermosel's biographies of Cuban military officials show, nearly all the army's top generals in the mid-1980s had fought against Batista. 288 Military leaders also played a major role in the party leadership. When the PCC was founded in 1965, 6 of 8 Politburo members were former revolutionary commanders, and 5 of 8 were active military officers. 289a striking 69% of Central Committee members held a military title, and 58% were active members of the military. 290 in 1975, more than 60% of Central Committee members had military backgrounds, a degree of party-army fusion that exceeded that of China and the Soviet Union. 291. The PCC did not establish a Soviet-style commissar system. 292 Although political officers and party cells operated in each military unit, party operatives were recruited from within the army, appointed by army officers, and answered to the army command. 293 This arrangement had no discernible impact on army loyalty, however. Because the army command was fused with the revolutionary elite, military officers could do political work as reliably as party operatives. Party-army fusion brought a striking degree of military loyalty. 294 Army officers saw themselves primarily as revolutionaries. 295 As William M. Leogrande observed, there was no real issue of civilian control over the armed forces because those who held administrative control were the armed forces. 296 Indeed, Cuba experienced virtually no civil-military conflict after 1959. 297 With the single exception of Huber Matos, a regional commander who was removed and arrested after criticizing Castro's radicalization in October 1959. 298 The loyalty of the armed forces was never in doubt. 299 Indeed, there was not a single coup attempt between 1959 and 2021. 300 Weak centers of societal power. Finally, independent centers of societal power were largely wiped out by 1965. Beyond family-owned farms and businesses, the private sector was extinct. Land reform eliminated the landowning class, and the nationalizations and emigration of the early 1960s reduced the bourgeoisie to barbers and beauticians. 301. The church was badly weakened. By the early 1960s, the Cuban church was institutionally the weakest in all of Latin America. 302 It was stripped of most of its property, including all schools and media outlets, and it lost 3/4 of its priests to expulsion and exile. 303 Church attendance plummeted. 304 Thus, the church was left with virtually no role in Cuban society. 305 After 1962, the Catholic hierarchy was politically silent. 306 Church leaders never criticized the regime and eventually began to publicly endorse government positions. 307 By the 1970s, Dominguez observed that church leaders criticize the government less than the government criticizes itself. 308 By the late 1960s, then, most regime opponents had been killed, jailed, or neutralized in one way or another. 309 And independent associational life had been stamped out. 310 Thus, opposition mobilization was hindered not only by state repression but also by the absence of institutional mechanisms in which to develop political activity. 311 In sum, the 3 pillars of durable authoritarianism were established in Cuba by 1965. The regime was led by a cohesive elite, which was fused to a powerful and disciplined coercive apparatus. Independent centers of societal power had been wiped out by repression and exile, creating a state-societal power asymmetry that would endure for decades. Although Cuba would rely heavily on Soviet military and economic assistance in the years that followed, it is clear that the revolution was internally secure, well before the Soviets committed themselves. 312 Crisis and regime durability, 1965 to 2020. Cuba's revolutionary regime endured for more than 60 years, demonstrating a remarkable capacity to survive under difficult circumstances. 313 Unlike Mexico, the Cuban regime did not benefit from economic growth. Cuba's per capita GDP declined during the 1960s, grew modestly in the 1970s and 1980s, and then declined again in the 1990s. 314 In 1999, per capita GDP was at roughly the same level as it was at the end of the Batista dictatorship. 315 To be sure, the regime benefited from massive Soviet support. The USSR provided an estimated $65 billion in economic subsidies and at least $13.4 billion in military assistance between 1960 and 1990. 316 military assistance was critical to building up Cuba's armed forces. 317 and billions of dollars in Soviet trade subsidies made the regime immune to the laws of bankruptcy. 318 by the 1980s, Soviet economic assistance reached $4 to $6 billion a year, covering more than half the Cuban budget. 319 Without this assistance, the revolution might have failed. 320 Yet the fact that the regime survived for more than 3 decades after the collapse of the Soviet Union suggests that the domestic bases for regime stability were strong. These bases were provided by 3 revolutionary legacies. The first was an unusually cohesive elite. The PCC leadership was dominated by revolutionary veterans, or historicos, into the 21st century. 321 Described by Herbert L. Matthews as a cohesive, blindly loyal group. 322 The historicos were characterized by a marked tendency to close ranks in defense of the revolution. 323 Indeed, Cuba's ruling elite suffered remarkably few schisms. 324 Through the mid-1980s, not a single member of the founding PCC leadership defected. 325 All the original Politburo members remained except for President Dordicos, who died, and Fauro Coman, who was demoted to the Central Committee. 326 Although the PCC grew more factionalized in the 1980s and 1990s. 327 There were no high-level defections through the early 21st century. 328 Second, the regime was characterized by extraordinary military cohesion and loyalty. Like the PCC, the army and internal security hierarchies were dominated by revolutionary veterans into the 21st century. 329 By all accounts, the armed forces remained disciplined and loyal throughout the 1965 to 2020 period, a strikingly unusual outcome in Latin America. 330 Third, the combination of a powerful security apparatus and the destruction of independent power centers created a vast and enduring power asymmetry between the regime and its opponents. Thus, even during periods of widespread public discontent, such as the late 1960s and the early and mid-1990s, dissidents lacked the organizational resources to mobilize opposition. This allowed the Castro government to make major policy mistakes and each time survive to continue making unwise decisions. 331 The Heresy period, 1965 to 1970. The first serious crisis faced by the revolutionary regime after consolidation was of its own making. Between 1965 and 1970, the Castro government pursued radical domestic and foreign policies that threw Cuba's economy into turmoil and threatened its alliance with the Soviet Union. In what has been described as the revolution's heresy period, 332 Castro abandoned Soviet-style orthodoxy in favor of utopian ideas associated with Che Guevara. 333 Thus, the government sought to eliminate material exchange and build an economy based on moral incentives. 334 Budgets, taxation, payments, and virtually all links between production and remuneration would be eliminated. 335 Indeed, Castro declared his intention to eliminate money altogether. 336 The transition to communism would be accompanied by the emergence of a new man, whose behavior would be guided by moral, rather than material, incentives. 337 In line with these objectives, the government mobilized tens of thousands of Cubans for volunteer labor. Volunteer work accounted for 8 to 12% of all labor in 1967 and 1968. 338 The shift to a moral economy was accompanied by the March 1968 Revolutionary Offensive, in which about 57,000 small businesses, including all grocery stores, restaurants, cafes, laundries, garages, and even fruit stands were expropriated, wiping out the last vestiges of private ownership. 339 Almost overnight, Cuba became the most socialized economy in the world. 340 In defending these measures, Castro declared that the revolution had not been sufficiently radical and that we will not create a socialist consciousness, with the mentality of shopkeepers. 341 Although the revolutionary offensive generated domestic resistance and was criticized by Soviet officials. 342 The government accepted these risks. As President Dordikos told Polish intellectual K.S. Carroll, Cuban leaders have our little heresy 343. The Cubans also broke with Soviet foreign policy. Despite Soviet opposition, the Castro government continued its unbending support for guerrilla movements in Latin America and elsewhere in the mid and late 1960s. 344 By 1968, Castro was becoming almost intolerable to the Soviets. 345. The utopian turn proved catastrophic. 346 Moral incentives failed, absenteeism soared, reaching 50% in some places. 347 While productivity plummeted. 348 Throwing Cuba into a serious economic crisis. 349 By 1968, Castro was in deep trouble. 350 Cuban-Soviet relations had reached a breaking point, and exasperated Soviet leaders threatened to cut off Cuba's oil supply. 351 At home, everything seemed to be coming apart. 352. Castro responded by doubling down. Although he tempered his foreign policy in line with Soviet demands. 353 He launched another utopian economic scheme, the 10-million-ton sugar harvest. The campaign to harvest 10 million tons of sugar in 1970 was a political Hail Mary pass. 354 Cuba had never harvested more than 7.2 million tons of sugar, and in the mid-1960s the harvest had ranged between 4 and 5 million tons. 355 Castro's target of 10 million tons was thus utopian. 356 Nevertheless, he bet the regime's legitimacy on the harvest, calling it a yardstick by which to judge the capacity of the revolution. 357 And declaring that even a 9.999 million ton harvest would be immoral. Defeat. 358 Virtually all national resources were diverted into the campaign. 359 Two-thirds of the army were mobilized. 360 And an estimated 1.2 million workers, many of them volunteers, were redeployed, at great cost, from other sectors of the economy. 361 Yet the campaign only achieved 8.5 million tons, a colossal failure. 362 The failure of the sugar campaign dealt an unprecedented blow to the regime's legitimacy. 363 As Castro declared, our enemies say we are faced with difficulties. And in fact our enemies are right. 364 Yet these failures did not seriously threaten the regime. Despite widespread discontent, there were no regime defections. 365 At the height of the conflict with the Soviet Union, an intra-party crisis known as the microfaction crisis erupted when a group of ex-PSP leaders with ties to Moscow attempted to challenge Castro, apparently with Soviet support. 366 About 3 dozen cadres were arrested. 367 Importantly, however, none of the dissidents were high-level party leaders, revealing that if Soviet officials conspired against Castro, they found few, if any, proxies within the PCC to challenge. 368 Likewise, Castro faced no challenge from the military. 369 Even in the wake of the disastrous sugar campaign, there were no signs of military rebellion. 370 Finally, the destruction of independent power centers made it difficult to translate public discontent into organized opposition. Thus, even though the Castro government faced a severe legitimacy crisis, no opposition existed that could present a viable new alternative. 371 The crisis of communism and the Soviet collapse, 1986 to 1995. The regime was relatively stable between 1970 and the mid-1980s. Although Reagan's ascent to the presidency triggered renewed fears of U.S. intervention. 372 The renewed threat ultimately strengthened the regime by reinforcing a siege mentality among the revolutionary elite. 373 Beginning in the mid-1980s, however, the regime faced a series of mounting challenges. For one, the economy ground to a halt, generating widespread discontent. 374 Yet, whereas communists in the Soviet Union, China, and Vietnam pursued market-oriented reforms in the late 1980s, Castro responded to the crisis by rejecting markets in favor of a return to consciousness and volunteer work. 375 Declaring that Cuba's past errors had come from mimicking the Soviet Union. 376 Castro rejected perestroika in favor of rectification, which combined orthodox communism and elements of the Moral economy approach of the 1960s. 377 Thus, the government abolished farmers' markets and other private economic activities that had been permitted in the 1970s. 378 and mobilized 400,000 workers, 14% of the workforce, into volunteer microbrigades to work in agriculture and the construction of housing, health clinics, and day-care centers. 379. Rectification triggered a level of internal dissent not seen since the late 1960s. 380 Most notably, General Arnaldo Ochoa, a decorated and popular military officer who reportedly sympathized with Soviet reformer Mikhail Gorbachev, came to be viewed as a potential threat. 381 Although Ochoa never actually rebelled, plotted, or even spoke out against the government, he and several allies were purged from the armed forces in June 1989, arrested for drug trafficking, and executed the following month. 382 Given Ochoa's stature and popularity, his execution would have been inconceivable in most Latin American countries. 383 And there is evidence that it triggered discontent within the army. 384 However, no military rebellion ensued. 385 The Ochoa case was just the beginning of the crisis, however. Beginning in 1990, the collapse of the Soviet Union generated an external shock the likes of which few regimes have survived. Soviet subsidies had kept the Cuban economy afloat in the 1980s, covering more than half the government budget. 386 Without Soviet support, observers noted, the Cuban economy would simply collapse. 387 That is precisely what happened. The Soviet Union's demise threw the regime into an unprecedented crisis. 388 Cuba's economy contracted by 25% in 1991 and between 35 and 50% between 1989 and 1993. 389 Cubans' purchasing power fell by 70%, and fuel and energy supplies nearly evaporated. 390 In late 1991, Castro acknowledged that Cubans faced the most difficult period in history. 391 Nevertheless, Castro refused to adopt either market-oriented economic reforms, as in China and Vietnam, or liberalizing political reforms, as in Eastern Europe. 392 He declared, capitalist reforms. Never. Everybody must know that the revolution won't retreat even 1 millimeter on this. We are not going to privatize absolutely anything. 393 Instead, the government hunkered down, inaugurating the special period of peacetime austerity, marked by extensive rationing and a dramatic reduction in public consumption. 394 Blackouts became routine, and fuel was so scarce that the government was forced to import 500,000 bicycles from China, with Castro telling Cubans, "We are entering the bicycle era." 395 For the first time since 1959, the government was unable to provide basic foodstuffs. 396 By 1993, most Cubans had been largely without meat or dairy products for 2 years. 397 The economic collapse posed a major challenge. Public discontent soared. 398 And dozens of dissident groups emerged. 399 Even the long silent church called for an end to single-party rule in 1993. 400 Government officials feared a social explosion. 401 And, indeed, there were unprecedented street riots in 1993 and 1994. 402 The largest of these was the August 1994 Abanizo, in which 3,000 protesters destroyed stores, threw stones and bottles, and chanted "Down with Fidel," at the main esplanade in central Havana. 403 The 1990–1994 crisis led many observers to believe the regime was on its last legs. A CIA working group on Cuba concluded that the odds of Castro's falling were better than 50-50. 404 Longtime observer Andrés Oppenheimer published a book titled Castro's Final Hour, and influential scholars characterized the revolution as being in its last days. 405 Yet the regime survived. There are three main reasons for this outcome, all of which are linked to the regime's revolutionary origins. First, the ruling elite remained cohesive. 406 The PCC leadership was still dominated by the founding revolutionary generation. 407 In 1991, 14 of 25 Politburo members were veterans of the revolutionary struggle. 408 United by a siege mentality, 409 The regime elite again closed ranks. There were no schisms or defections. Second, the armed forces remained loyal. 410 The Soviet collapse brought severe shortages in supplies and other resources, which generated considerable rank and file discontent within the armed forces. 411 As Richard L. Millett observed, if the FAR were a traditional Latin American military institution, such a situation would seem to invite a coup. 412 However, such an outcome was never in the cards. 413 Like the party, the armed forces were still commanded by first-generation revolutionaries with deep loyalties to the regime. 414 Indeed, there is no evidence of army disloyalty during the special period. 415 Third, the persistence of vast state-society power asymmetries made it difficult to translate societal discontent into anti-regime mobilization. Due to the absence of autonomous associations or institutions capable of sustaining collective action, organized opposition never grew beyond a few dozen small dissident groups. 416 No protest ever mobilized more than 3,000 people. 417 The feared social explosion never materialized. As Enrique A. Beloira observed, the population's seeming passivity was rooted in both the regime's repressive capacity and the weakness of independent power centers. There are practically no autonomous intermediary institutions in Cuban society. In Cuba, there is no church that can mobilize the masses as was the case in Poland. An independent labor movement such as Solidarnosc is nowhere in sight. Cuban dissidents and intellectuals have been unable to come together into anything comparable to Charter 77. Absent institutional sanctuaries and social spaces, the atomization that characterizes Stalinist forms of political control has been singularly effective in preventing the development of horizontal solidarities that normally precede the crystallization of organized forms of public protest. 418 The limited societal contestation that did emerge in the early 1990s was easily contained via low-intensity coercion. The government deployed CDRs and rapid reaction brigades to nip protest in the bud. 419 Dissidents were monitored, harassed, fired from their jobs, and, in some cases, arrested and imprisoned. 420 Effective low-intensity repression thus deterred collective mobilization, making a mass uprising improbable. 421 Castro's death and leadership succession, 2008 to 2021. The regime stabilized in the second half of the 1990s. The Cuban economy recovered somewhat. 422 And the government undertook modest economic reforms, including the legalization of small-scale private economic activities. 423 The loosening of totalitarian controls permitted the emergence of a proto-civil society. 424 Small dissident groups emerged, such as Concilio Cubano, the Cuban Human Rights Committee, the National Commission for Human Rights and Reconciliation, the Harmony Movement, and the Varela Project. 425 These groups remain small and scattered. 426 However, which allowed the regime to rely on low-intensity coercion, surveillance, harassment, and occasional arrests to keep them in check. 427 An example is the Varela Project, which was created by prominent dissident Oswaldo Paya in 1998. 428 In 2002, the Varela Project collected 11,000 signatures calling for a referendum on free elections and civil liberties. 429 This was too much for Castro, and in March 2003, 21 Varela Project leaders and more than 50 other dissidents were imprisoned. 430 The organization never recovered. 431 The most serious regime challenge in the early 2000s was posed by succession. In 2006, illness forced Castro to take leave of the presidency, and in 2008 he formally retired. He was succeeded by his brother, Vice President Raúl Castro. Fidel's departure was widely expected to trigger a regime crisis. When news of it broke, Miami's Little Havana neighborhood exploded in anticipatory celebration. 432 U.S. Assistant Secretary of State for Western Hemispheric Affairs Thomas Shannon declared that dictatorships are like helicopters. There are single fail-point mechanisms. When a rotor comes off a helicopter, it crashes. When a supreme leader disappears from an authoritarian regime, the authoritarian regime flounders. 433 Yet the succession was uneventful. There were no protests. 434 No stirring in the military, and no fissures, in the leadership. 435 Raúl Castro presided over the departure of the revolutionary generation. Between 2010 and 2013, much of the old guard leadership was replaced. 436 In 2018, Raúl Castro stepped down from the presidency. His successor, Vice President Miguel Díaz-Canel, was born after the revolution. Castro stepped down as first secretary of the Communist Party in 2021. Although the succession occurred without serious incident, the passing of the revolutionary generation poses a significant challenge. Unlike China and Vietnam, Cuba has not achieved sustained economic growth. The regime faced unprecedented protest in mid-2021. Although the protests were put down with relative ease, the regime's capacity to sustain elite cohesion and, if necessary, engage in high-intensity repression is open to question. The Cuban case largely conforms to our ideal typical path of revolutionary regime consolidation. Radical domestic and foreign policies triggered counter-revolutionary rebellions, a U.S.-backed invasion, and a persistent U.S. military threat. In response, the civic soldiers that surrounded Fidel Castro crystallized into a cohesive civilian and military elite that built a vast security apparatus and wiped out independent centers of societal power. The result was a vast state-societal power asymmetry that endured for more than a half a century, allowing the regime to survive its own misguided policies, the collapse of the Soviet Union, and Castro's death. Alternative explanations cannot explain this regime durability. First, the fact that no pre-revolutionary autocracy had ever endured for more than a decade before 1959 limits the plausibility of claims that there existed conditions for durable authoritarianism absent a revolution. Second, the Cuban regime survived for many years without a real party. Although the PCC eventually became an institutionalized ruling party, the fact that it was founded and led for decades by a stable network of revolutionary veterans suggests that party strength was rooted in the revolution. Third, the widespread discontent generated by the economic crisis of the 1980s and 1990s belies claims that mass support undergirded regime stability. Instead, it was the authoritarian pillars that emerged out of the revolutionary reactive sequence: a cohesive elite, a powerful and loyal security, and the destruction of associational life that best explain the durability of Cuba's revolutionary regime. Iran. Like the Castro government, Iran's revolutionary government was born weak but immediately attacked everything around it. The Islamic Republic of Iran emerged in 1979 out of a ramshackle coalition of secular nationalists, communists, and clerics that barely controlled the country. But rather than seeking to shore up domestic and international support, Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini imposed clerical rule, fomented revolution abroad, and supported the seizure of hostages in the U.S. Embassy. The revolutionary government became a major sponsor of terrorism in the Middle East and eventually launched a program of nuclear armament. No other revolutionary regime examined in this book has been so internationally isolated for so long. At the same time, unlike most revolutionary autocracies, the IRI lacked almost any Leninist institutions. Instead, the regime was constructed in a way that seemed to encourage intra-elite conflict. Not only was there no ruling party for most of its existence, but the IRI held regular, semi-competitive elections, which encouraged factions to flourish. 437. Despite these challenges, however, the IRI endured for more than 40 years, surviving a costly 8-year war with Iraq, the death of its founding leader, a massive protest movement in 2009, and debilitating sanctions and popular unrest in the 2010s. And even though factionalism was more open and intense than in most revolutionary cases, regime insiders remained almost entirely loyal to clerical rule. As in Cuba, this durability was rooted in a revolutionary reactive sequence. Khomeini's radical challenges to the domestic and international order generated a violent insurgency and war with Iraq, which reinforced elite cohesion and motivated the development of a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus and the destruction of virtually all organized alternatives. The revolutionary reactive sequence produced a formidable deep state capable of putting down popular threats, as well as a regime elite that, though riven by factionalism, almost entirely avoided outright opposition. The revolutionary seizure of power. Like Cuba, the Iranian Revolution emerged out of a sultanistic dictatorship. The Pahlavi dynasty was founded in 1925 by Reza Khan, a commander of the Persian Cossack Brigade who declared himself king. Due to his Axis sympathies, Reza was ousted by the British in 1941 and replaced by his son, Mohammad Reza Pahlavi. The second Pahlavi monarch was initially weak and constrained by an elected Majlis. In the early 1950s, the Majlis produced a nationalist government led by Mohammad Mossadegh, whose National Front tapped into the growing opposition to British control over Iran's natural resources. 438 After Mossadegh sought to nationalize Iranian oil, AU.S and British-backed coup toppled Mossadegh, forced the National Front underground, and established the Shah firmly in power. 439 Taking advantage of greater access to oil revenue, the Shah dramatically expanded his personal power after 1954. 440 Increasingly, the line between public resources and the Shah's personal finances was blurred. Corruption was rampant. 441 The Shah soon began to exercise an extraordinary degree of personal control over the armed services. He forbade military chiefs from communicating with each other and packed the armed services with cronies. The Shah's explicit permission was required for all appointments and arms purchases, and even to move troops from one barrack to another. 442 As a result, the military was highly fragmented. With US and British support, the Shah also built a large, well-funded, and effective security apparatus under his direct control, the Savak. 443 The Shah used his power to eliminate checks on his rule. Opposition parties were banned, and in 1963, a set of sweeping reforms, the so-called White Revolution, expropriated the land holdings of the powerful thousand families, effectively eliminating landowners as an independent social class. 444 After that, very little organized opposition remained. The Pahlavi regime enjoyed decades of stability. Thanks to a combination of steady economic growth, oil revenue, US support, and a powerful security apparatus, Iran appeared to be a beacon of stability through the mid-1970s. 445 As late as mid-1978, the CIA concluded that Iran was not in a revolutionary or even a pre-revolutionary situation. 446 The Shah was vulnerable, however. Because the regime was sustained in large part by the security forces, oil revenue, and the United States, the Shah did not need to build a broad domestic support coalition. 447 Personal rule allowed him to govern in a manner that was at odds with leading interests, public opinion, and the prevailing culture. His government trampled on property rights and, in the 1970s, arrested thousands of shopkeepers in an effort to control inflation. 448 In addition, the Shah's support for Israel. 449 An open disregard for religious traditions generated fierce opposition among the country's Shiite clerics. 450 One high-ranking cleric in particular, Ayatollah Khomeini, emerged as a prominent critic of the regime after the White Revolution threatened the autonomy and power of the Shiite clergy. 451 Following an uprising in June 1963 supported by radical clerics, Khomeini was exiled to Turkey and then Iraq. 452 However, his stature only grew. In a context in which all other opposition had been either co-opted or locked away, Khomeini's clear and uncompromising opposition attracted broad popular support from a wide range of both secular and religious opponents of the Shah. 453 In exile, Khomeini developed and diffused a set of radical new ideas. He wrote several books arguing that clerics should directly rule Iran according to religious doctrine. His ideas of clerical rule vilayat-e-faqih marked a sharp break from traditional Shiite beliefs, which held that clerics should remain outside secular power structures. 454 Before Khomeini, the terms Islamic and Republic had never been put together. 455 Such views were opposed by most Shiite clergy, both in Iran and across the Middle East. 456 Yet the exiled Khomeini would eventually become a unifying figure for the opposition, and his radical ideas would eventually transform the region's politics. Khomeini's influence was reinforced by a dramatic growth in religious institutions during the 1960s and 1970s. 457 By the 1970s, there were 9,000 mosques and 180,000 mullahs in Iran. 458 In Tehran alone, there existed 12,300 religious associations. Even so, the demand for clerics often outstripped supply, leading to the development of a vast market for religious tapes and cassettes which helped to diffuse Khomeini's message. 459 Although mosques cooperated with the regime for most of the Shah's tenure, their autonomy and societal penetration gave them vast revolutionary potential. The Shah's regime thus faced a diversity of opponents, including leftists, secular nationalists, merchants, and religious conservatives. These groups were united in their antipathy toward the regime. They were also bound by nationalism. Due to the Shah's close ties to the West, he was widely viewed as a lackey of the United States. Finally, the exiled Khomeini emerged as a powerful unifying figure for regime opponents, including leftists and secular nationalists, many of whom did not take his plans for clerical rule seriously because they viewed religion as a dying force. 460. The Shah's vulnerability was exacerbated by the regime's sultanistic character. By hollowing out and personalizing state institutions, the Shah created a regime that was brittle and thoroughly dependent on his leadership. When he faltered, so, too, did the regime. The 1979 revolution was rooted in a series of contingent events and missteps by the Shah. On the external front, the election of Jimmy Carter brought pressure for reform, generating fears that the United States was no longer fully committed to the Shah's survival. 461 At home, a government-sponsored editorial in 1978 calling Khomeini a British agent, together with a tragic fire at the Cinema Rex Theatre in the city of Abadan, triggered waves of protest that increasingly threatened the Shah's hold on power. 462 Protesters gained the support of Bazari shopkeepers and a growing number of mosques. By mid-1978, large-scale protest had erupted across Iran. 463. The Shah's inconsistent response to these protests' brutal repression, followed by concessions, further fueled anti-regime mobilization. 464 On September 8, 1978, known as Black Friday, the Shah declared martial law and troops massacred 88 protesters. The Shah followed this repression with mixed signals, arresting 13 loyalists to appease protesters but also appointing a military commander as prime minister to enforce martial law. On December 10 and 11, millions of Iranians took to the streets across the country to call for the Shah's departure and Khomeini's return. A month later, the Shah left the country, never to return, triggering state collapse. On February 1, 1979, Khomeini's Air France flight from Paris set down in a country that not only lacked a government but increasingly had no state. Because control over the military had been so thoroughly personalized under the Shah, the armed forces could not rule or even maintain order in his absence. As a result, they were paralyzed and grew increasingly demoralized. 465 State power evaporated. 466 Between 5 and 10% of the army's soldiers had deserted their posts by the time Khomeini returned from exile. 467 On February 9, 800 Air Force technicians and mechanics from the Dashan Tapa Air Force Base defected to Khomeini. 468 Loyalist Imperial Guards attacked the air base in response, but over 3 glorious days, leftist and religious militias, the Islamist Marxist Mojahedin Khalq and the Marxist-Leninist People's Fatah, battled and defeated the Imperial Guards, seized weapons, and distributed them to mosques and community centers. 469 These events triggered a wave of arms seizures across the country, as well as mass defections from all ranks in the army. The Iranian state disintegrated. Whole units surrendered, and on February 11, the Supreme Council of the Armed Forces declared neutrality, thereby sealing the fate of the Shah's regime. 470. Revolutionary forces quickly set out to disable what remained of the coercive apparatus. Viewing the military as a bastion of U.S. imperialism that had the Shah in its blood, 471 Khomeini and his allies grew obsessed with purging it. 472 Revolutionary tribunals were set up, and on February 15, 4 high-ranking generals were executed on the roof of the revolutionary headquarters, a former girls' elementary school. Hundreds of other military officials were executed in the weeks that followed. 473 In July, the discovery of a Shah loyalists' plot to bomb Khomeini's home led to executions of 144 officers and the purge of 4,500 military personnel. 474 By September 1980, 12,000 soldiers had been discharged. 475 The Army's officer corps shrank by as much as 60%. 476 By 1980, the Iranian army had been reduced nearly in half, from 285,000 to 150,000 troops. 477 Within a few years, the state bureaucracy was radically transformed, and the Pahlavi elite almost entirely replaced. 478 The revolutionary reactive sequence. Like Cuba's, Iran's revolutionary regime was born weak. The new government was a conglomerate of contradictory forces united only in their rejection of the Shah's regime. 479 It included secular nationalists, communists, and clerics. Although Khomeini was very popular, he had not been in the country since 1964 and lacked anything remotely like the kind of organization needed to establish order. 480 He could not even find enough trusted allies to fill the newly created Council of the Islamic Republic. 481 Prime Minister Mehdi Bazargan, a secular nationalist, had little influence. As in Russia in early 1917, formal power was vested in a provisional government, but real authority lay in the hands of a disorderly collection of revolutionary leaders and ill-defined councils. Amid the power vacuum created by the dissolution of the old regime, a hodgepodge of militias and 1,500 revolutionary comités emerged to establish order. 482 Despite the precariousness and diversity of his coalition, Khomeini initiated a radical campaign to transform Iranian society and establish clerical rule. He declared divorce illegal, banned alcohol, shut down discos and bars, restricted foreign travel, and attacked women's rights, revoking many Shah-era gender equality reforms and eventually making it illegal for women to appear in public without a head covering. 483 Harsh penalties were imposed for insulting clerics or denigrating Islam. 484 Universities were shut down for 3 years to cleanse them of Western influence. 485 On April 1, a referendum was held in which Iranians could choose to either maintain the monarchy or create an Islamic Republic. With the choice framed so starkly, the Islamic Republic won overwhelmingly. 486 Most importantly, Khomeini and his allies unilaterally designed a new constitution that allowed for semi-free elections for a president and a legislature but gave ultimate power to a supreme leader, or faqih. The Council of Guardians, which included 6 experts in Islamic law appointed by the faqih, approved candidates for the Majlis, the presidency, and the Assembly of Experts, who were in turn responsible for appointing the faqih. The popularly elected president was in charge of the government but subordinate to the supreme leader. This effort to institutionalize clerical rule triggered resistance from erstwhile leftist allies, as well as from prominent religious moderates such as Ayatollah Mohammad Kazem Shariatmadari. 487 Khomeini also boldly confronted the United States. On November 4, 1979, in what Khomeini called Iran's Second Revolution, radical students seized the U.S. Embassy in Tehran, taking more than 50 hostages. 488 The action generated international outrage, and the hapless Prime Minister Bazargan resigned after failing to stop it. 489 The ensuing 444-day crisis left Iran isolated and cost the government $12 billion in assets held abroad. 490 With a single stroke, Iran became a global pariah. Although seizing American hostages was extraordinarily risky, the ensuing conflict temporarily unified many of the regime's disparate forces at a critical moment in the transition. 491 With Iran under siege from the United States and much of the world, and with foreign agents believed to be everywhere. 492 Many nationalists and leftists were put on the defensive. The Communist Today party set aside its opposition to clerical rule and closed ranks behind the regime. Khomeini was able to shut down debate on the constitution. In this context of intense international threat, opposition to the new constitution was equated with treason. 493 The new constitution was approved in December 1980. But unity was short-lived. The imposition of clerical rule generated intense opposition, including a major counter-revolutionary insurgency. The leftist MK militia, an ally in the struggle against the Shah, launched a wave of assassinations in 1981, including Prime Minister Javad Bahadur and Iran's second president, Ali Reza. 494 on June 27, 1981, future Supreme Leader Ali Khomeini suffered a bomb attack during a sermon, which incapacitated his right arm. A day later, another bomb struck the headquarters of the pro-government Islamic Republican Party, killing 73 officials, including Chief Justice Saeed Beheshti. 495 Hundreds of government officials were killed during this period. 496 Leftist guerrilla groups briefly seized the city of in early 1982. 497 Armed rebellions also broke out in Tabriz, Kurdistan, and Khuzestan. 498 Nearly plunging Iran into civil war. 499 The stakes were further heightened after the Majlis impeached President Abul Hassan Bani Sadr. Bani Sadr responded by aligning with the MK and seeking to incite a popular uprising against the clerics. 500 This would be virtually the only direct challenge to clerical rule by a major regime insider for more than 4 decades. In response to this violent resistance, the revolutionary government launched a massive terror campaign that eliminated virtually all organized opposition. 501 At least 3,000 people, and perhaps as many as 8,000, were executed between 1981 and 1983. 502 The MK was forced into exile. The Communist Today Party was banned and repressed, and all other political groups were destroyed or forced underground. 503 Critically, the conflict also gave the government an excuse to quash the many influential Shiite leaders who opposed clerical rule. Prominent moderate clerics were assaulted by pro-government thugs and effectively silenced. 504 Violent conflict gave rise to a powerful and loyal security apparatus. Unlike most revolutionary cases, Iran's pre-revolutionary army survived the revolution. However, it was purged, downsized, and significantly downgraded in importance. 505 Simultaneously, the revolutionary government created 2 new and more powerful security forces from scratch. One was the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. Created from revolutionary guerrilla units battling loyalist army units in February 1979. 506 The IRGC became the most important security force in the country. 507 Dwarfing the power of the army. The other new security force was the Basij. Created in late 1979, the Basij was intended to be a 20-million-man militia to defend the revolution against internal and external enemies. 508 The IRGC and the Basij were commanded by revolutionary ideologues with close ties to the supreme leader. 509 These ties fostered an intense commitment to the regime and its survival. 510 The capacity to crack down on dissent was considered a prerequisite for promotion in the IRGC. 511 Leaders were expected to act regardless of public opinion. 512 Viewing themselves as religious organizations and the source of revolutionary purity in Iran. 513 The Basij and the IRGC demonstrated extraordinary loyalty to the supreme leader. 514 Efforts by moderate factions to assert control over the security forces under President Bani Sadr and Said Mohammad Khatami failed. 515 Counter-revolutionary conflict led to a dramatic increase in the size, scope, and capacity of the IRGC and the Basij. The IRGC began as an underfunded and ill-trained group of guerrilla fighters. 516 However, the Khomeini government relied heavily on the IRGC to put down attacks by the MK and other armed rivals in the early 1980s. 517 And, as a result, it quickly developed into one of the most powerful and best-funded institutions in Iran. 518 The IRGC expanded from about 4,000 troops in May 1979 to 25,000 in September 1980. 519 The Guard's central role in the counterinsurgency led it to rapidly develop its intelligence capacity and expand its presence in urban areas. 520 For its part, the Basij played a major role in defeating leftist guerrillas and suppressing communist revolts in northern Iran. 521 The revolutionary regime also plunged into external conflict in the 1980s. The 1979 hostage crisis made an enemy of the United States, and relations with the Soviet Union deteriorated after Iran banned the Today Party and subjected its members to Stalinist-style show trials in 1983.522. The regime also generated tension in the Middle East. Khomeini called on the Iraqi public to rise up against Saddam Hussein and appealed for an Islamic revolution throughout the Persian Gulf. 523 Such moves triggered hostility among most Arab states. 524 Iran became a major sponsor of terrorism in the region. In response to Israel's invasion of Lebanon in 1982, Iranian officials created the Hezbollah. 525 which organized the deadly 1983 bombing of American and French military barracks in Beirut. 526 In 1987, Iran laid anti-ship mines in the Persian Gulf, which deepened tension with the United States. Finally, in 1989, Khomeini issued a decree calling for the death of Salman Rushdie for his book The Satanic Verses, which brought international outrage and the end of diplomatic relations with Great Britain. 527 In the words of one IRGC commander, Iran went to war against the whole world. 528 The regime's most consequential external conflict was the 1980-1988 war with Iraq. 529 The revolution dramatically increased tensions between the two states. Khomeini's discourse threatened the Iraqi government. 530 He called on Shiites to rise up against Hussein and threatened to invade following the assassination of a Shiite cleric in Iraq in April 1980. 531 More importantly, however, the revolution created a window of opportunity for Hussein to weaken a long-standing geopolitical rival. 532 Not only had the revolution and subsequent purges weakened the Iranian army, but Iran's international isolation meant that Iraq would enjoy the support of the United States and the Persian Gulf states. 533 Indeed, at the start of the war, the military balance favored Iraq. 534 The war began in September 1980, when 45,000 Iraqi troops crossed into Iran. The Khomeini government's initial reaction seemed to confirm Hussein's hopes. Preoccupied with domestic counterinsurgencies, Iran's military forces initially failed to notice the incursion, allowing Iraqi troops to advance rapidly into Iranian territory. 535 However, several factors, including Iran's larger size, better trained air force, and early support from Israel helped the IRI survive, regroup, and eventually turn the tide. 536 Ideology also played a role. Iran's clerical elite viewed the war as a religious war, which almost certainly helped sustain the regime in the face of initial losses. 537 Furthermore, Iran's depleted military capacity was partially compensated by the Khomeini government's ability to mobilize large numbers of highly motivated volunteers from the Basij, who utilized human wave techniques to cross minefields and reach Iraqi positions. 538 Although such techniques were costly, they assisted the military's defensive campaign in the war's early stages. 539 By June 1982, Iraq had withdrawn to the border. By this point, domestic insurgencies had been defeated and rivals forced underground or into exile. 540 Thus, the revolutionary regime could be considered consolidated. Rather than ending the war, however, Iran marched into Iraq in the hope of spreading the Islamic Revolution. 541 Because Iraq could turn to the United States and the Persian Gulf states for assistance. 542 Iranian forces were stymied, and the war dragged on for an additional 6 years. Although the war imposed enormous costs on Iran, it strengthened the regime's coercive structure, particularly the IRGC and the Basij. 543 The IRGC grew from about 25,000 troops in 1980 to 450,000 late in the war. 544 Before stabilizing at about 150,000 in the 1990s. 545 The IRGC developed considerable military efficacy during the Iraq War. 546 The war also imbued the Guard with enormous prestige. 547 Which, together with lavish resources, allowed it to attract the best recruits. 548 By the end of the conflict, the influence of the Guard had expanded into the cabinet and the media. 549 The war also strengthened the Basij. At its peak in 1986, the Basij mobilized about 100,000 volunteers on the front lines. 550 The Basij became an omnipresent feature of life in many Iranian cities. 551 As in China, Russia, and Vietnam, the experience of war fostered an enduring siege mentality. Commanders of both the IRGC and the Basij organizations viewed themselves as being in a constant state of war and confronting an imminent and existential threat from abroad. 552. Finally, the war against Iraq justified the suppression of remaining opposition forces, which were viewed as treasonous. Fifth columnists. 553. In particular, the government obliterated the last remnants of the MK, which had survived in Iraq, and made a quixotic attempt to invade Iran in 1988. The severely undertrained and ill-equipped surviving remnants of the MK were bombed out of existence. Then, in a move that shocked many inside and outside the regime, the government massacred at least 4,000 MK supporters who had been languishing in Iranian prisons. 554. A non-party deep state. Iran's revolutionary reactive sequence transformed the IRI from a loose coalition of disparate groups into a powerful authoritarian regime. Violent, ideologically driven conflict fostered an intense siege mentality, destroyed alternative centers of power, and bequeathed the regime with effective, ideologically committed, and loyal security services. 555. First, the revolution and its violent aftermath wiped out organized threats to the regime. The Shah had already destroyed the Landowning class. 556. The pre-revolutionary army remained intact, but, as noted above, it was badly weakened by the revolution and subsequent purges and downsizing. 557. Second, the regime established political ideological departments within the army to indoctrinate and vet the loyalty of candidates for promotion. 558. By 1986, such religious commissars were operating in every branch of the army. 559. State agents were posted in universities, which were perceived as vulnerable to foreign influence. 560. Thus, while some pre-revolutionary institutions survived the revolution, they were heavily infiltrated by the new regime. Finally, as noted above, counter-revolutionary conflict and the Iran-Iraq War decimated potential rivals, including the MK, the Communist Party, and the remnants of the National Front. Military conflict was also used to justify the sidelining of prominent religious moderates such as Ayatollah Shariat Madari. 561. After the revolution, the clerical establishment was subjected to an unprecedented level of politicization and control. 562. The Special Court for the Clergy was created in 1987 to prevent deviance, which led to the arrest of hundreds of clerics. 563. The Basij also formed a special brigade to monitor clerics across the country. 564. These measures seriously weakened the power of nonconformist clergy. 565. Thus, the IRI emerged from the Iraq War with few organized challengers. At the same time, the clerical establishment retained a substantial degree of autonomy from the government. 566. Due in part to donations from followers, clergy maintained some financial independence, which enabled them to at times criticize government policies and even resist government dictates. 567. In the early 1990s, for example, despite intense government pressure, the clerical establishment in Qom refused to grant Khomeini the important religious title of Marja status that was initially required to become supreme leader. 568. Although the clerical establishment never mobilized against the regime between 1979 and 2021, independent religious authorities remained a latent source of opposition that had no equivalent in Cuba. The IRI also lacked the institutional architecture of most durable revolutionary regimes. Importantly, the IRI did not have a ruling party. Although the IRP functioned as a ruling party during the early 1980s, 569 Khomeini disbanded it in 1987. 570 The absence of a ruling party to regulate elite conflict, together with the existence of regular semi-competitive elections, resulted in higher levels of open elite conflict than in Cuba and most other revolutionary cases. 571 Regime officials fought viciously over policy and public office, and a few major figures, including the prestigious cleric Hussein Ali Montazeri, fell out with the supreme leader and were sidelined. However, this conflict obscured a relatively high degree of unity among the regime elite. Although reformist politicians like Said Mohammad Khatami in the 1990s and Mir Hussein Mousavi in 2009 were backed by Iranian voters who opposed the regime, they themselves never opposed the IRI or sought its overthrow. Indeed, with few exceptions, reformist elites remained committed to the preservation of clerical rule, even after losing out to conservatives. 572 As we show below, this reluctance to move into outright opposition critically undermined efforts to overthrow the IRI. Thus, although Iran is a more ambiguous case than Cuba, the systematic failure of regime leaders to defect to the opposition suggests a strikingly cohesive elite. Crucially, moreover, the regime's real power center, the deep state controlled by the supreme leader and backed by the IRGC and the Basij, was unambiguously cohesive and loyal. 573 The IRGC and the Basij were inseparably linked to the supreme leader. They recruited heavily from poor and religious families that were committed to clerical rule. 574 Nearly all studies of the Guard highlight its leaders' deep commitment to a dogmatic conception of Islam. 575 Ideology enhanced cohesion by heightening perceptions of an existential threat from outside forces. 576 The raison d'etre of the Revolutionary Armed Forces was to defend the revolution. 577 Discipline was reinforced by the Supreme Directorate of Ideological and Political Affairs, which embedded officials in each Guard unit to monitor members' political reliability. 578 Due to this combination of ideological commitment and state infiltration, the IRGC was fanatically loyal to Khomeini. 579 There is no evidence that the Guard ever seriously challenged the supreme leader. 580 Overall, the IRGC was one of the regime's most well-organized and disciplined bases of support. 581 As Khomeini put it, if there was no IRGC, there would be no country. 582 Despite a degree of openness and competition among the political elite, these hardline elements retained a near-monopoly control over the security services, which gave them a decisive advantage in power struggles. 583 As we shall see, this non-party deep state was critical to regime survival in the 3 decades after the Iraq War. Regime survival amid multiple crises. The IRI confronted 3 major challenges in the decades that followed the war in Iraq. First, Khomeini's death in 1989 and the lack of a clear successor generated a potential crisis. Second, the end of the war opened up a chasm between popular reformists on one side and hardliners in the Faqih and the Revolutionary Armed Forces on the other. This rift simmered in the 1990s and exploded in a massive 2009 protest movement that nearly brought down the regime. Third, international sanctions crippled the economy in the 2010s and contributed to another wave of protests beginning in 2017. Several revolutionary legacies helped the regime survive these crises. For one, the cohesion of both the deep state and the broader political elite facilitated a smooth succession in 1989. In addition, the destruction of alternative power centers deprived the opposition of the capacity to translate popular support into a serious regime challenge. Efforts to draw on the support of reformist factions within the regime were hampered by insiders' unwillingness to oppose clerical rule. 584 Finally, loyal and effective security forces consistently beat back mass-based challenges. Khomeini's death and leadership succession. Khomeini's death in June 1989 posed a serious problem for the regime. 585 Indeed, the CIA predicted a better-than-even chance that the regime would face serious instability after Khomeini died. 586 Not only was Khomeini a uniquely charismatic figure, but few individuals possessed the formal qualifications to replace him. The position of Faqih, or supreme leader, had been created especially for Khomeini, and it was explicitly designated for a cleric who had received the high status of marja among Shiite clergy. 587 This was not some minor technical requirement. The IRI's legitimacy rested on the unquestioned religious authority of the supreme leader. However, the only plausible cleric with a claim to marja status was Montazeri, who had been Khomeini's designated successor but fell out with Khomeini in the late 1980s over opposition to the massacre of MK prisoners in 1988. As a result, Khomeini sidelined Montazeri and told close associates that he wanted Khomeini, a close ally, to succeed him. 588. But there was a problem. Although Khomeini was a powerful insider, he was not a marja. In fact, he was considered a religious lightweight by much of the clerical establishment. 589 To allow Khomeini to become supreme leader, top regime officials decided to change the constitution. But they had not completed the process when Khomeini died. With no legitimate successor in place, the founding leader's death generated fear of a power vacuum at a time of mounting international isolation and threat. 590 Indeed, following Eric Selbin 591, any attempt to impose a leader without the proper religious qualifications might have been expected to generate dissent among the regime's base of true believers. However, the transition went smoothly. Montazeri, despite his earlier status as designated successor, considerable religious qualifications, and significant support network, instructed his supporters to accept his dismissal and quietly left the public eye. 592 The Assembly of Experts chose Khomeini as successor a day after Khomeini's death, even though the move was unconstitutional at the time. 593 Montazeri did not openly challenge Khomeini's selection but instead sent him a congratulatory letter. 594 As in Russia after Lenin's death, the regime faced too serious a threat from abroad for any high-level official to consider defying the new leader. The rise of reformists and the 2009 Green Revolution. After the Iraq War ended, revolutionary vigilance became more difficult to sustain, and Iranians grew tired of social controls and economic austerity. 595 Simultaneously, the existence of semi-competitive elections created incentives for reformist appeals. The result was a growing divide between reformists, many of whom enjoyed broad public support, and the hardline Faki and the Revolutionary Guard. 596 Although reformists did not openly challenge clerical rule, they called for greater political freedom, a relaxation of social controls, and the enforcement of constitutional limits on the power of the Faki. 597 Conservatives resisted these reforms. 598 It was not an equal fight. Backed by Khomeini and the deep state. 599 Conservatives used their control over the coercive apparatus to strengthen themselves and reinforce the new Islamic social order. 600 The Basij in particular became a bulwark against the spread of cultural liberalization. 601 During the 1990s, it played an active role in moral policing as part of the Office for Vivification of the Propagation of Virtue and Prohibition of Vice, which enforced restrictions on immodest dress, mixed-gender parties, and the possession of alcohol and illicit books and films. 602 Conservative forces were strengthened by President Akbar Rafsanjani, who directed post-war reconstruction projects to the IRGC, transforming it into one of the best endowed organizations in the country. 603 The IRGC's access to resources attracted opportunists who were less committed to the organization's hardline mission. 604 However, the IRGC leadership continued to be dominated by revolutionary veterans, and the institution remained unambiguously loyal to the supreme leader. Cases of high-level disobedience were virtually non-existent. 605 This gave rise to a dynamic in which reformist politicians would capitalize on public discontent to win elections but then find themselves stymied by powerful conservative forces in the state. In 1997, former Culture Minister Said Mohammad Khatami, a reformist, won the presidency with a stunning 69% of the vote. Khatami captured the support of the many Iranians who were visibly angry with the ruling clerical oligarchs. 606 His election brought optimistic predictions of a second revolution and the dawn of an Islamic democracy. 607 However, Khatami's reform efforts immediately ran into the wall of the IRI's deep state. Despite the new president's popular support, he had neither the authority nor the independence to do anything without the consent of Khomeini, who was backed by the security apparatus. 608 Thus, shortly after Khatami took power, the security forces shut down several reformist publications. 609 In April 1998, the reformist mayor of Tehran, Gholam Hossein Karbaski, was tried on false corruption charges, imprisoned, and barred from politics for 10 years. 610 Numerous dissident writers and nationalists were the victims of murders that were later tied to the security services. 611 After the reformist paper Salam was shut down in mid-1999, Thousands of students took to the streets in cities across Iran but were quickly suppressed by Islamic vigilantes and Basij militias. 612. In 2000, reformists won 215 of 290 seats in parliamentary elections, and in 2001, Khatami was re-elected with an extraordinary 76% of the vote. But again, none of this really mattered. Continued attacks on the reformist media, including multiple newspaper closures, crippled it. 613. Khatami lacked the power to defend his reformist allies. 614. His efforts to install reformists in the security forces were rebuffed by Khomeini. 615. As a result, large-scale human rights abuses persisted. Thus, Khatami's presidency started with a deafening roar and ended in an unceremonious whisper. 616. Overwhelming popular opposition to the dominant hardliners did little to destabilize the regime. Regime stability was not only rooted in deep state repression, however. It was also driven by the loyalty of the reformers themselves. Although some reformist politicians skirted close to opposition in the late 1990s and 2009, regime insiders almost never opposed clerical rule. 617. The leading reformer, Khatami, for example, refused to challenge the supreme leader. 618. As president, he maintained unconditional loyalty to Khomeini and denounced reformist calls to change the constitution as tantamount to treason. 619. When pro-reform protests began to grow in 1999, Khatami accused the protesters of having evil aims and attacking the foundations of the regime. 620. Speaking on state television, the president denounced the protests as demagogic, provocative, socially divisive, and a threat to national security. 621. Later, when numerous reformist publications were shuttered in 2000, Khatami appealed for calm rather than fomenting opposition. 622. Seeking to avoid unrest and preserve the ruling Islamic establishment he believed in, Khatami repeatedly retreated in the face of conservative opposition to democratic reforms. 623. Khatami's refusal to confront the regime drove opposition forces to despair and created a significant obstacle to opposition mobilization. 624. Thus, the quick suppression of student protests in 1999 was almost certainly facilitated by Khatami's harsh condemnation of their activities, which left activists feeling tricked and confused and abandoned. 625. Students could be heard shouting, "Khatami, Khatami, where are you? Your students have been killed." 626. By the end of his second term, prominent supporters of reform began to turn against Khatami. Frustrated by Khatami's passivity, the Iranian human rights activist Shireen Ebadi called on Khatami to resign in early 2004. 627. Widespread demoralization may have contributed to the 2005 victory of the arch-conservative mayor of Tehran, Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, in the presidential election. 628. The success of Ahmadinejad represented a remarkable electoral turnaround for conservatives, who often had difficulties at the ballot box. However, their triumph did not silence opposition for long. Ahmadinejad's public support eroded amid a weakening economy. 629. And in 2009, former Prime Minister Mir Hussein Mousavi ran against him on a reformist platform. Mousavi's open style and sharp exchanges with Ahmadinejad in televised debates generated a wave of enthusiasm. Heavy turnout encouraged expectations of a Mousavi victory. 630. However, the vote appears to have been manipulated, and Ahmadinejad officially won with 63% of the vote. 631. The response was a tsunami of protest that became known as the Green Revolution. 632. In the most serious internal challenge to the stability of the IRI since its foundation, 633. More than 1 million protesters took to the streets in Tehran. Demonstrations soon spread to more than 20 cities. 634. Chants of death to the dictator could be heard from windows at night. 635. Protests continued over the course of the summer, drawing support from regime elites. Several senior clerics backed Mousavi, and ex-president Rafsanjani, the chair of the Assembly of Experts, criticized the election. 636. Nearly two-thirds of the legislature refused to attend Ahmadinejad's inauguration. 637. The government initially panicked. 638. Given the size of the protests and Mousavi's insider status, One might have expected the security forces to abandon the incumbent, as militaries did in Serbia in 2000, Ukraine in 2004, and Egypt in 2011. Indeed, numerous rank-and-file bases deserted their assignments during the protests. 639 However, the regime's most powerful actors remained steadfast in their support for Ahmadinejad and showed little hesitation in cracking down. 640 Although some Interior Ministry officials initially backed Musavi, the IRGC stood behind Khomeini and played a leading role in quashing the protests. 641 Despite widespread domestic and international condemnation, the security services hit the opposition hard. 642 At least 72 people were killed and thousands of others were beaten, often in their homes in the dead of night. 643 In the run-up to the inauguration, the regime executed a number of previously imprisoned dissidents, apparently as a message to other critics. 644 The government made little effort to hide repression, instead holding high-profile show trials in which opposition leaders were forced to make public confessions. 645 The government was also unafraid to attack family members of key regime elites, including those of Musavi and Rafsanjani. 646 Pro-government thugs even attacked Musavi himself. 647 Protest continued throughout the fall of 2009, especially on public holidays. 648 On Ashura Day, tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets in Tehran and at least 10 other cities. The government again responded with repression. 649 Resulting in one of the bloodiest confrontations since the uprisings began. 650 In early 2010, the regime unleashed an epidemic of arrests. 651 While numerous opposition activists were sentenced to death. 652 By early 2010, the regime had worn the opposition out. The movement retreated into a period of soul-searching and regrouping. 653 Even the 2011 Arab Spring failed to rejuvenate it. The loyalty of the IRGC and the Basij during the crisis may be traced, at least in part, to regime origins. The security forces' readiness to crack down on protesters was driven by a polarized us-them worldview that emerged from the revolution. 654 For many IRGC officials, the protesters represented a direct challenge, not merely to their power and prerogatives but also to the revolution views that were hardened by years of battling insurgencies and Iraqi forces. 655 These officials viewed the protest movement as an existential threat and an attack on the revolution itself. 656 Political prisoners reported that security personnel internalized the regime's propaganda line out of a solid ideological devotion to the regime as being the embodiment of God's will on earth. 657 This provided an ideological justification for crackdown that was unavailable to besieged governments in other contemporary autocracies such as Ukraine in 2004 and Egypt in 2011. Crucially, moreover, the regime elite held together throughout the crisis. Although many leading politicians including Rafsanjani opposed Ahmadinejad and criticized the elections, very few of them crossed the line into outright opposition. 658 To be sure, Musavi edged close to opposition. He became the focal point for regime opponents and criticized hardliners with whom Khomeini was closely associated of distorting Islam. 659 But like Khatami, Musavi proved to be a reluctant standard-bearer for the opposition. 660 He never openly called for the overthrow of the IRI or the supreme leader and criticized Khomeini in the most oblique manner during the protests. 661 Moreover, Musavi played little role in organizing or leading the uprisings. 662 Under intense pressure to avoid inciting protest, he called for a halt to protests a week after the election and urged supporters to remain loyal to the Islamic Republic. 663 Musavi's Facebook page exhorted supporters to remain faithful to the sacred system of the Islamic Republic and to use legal channels. 664 In fact, the leaders of the Green Revolution never fundamentally disputed the Republic's legitimacy. 665 Finally, the Green Revolution suffered from the prior destruction of independent power centers. Compared to the Algerian opposition, which used mosque networks as mobilizing structures, the Iranian opposition had less access to societal institutions. The security forces thus confronted an opposition that was in organizational disarray and that relied heavily on spontaneous online interaction. 666 Support from the Bazaris or the working class would have improved the movement's chances of success, but repression and organizational weaknesses prevented either class from participating. 667 Instead, the movement relied on divisions within the regime elite, a strategy that was derailed by reformers' extreme reluctance to oppose the regime. Sanctions and popular unrest in the 2010s. Despite relentless state persecution after 2009, 668 reformist and opposition forces continued to attract broad popular support. Thus, when Ahmadinejad's second term ended in 2013, Iranians again elected a moderate, Hassan Rouhani, as president. But faced with opposition from the deep state, Rouhani had little impact on the regime. 669. Nevertheless, the IRI confronted a new round of protest in the late 2010s, driven by a deepening economic crisis. Years of lax enforcement of international sanctions came to an end after Iranian efforts to build a nuclear weapon were uncovered in the early 2000s. 670 The United States successfully lobbied for stricter sanctions, which began to cripple Iran's economy in the late 2000s and early 2010s. 671 The breadth of the new sanctions regime encompassing banking and business transactions, insurance, and shipping made it difficult for Iran to operate in the global economy. 672 More than $1 billion of Iranian assets were frozen. 673 The United States also imposed secondary sanctions on businesses with dealings in Iran, which triggered a wave of disinvestment. 674 Iran was deprived of access to SWIFT banking services, which made it harder to secure payments for oil exports. 675 Crude oil exports declined from 2.5 million to 243,000 barrels a day between 2011 and 2019. 676 Iran's GDP contracted by 20% in the early 2010s. 677 Although a 2015 deal with the Obama administration led to a softening of sanctions in exchange for regulation of Iran's nuclear program, the United States withdrew from the agreement in 2018, reimposing sanctions. 678 Between 2017 and 2019, Iran lost at least $50 billion in oil revenue and its economy contracted by 13%. 679 The economic crisis generated widespread discontent. 680 In December 2017, protests erupted in Iran's second-largest city, Mashhad, and quickly spread to more than 24 towns. Protesters shouted, "Death to the dictator," burned pictures of Khomeini, and attacked a police station in Qadarajan. 681 Protest flared up again in June 2018, reaching nearly every province in the country. 682 The most serious demonstrations erupted in November 2019 after the government announced steep increases in gas prices. Tens of thousands of protesters took to the streets in 100 cities across the country, ransacking banks and stores. 683 According to the Interior Ministry, protesters set fire to more than 140 government sites, hundreds of banks, dozens of petrol stations, and 50 security bases. 684 Protesters calling for the death of the supreme leader seized control of the historic town of Mashhad. 685 Much of the unrest occurred in low-income neighborhoods that had historically supported the regime. 686 The uprising shocked the regime leadership, especially after reports emerged that protesters had destroyed a statue of Ayatollah Khomeini. 687 Within 24 hours, internet access was almost entirely shut down. Many cities and neighborhoods became security zones, with police searching door-to-door looking for dissidents. 688 Police shot and killed protesters on the street and indiscriminately fired into crowds. 689 Estimates of those killed range from several hundred to 1,500. 690 Whatever the figure, state killing was far greater than during the Green Revolution. 691 Sidelined reformers such as Khatami denounced the crackdown. 692 But, once again, stopped short of calling for the overthrow of clerical rule. 693 Within 2 weeks, the protests were crushed. While the regime edged toward instability in the late 2010s, the clerical establishment was able to quickly and systematically suppress all challenges that emerged, in stark contrast to unstable cases such as Algeria, where it took about a decade for the government to defeat opposition threats at the end of the Cold War. In sum, nearly 10 years of economic crisis in Iran failed to bring down the regime for two reasons. First, the destruction of most alternative power centers meant that although regime opponents enjoyed broad public support, they lacked the organizational infrastructure to coordinate discontent and translate it into an effective regime challenge. 694 Second, and perhaps most importantly, the security forces remained loyal and willing to repress. 695. Despite intense external pressure and widespread public discontent, Iran's revolutionary regime endured for more than 4 decades. The IRI underwent a smooth leadership succession in 1989 and successfully suppressed popular threats in 2009 and 2019. Such durability is surprising when one considers the fragility of the regime that emerged in 1979. Khomeini had virtually no organization on the ground when he returned to Iran after 15 years in exile. Rather than accommodating powerful domestic and international interests, however, he imposed clerical rule, supported the takeover of the American embassy, and called for revolution throughout the Persian Gulf. These measures triggered a domestic insurgency and a war with Iraq. The conflicts reinforced cohesion, motivated the destruction of alternative centers of societal power, and gave rise to a powerful and loyal coercive apparatus. Revolutionary polarization created a rationale for repression that is absent in most autocracies. As a result, neither the FACA nor the security forces hesitated to engage in high-intensity repression. The security forces, moreover, never once rose up against the regime. Less evidence exists for competing approaches. For one, the IRI's durability might be explained by antecedent conditions. After all, the Shah's regime developed a powerful apparatus and survived for decades. However, the Shah's neo-patrimonial state disintegrated after his fall, forcing the revolutionaries to thoroughly rebuild the military and state bureaucracy. Indeed, the most important foundations of regime durability, the IRGC and the Basij, were entirely new agencies that emerged out of revolutionary conflict. Another alternative explanation focuses on oil. 696 Oil is said to enhance authoritarian durability by financing a vast coercive apparatus and providing autocrats with ample resources to buy off potential opponents and limit popular discontent. 697 Indeed, the IRI used oil wealth to finance a martyr's welfare state that distributed health care and other benefits to many Iranians who had been excluded under the Shah. 698 These social policies are said to have helped the regime retain considerable public support, especially in rural areas. 699 Yet there are reasons to doubt that oil is the main source of durability. For one, the IRI persisted even after sanctions had largely deprived it of oil revenue. At best, then, oil revenue explains durability only for a portion of the IRI's tenure. Moreover, although oil rents helped finance Iran's vast security apparatus, the existence of such rents does not explain why the Revolutionary Guard never attempted to overthrow the supreme leader. The IRGC clearly developed a material stake in retaining power. 700 However, it could have seized a greater share of the pie for itself and did not. Similarly, the impact of oil-financed social programs on public support for the regime is not clear. Kevin Harris argues that social welfare programs actually empowered many of the Iranians who supported reformists in elections in the 1990s and 2000s. 701 He notes that oil-fueled welfare state expansion in the 1970s and 1990s ended with the two most contentious mobilization upsurges in the country's modern history, the 1979 revolution and the 2009 protest movement, concluding that if welfare is a bribe by the state, then it is not a very effective one. 702 Finally, our statistical analysis of all autocracies since 1900 shows that revolutionary origins predict regime durability even when we control for access to natural resource wealth. 703 Thus, although oil may have heightened the IRI's resilience, we are skeptical that it provides a better explanation than revolutionary origins. Some evidence also exists for the socio-cultural approach. The IRI's durability could be rooted in the committed support of religious rural families and other hardline element of the Iranian population. 704 Indeed, strong rural support for the regime's ideology may have helped it survive the 2009 crisis. 705 At best, however, such support provides only a partial explanation. As this chapter has shown, regime survival hinged on repression in the 2000s and 2010s. More generally, widespread support for reformist politicians and frequent public displays of mass opposition belie the claim that regime durability rested on public support. Available public surveys suggest limited public support for religious social controls. 706 Overall, the supreme leader has relied more on brute force and non-elect authorities than on popular support to hold on to power. 707 A final alternative approach focuses on institutions. The absence of a ruling party, combined with regular elections, gave rise to intense intra-elite conflict. 708 Ultimately, however, strikingly few regime elites defected. Indeed, reformist politicians remained almost entirely loyal to clerical rule despite electoral incentives to tap into anti-regime sentiment. This surprising degree of elite cohesion is rooted in the IRI's revolutionary origins. Conclusion: Cuba and Iran conform closely to the ideal typical path to revolutionary durability. In both cases, weak revolutionary governments aggressively challenged powerful domestic and international interests. Early radicalism triggered violent counter-revolutionary conflict and decades of international hostility, which gave rise to cohesive regimes backed by loyal and powerful security services. As a result, both regimes were able to survive the passing of charismatic founding leaders and broad public discontent caused by sanctions and economic crisis. Regime stability was reinforced by the destruction of organized alternatives, which inhibited popular mobilization. The Cuban and Iranian cases illustrate the limitations of Leninist institutions as an explanation of the durability of revolutionary regimes. In Cuba, Castro ruled without a real party until the mid-1970s. The Iranian regime was not even remotely Leninist, the ruling party was abandoned in the 1980s, and authority was held by a confusing collection of competing agencies. However, the absence of Leninist institutions did not undermine regime durability in either case. Instead, regimes were sustained by powerful states made cohesive by violent, polarizing revolutionary struggle. Chapter 7. Radical Failures. Early deaths of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, the Khmer Rouge, and the Taliban. In most revolutionary autocracies, radical efforts at societal transformation triggered revolutionary reactive sequences that fostered durable authoritarianism. In some cases, however, radical revolutionaries were destroyed by the counter-revolutionary wars they provoked. This chapter examines the three revolutionary regimes in our sample that died young, all at the hands of foreign enemies. Despite their distinct historical backgrounds, regional contexts, and ideologies, the Hungarian Soviet Republic, the Khmer Rouge, and the Taliban followed similar trajectories. In each case, radical initiatives by revolutionary governments in small and vulnerable states generated military conflicts that destroyed embryonic regimes. We argue that the early death of revolutionary regimes was rooted in a combination of radical behavior and geopolitical vulnerability. Like their successful revolutionary counterparts, leaders in Hungary, Cambodia, and Afghanistan challenged the core interests of powerful domestic and international actors. However, unlike Russia, China, Vietnam, and Iran, which were relatively large states that became regional powers, Hungary, Cambodia, and Afghanistan were relatively small states that were prone to intervention by powerful neighbors. Hungary, a country of 8 million people, was surrounded on three sides by hostile powers, which left it exposed to foreign aggression. Likewise, Cambodia and Afghanistan were peripheral states that had been buffeted by Cold War proxy conflicts. Such vulnerability increased the likelihood that radical revolutionary regimes would be wiped out before the reactive sequence could strengthen them. Thus, After Belakan and the Communist Party attacked Hungary's dominant classes, invaded Czechoslovakia, and declared war on Romania, the regime was toppled by foreign armies after only 133 days in power. Similarly, the Khmer Rouge regime collapsed after it invaded neighboring Vietnam, and the Taliban regime was defeated after its leaders facilitated an extremist terrorist attack on the United States. The Hungarian Soviet Republic. Established in 1919, 2 years after the Russian Revolution and just months after Hungary's defeat in World War I, the Hungarian Soviet Republic was radical. It attacked the interests of peasants, property owners, and the church, invaded 2 of its neighbors, and attempted to foment a putsch in a third. As in other radical cases, these measures triggered counter-revolutionary conflict. Yet, unlike radical governments in Russia, Cuba, and Iran, Hungary's revolutionaries did not survive this conflict. Amid a rebellion of aristocrats and old regime military officers, the regime collapsed after barely 4 months in power in the face of an invasion by French-backed Romanian troops. The revolutionary seizure of power. The Hungarian Soviet Republic emerged out of the collapse of the Austro-Hungarian Empire. As the armies of the empire and other Central Powers faced defeat in World War I, Hungary declared independence in October 1918. Count Mihaly Károlyi, in alliance with the moderate Social Democratic Party, once seized nominal power. However, the new government never fully controlled the national territory. Hungary was regarded as the spoils of war by Entente powers too, and about half of its territory was occupied by Serb, Czech, and Romanian troops. 3 Under economic blockade from European powers, the country was deprived of critical economic resources and it faced constant threat of foreign invasion. 5 Yielding to pressure from Entente powers, Károlyi ordered all Hungarian troops to disarm. 6 Partly as a result, military discipline collapsed and the country was beset by food riots. 7 The state's coercive capacity eroded, plunging Hungary into anarchy. As in Russia in 1917, many rank-and-file army units and local administrations and much of the country's economic production were under the control of spontaneously organized councils and trade unions. 8 Everyone commanded but no one obeyed. 9 Into this breach stepped Belakan and the Hungarian Communist Party. Kun was one of many Hungarians who took part in the Russian Revolution after they were stranded in Russia as prisoners during World War I. 10 Kun was active in revolutionary politics in the Siberian city of Tomsk, met Lenin in Petrograd, and built friendships with various Bolshevik luminaries, including Lenin's wife, Nadezhda Krupskaya. 11 By 1918, he had become one of the most prominent foreign socialists in Petrograd. 12 Kun helped create the HCP in Moscow on November 4, 1918, and then founded the party on Hungarian soil after returning home at the end of the month. 13